So we'll wait maybe a couple seconds just for more folks to join us. In the meantime, please feel free to use the Zoom chat function to introduce yourself. Where are you joining us from? And if you are representing any organization today. Okay, excellent. Seeing we have enough folks to start the day. Welcome everyone to the role of higher education in responding to the Global Refugee Crisis Summit. My name is Sarah Asalia, and I am the Executive Director of the Newcomer Students Association, and I will be the host of today's summit. I will start off by reading the land acknowledgement and equity statement. We can never work to end systemic and institutional violence if we do not center the narratives of Indigenous peoples in our collective decision-making for social justice and equity. As settlers in Turtle Island, we directly benefit from the colonization and genocide of the Indigenous people of this land. In order to engage in resistance and solidarity against the injustices inflicted on the Indigenous people, it is imperative we constantly engage in acts of decolonization. Toronto isn't the dish with one spoon territory. The dish with one spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas, and Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples, Europeans, and all newcomers have been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. And now, to ensure that we are creating a safe and welcoming space for all to attend and participate, I will be reading the equity statement. As members of this community, mutual respect, cooperation, and understanding are our goals. We shall neither condone nor tolerate behavior that undermines the dignity or self-esteem of any individual or create an intimidating, hostile, or offensive environment. It is our collective responsibility to create a space that is inclusive and welcomes inclusion. Any form of discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated. Hate speech rooted in, but not limited to, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, sexist, racist, classist, ableist, homophobic or transphobic sentiments and or remarks will not be tolerated. We all have an obligation to ensure that an open and inclusive space free of hate is established. Any behavior that does not demonstrate an understanding of these principles and or creates an unsafe atmosphere will not be accepted. So welcome again, everyone. A little bit background about the Newcomer Student Association for those who are not familiar with the work that we do. We are a national grassroots not-for-profit organization working at the intersection of migration, higher education, and social justice, and a platform committed to promoting inclusion and equity for post-secondary newcomer, immigrant, and refugee students. We are dedicated to supporting and empowering these students in their access to education, culture transitioning, social and economic integration, and civic engagement in the Canadian post-secondary as well as the broader society. We do this through community engagement, capacity building, advocacy, and research, as well as a diverse set of initiatives focused on enhancing students' leadership development, social capital, and sense of belonging. Before we start the day, I would like to go through some logistical housekeeping items. Please be friendly and welcoming. Use respectful language at all times. No harassment of any sort will be tolerated. You will be immediately and permanently removed from this session if you are in violation of this rule. Be mindful of how much space you are taking up. Whose voice are we hearing? Whose voice aren't we hearing? Who are we lifting up? The host will mute all participants to ensure that there is no background noise and to ensure the quality of the recording of the session as well as of the meeting, with the exception of speakers and panelists. Take care of your body and your mind. Every 20 minutes, make sure you take at least 20 seconds to look at something 20 feet away from you to rest your eyes. Take this time to also stretch and take care of your mind as well. We have scheduled 2 breaks throughout the day, and you may find the summit agenda on our website. And I believe that team members from NSA will be posting the agenda as well in the chat. Finally, after each panel, there will be a Q&A period where you will have the opportunity to ask the panelists questions, and we will be taking questions via the chat function of Zoom. However, we highly encourage you to engage in the discussion using the chat function to comment or to share resources with attendees that might be relevant to the theme of this panels. The chat will be monitored by our team, but due to time limitations, we might not get to all your comments or questions. Today, we join hundreds of organizations from across the globe to commemorate International Education Week. This is an opportunity for all of us to engage in dialogues around the importance of international education, but also on how we can ensure that internationalization of higher education policies are inclusive and responsive to global humanitarian issues such as the global refugee crisis. We have put together different themes for this summit, and we really hope that you will all engage and actively take part in this conversation. But first, I would like to encourage all of you, if you haven't already, to please use the chat function to introduce yourself. Where are you joining us from? And if you are representing any organization. We also encourage you to follow the conversation on our social media using the hashtag IEW21. We will be live tweeting and posting some stories on our Instagram page. So we have a very complex topic that we are discussing today. And we know that a one-day summit won't give justice to fully and completely discuss the many and unique challenges and barriers that refugees and students with precarious migration status face in their access to higher education, engagement, success, and graduation. But we believe that this is a good start to shed light on such issues. In today's summit, we will try to answer the question of what role can the higher education sector play in responding to the global refugee crisis. What we know is that not much progress has been made globally or even in Canada around refugees and access to higher education. In fact, and according to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, currently only 3% of refugees have access to higher education, a staggering number that really requires all of us to take action and do something to increase access to higher education for refugees. This summit will focus on the intersection of internationalization of higher education, the global refugee crisis, and equity, diversity, and inclusion principles. And we are really thrilled that we have speakers from diverse backgrounds joining us from the US, UK, Turkey, and Canada to share their expertise and the work that they do on this issue. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Khalid Arrar to deliver the summit opening keynote. Dr. Arrar is a professor of educational leadership and policy, College of Education at Texas State University at the USA, and an associate editor of the International Journal of Leadership in Education. For the past 2 decades, he conducted studies in the Middle East, Europe, and North America on issues of equity, diversity, and social justice and the complex reality of K-12 and higher education. His research agenda has both a domestic, urban, suburban, and comparative international orientation. His commitment to challenging global injustices led him in recent years to research education for refugees, displaced people, and immigrants through a social justice lens. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Arrar. Dr. Arrar, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me to this important event. And also thank you for inviting me to deliver this keynote I thank you. If you can, please let me share my presentation, because as I'm not, set as a co-host.
You now have the ability to share your screen. Thanks so much.
Yeah. I have been, the title I decided to use is to look into higher ed for refugees, displaced, and forced migrants in the era of internationalization of higher education, in order to shift from the deficit thinking of seeing refugees as burden, instead seeing refugees as a part of nurturing and development the space of higher education. I have divided my talk content into one, my ontological being and the way I see other. And then I will speak about the geography of refugees. Then I will tackle upon some of the main definitions. And from there, I will try to analyze the global response, how different nations responded to newcomers or refugees. And then I will lay down the key challenges and how we can open pathways to refugees education. I am a Palestinian scholar that belongs to a family that had been uprooted first with the colonial state of Israel has been created. So we have been uprooted from home, and my family ended up refugeeing, either displaced in their own land or refugees in Jordan, Lebanon, and some in Syria, even to Mexico. So this is my ontological being and how researching refugees and why. So I've been growing as displaced, and also I've been tackling and challenged by the regime of colonialist state, where facing different, obstacles, hindrance, and in this state. It's very important to give, a kind of context when we research people in move. So the global phenomena of people in move makes about 272 million, while displaced are 82 million out of this, and refugees up to 26. So within this migration flow, although we need to say that we cannot speak about definite numbers, because when we speak about undocumented, sometimes refugees and displaced are stuck between borders, and there are non-registered refugees in different systems. So it's very important to say that. So within this global phenomena, half of this number, about 50% of this number, is children who need compulsory education. And within the phenomena, we speak about, migrant laborers, international students, and others. So I have been following the refugees influx from Syria ending up in different countries. So my study started in Jordan, then Turkey, then Germany, then Sweden and Canada. So I've been trying to explore the issue of refugees, Syrian refugees in different nation states. So when we zoom in into the refugees phenomena, so we can see the percentage of women, the percentage of children, and of course, who needs what in terms of education and welfare system. So moving from there to exploring the key terms when we research refugees. So a refugee is a person that has been forcibly displaced and moved from his own country and then seek asylum seeker towards having a refugee's status. So we are speaking about forced migrants. This is not, a migration by, it's a forced migration and is not made like by, a choice. And some of refugees ending up or displaced ending up often undocumented. So within the global phenomena of migration and mobility, we are zooming into the forced leave people, thus who are not leaving voluntarily. So in terms of push-pull factors, the push factors are stronger and people are namely escaping war or unrest or volatile state. So if we pose the following question, so when we look and try to answer who creates the war agenda and where the war agenda is created and who is benefited from this war agenda. So we will see that the war agenda is taking place mainly in global south. And we can zoom in into this phenomena. And then out of 196 nations that signed the UN resolution of welcoming refugees and protecting people of minor because of refugee status, who opened the door to this population? And as you can see in the graph, here are the countries that share the burden. And when we look into the rich countries, the G5 countries, who shared what in terms of this burden? So we say that we can say that the profit from the war agenda go to main countries in the global north, while they're sharing the burden goes up to 6% in this phenomena. And are we up to moral task for fostering welcoming and inclusion for refugees? And I have chosen this picture to let us, look into the way that people, make the risky way that they make in the refugee pathway that less has been heard in terms of how people are, what are the memories that they are leaving, what is the pathway that they are doing, what are the challenges and the risks and the different psychological effects of this phenomena. So I've been looking to refugees in terms of policy and education, and I will say why education in general and not compulsory and higher education as different parts. When we look into the 3%, the shift from 1% in the end of 2000 to the 3% representations of refugees in higher education, we need to zoom in and look into the compulsory education as we seek to understand the demographic background of refugees, seeking higher education. So I've been trying to look into this phenomena throughout analyzing different policies, either national policies, institutional policies, and what is the public discourse. And as you can see, the public discourse is divided, and also it has been a part of political agenda in different nationalist states, and even in different migrants, states. So I've been trying to look into the state reception policy, educational policy, and of course leadership in K-12 and leadership in higher education. So what is it our agency towards the refugees, and what is the praxis? So in terms of theory, we have been trying to use social justice theory and agency in order to explore the regime of truth of refugees. Here you can see two different testimonials of how we receive refugees, either by what is said in Jalaluddin Rumi's tomb in Turkey, welcome, welcome, wherever you are, and or they have been facing exile, and they have been facing exclusion and xenophobic, different xenophobic attitudes, as Edward Said cited. So here are the main signs that have been there. Either we welcome, or fair is not fair, but we have nothing to do with it. And we need to re-examine our lens and our value system when we research refugees, or if we are set in any education system or in higher education system. Are we blind? Are we adopting a blind glasses? Or what are our values towards this phenomenon? I picked this picture to say that these people are leaving forcibly. They are now leaving for fun, and their pathway is a challenging one and is risky, and not all of them end up safe. And this is how we receive them. We receive them as an asset, as a great people are coming to our shore, where we open our door and reimagine our life with the richness of diversity, or we are excluding them and behave xenophobic toward them. And we need to understand that these people are uprooted. They left their memories, they left their properties, they left their families up there, and they have been facing a challenging time. And they are bringing their cultural wealth, they are bringing their history, they are bringing their memories. This is where we needed to revisit our landscape and public discourse. And then the shift between their country and the welcoming or exclusionary country, this is where they made their way between the borders. As you can see, this is in the border of Turkey, some of these pictures in the border of Germany. So, keeping this breeze of the pathway that the refugees undertake while leaving their homeland towards a country's shore. And what about their education? What about their compulsory education? So if we look globally, 18% up to 28% of the whole or the full capacity of compulsory education make their way to higher education. But when we look into the refugees' compulsory education access, they end up of 50 up to 56%, making their way into compulsory education system. And within this system, how welcoming we are, how culturally relevant we are, how responsive we are. Out of this number, only few make it to higher education because the structure of the system, because of its policy, because its rigidity. So we should see this as an opportunity to revisit our policy and to recheck the state of post-secondary education, tertiary education, and to re-examine our structural system that tries sometimes to treat refugees in terms of equality, while they need equity. They need equity in order to close this gap. So how about their pathway from K-12 to higher education? And in order to answer this question, we pose questions such as, are educational leaders and teachers up to the task of welcoming migrants, and of course increases the pool of higher education? In researching this phenomena, I have done quite a lot, and some of the participants GU that participated in this book, which explored education policy and leadership towards refugees. I've tried also to contribute, an edited book in exploring the challenges, especially that refugees face into higher education. While in this book, we try to understand the challenge from post-secondary up to higher education, and also in different intersystem understanding, ending up exploring this state in different countries. As you can see, Austria, Germany, Czech, Holland, Iceland, Italy, Palestine, Turkey, the United States, and Canada, of course. And also we try to explore educational leadership for refugees and what is the state of policy there in terms of national policy, educational policy, district policy, and the welcome practices and praxis that is taking place there, in a special issue that I contributed along with Duncan Waite and Denise Urucu from Turkey. And I had the pleasure that some of the participants and speakers in this conference also contributed to this special issue. And also we run another two special issues, one in education, leadership and policy, and another one in higher ed, also where we found, different, contributors. So this brings me to the following three facets, models of where we are in terms of the national scale, our intra-institutional activism and social activism, and what about our small scale and social change? We as people, are we innovative? Are we welcome? Are we up to the task of hosting and welcoming? And what about the large scale capacity of integration? In answering these questions, also, I delivered a book about school leadership for refugees education. I am so happy that this book has been translated to Turkey and will be published very soon. And hopefully also it will be translated to Arabic speakers language, so they can also read and understand how these people navigate the space and the state of transition, and how they move between different borders, and what are the welcoming capacities there, and how culturally relevant we are in educating them. And I've said there, a model of exploring these facets of providing education for newcomers in terms of practical mechanism of widening their participation in education and increases their success and participation. So looking into the challenges, different good scholars have been reporting in different challenges, starting from communication, reporting a lack of motivation for some, but we are generalizing here. And also we have been trying also to understand infrastructure issues and lack of extracurricular activities and integration, which brought us to this model facilitating on their welcome, which intakes social needs, emotional needs, and of course there are individual factors such as language, physical and mental health, and interpersonal factors which connecting with peers, and of course connecting with families, etc., supporting family network and school level factors of learning environment, school engagement, student and teachers interaction, and assessment in school. So from here, I can move to higher education. So when we do better education, when we do better welcoming education, when we do better culturally relevant leadership in education, when we do better civic engagement education, we then can explore their pathway to higher ed. In a paper that I have written, I tried to analyze the body of scholarship of refugees' pathways to higher education. What are the main findings in the research so far, and how we can analyze national policy and institutional policy and revisit different programs and models facilitating refugees' pathways into higher education and opening the gates for their inclusion. So what are the main research findings and trends? As you can see, in terms of policy, most of the policy research has been trying to explore inclusion and exclusion and integration, xenophobic, and of course, refugees' aspiration. And the body of research is very thin in this term. And in analyzing this body of research, I've tried to look into the macro and micro policy in terms of national policy. So I've explored like different legislation, like DACA legislation in the US and other legislations in US, Australia, Europe, and Canada, and what are the policies, the national policies, and then to try to explore the access to higher education. So is there any proactive policy that like opens the gate to students as in Germany and Canada, and how proactive this policy is, how far we go towards supporting federal, state, and local government, such as the Board of Education Service and other services, and are we measuring the take of academic expanse of access? Are we up to revisit our accreditation system and rigid system when we deal with refugees, documentations, and their education background, and how we use technology in order to gain greater access to both registration and of course tuition, and of course access to higher ed and refugees camps, and combine employability with academic studies. So refugees access pathways, what are the barriers hinder refugees access into higher education? This could be acceptance policy. This could be, relating to the mental preparedness of the students. This can be economic challenges, coping with foreign language such as German, English, Greek, etc. It also the issue of formation of identity, how we are responsive to these people and the cultural wealth that they bring with them. Are we seeking to melt them, integrate them, or are we up to the task of reopening our cultural and social discourse and move from exile to toward a welcoming policy practices and public discourse? And what are the main access pathways in facilitating their higher education. One is public funded, either public or private funded of this. So when I analyzed the state of higher education in Germany, and how the refugees contributed to this higher education in the last decade in a country that it is populations are decreased because of decreasing birth rate, and by then it's economic development would be lagging down up to 2030. So the refugees are part of this assets of developing this economy, and of course revisiting the social history. And so this can be imagined as an asset, as not with a deficit understanding, but with like enriching understanding. So are there any body of tandem program, accredited programs, support baskets, mentoring programs when they get into higher ed, language acquisition and expansion of language courses, etc., and their orientations? Like in Germany, when I explore some of the language courses, they were exclusionary. They have been trying to teach these people how to be polite, how to behave, and there was like a kind of manual that you need to follow. If we want to be welcoming, we need to be culturally relevant. Culturally relevant also by integrating some of these refugees who acquired, or like past immigrants who acquired this language, understand the culture and history in order to be a part of this nurturing programs. Facilitating admission and scholarship. Sometimes it's ridiculous. You expect from somebody that is not speaking German to understand, the requirements, the admission requirements in German, and to admit to a scholarship. So there is more to be done. There has been, different projects, but there is more to be done. Life on a campus and how it is offer, social interaction. We speak about, people sometimes, they bring their cultural wealth, and sometimes they look different, okay, and they dress different, and so we need to see them as we need to see their cultural wealth. And of course, what are the proportion and most directions of funding there? Sometimes we need also to have a kind of hubs for this funding, while like to understand insufficient funding in some places, and of course to redefine our fundings and the benefits of supporting refugees into higher education. And of course, can countries characterized as a country that capitalized on opportunities as a model for higher education integration, amidst social tension, how we can also revisit our social discourse and create more capacity, of welcome. Like if you say that Germany proceeds 33% of the share of total asylum application, 20 more than next leading country in Europe, also it continues to receive and approve the highest number of applicants into EU and into higher education. But unfortunately, out of more than 200 countries and nations that signed the UN resolution, only few open their gates, and sometimes open their gates selectively in welcoming refugees. So a real revisit of our moral values and question, are we up to the task of, welcoming refugees, and of course receiving massive influx of newcomers. It spans over a year. So this is, enrich the distinctive culture of a nation, its language, and of course its social and political, discourse, and also this invites us to re-establish a tuition fee for higher education system in the universities, and of course applied sciences, and of course to try to come with models of support. There are different models, but like Lisa Onangus tried to analyze the models of support there in a recent paper that she published. And of course, there is a lot to learn from successful models and cross-culturalize and virtualize between these models of support, and of course, increasing them with a more understanding of cultural differences. And it's very important to understand that the refugees are not same. They are different in terms of context, in terms of culture, in terms of history, in terms of the opportunities that they bring with them, and the experience that they bring with them. Like I've witnessed, like like a daughter of refugees' parents that was sitting silent for 5 months in a German class, and the teachers thought that she knows nothing. And then, suddenly they found out that they said, oh, she is the best here in mathematics. And I asked, only in mathematics? I said, yes, but sometimes also in art. But, after a year, when I visited the school, they said, oh, we explored that she is good at everything. You understand me? So it is our deficit thinking of looking into her, language barrier as part of like not knowing other subjects. So Turkey also one of the countries that opened its gate and also revisited its policy, but this was like incremental policy making for displaced, while there's a lot to do in terms of geographic spreading of these students, and of course revisiting the legal status and opening the gate for them into higher education. But you can see a gradually increase in their numbers and refugees numbers into higher education in the last decades, and this is because of the Syrian refugees. These are educated refugees, and they can make it to higher ed, and they can flourish and proceed and nurture and be an asset to the welcoming state. And this is how you can see the relative development of higher education in Turkey because of this phenomena and the support that has been there. So looking into refugees' access first to higher ed, first the documentation issue need to be revisited. And of course, we need to be responsive in terms of policy, then credit and transfer their academic credential, either bringing this from their state, like people have arrived to Germany with a bachelor's, but nobody recognized their bachelor's, and they've been asked to, or arrived with master's degree, and they have been asked to remake their education. So this is weird. And of course, language and finance and guidance for higher education, both throughout access, and there are different questions that still there in terms of their placement, coordination between institutions, and making like a hub from access, registration, support system, funding system, and of course, sustainability. So if there are access to higher education, we need to support them through mentorship programs so they can make it throughout higher education. And we need to revisit our societal discourse, all the right-wing discourse that polluted our response, and of course, look into their integration into society. I want to say that I will have an upcoming book will be published this December, in December 5th, and is exploring the issue of higher education for refugees in the era of migration and integration. And in this book, you can find different terminological definitions, policy analysis, numbers in different states, and the research that covers the Middle East, Mediterranean, Europe, North America, and America. And also we have been trying to look into different institutional programs, analyze them. So you are welcome to look into this book and find more answers to your questions in terms of opening, the gates, opening pathways to higher education, revisiting and reimagining our higher education space and place in terms of gaining more access to refugees, displaced. And what I have been saying here in America, if you are culturally relevant to the refugees, then you are culturally relevant to minorities. You are culturally relevant to people of color. You are culturally relevant to diversity. So if you revisit your education policy, your education procedures and practices towards this vulnerable people, so you will be revisiting the whole understanding and educational praxis towards diversity. So everybody can get a lot out of this. Thank you very, very much for providing this space. And I'd love to answer some of your questions. And of course, for me, this is, this is not a lecture. It is not a research that I'm doing. It is about a moral advocacy toward refugees, displaced, and vulnerable in this globe. Whatever they are, whoever they are, wherever they are coming from, and wherever the shores that they, rest in, so, I'm happy to dedicate my time, energies, and efforts to bring up their voices, and of course, to try to revisit, reimagine this system practices and being more welcoming and open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Arar, for this insightful, informative, and comprehensive presentation. We really appreciated the overall holistic view of the issue. We do have a question. We're going to open the floor for some questions now, and there is already a question in the chat from Rania. She's asking, from your research and perspective, which country or countries has been leading innovation in this space so far, and which area did they focus on in particular? Good question. Thanks, Rania.
Thank you, Rania. And this is a great question. One of the missing in terms of the body, it's same, Rania, as the pandemic. So when we first faced the pandemic, each country closed its border and tried to learn nationally what's going on and how to respond. And with the state of refugees, we can less speak about, analyzing, or cross-national or cross-cultural analysis of successful models. But in trying to answer so I can't speak about models or revisiting models of success in Germany compared to Canada or other countries, but the countries that have been trying to assess refugees' access, we're coming with different models, but the model in Germany is more of like a national, pockets of funding, fundings, while the institutions come up with different, with different programs. So it is Germany. We need to look into what's going on in Germany. We need to look at in what's going on in Canada. We need even to look in some of the United States, universities where they try to push back different exclusionary policy and then, open their spaces to some of the undocumented, but less has been made. So I'm so sorry, for not having a very pleasant and promising answer, but this of course invites us for more to be done and to revisit best practices. So in the book, we laid down 5 different universities' best practices to learn out of them, beginning from admission up to the access and success throughout higher ed pathway.
Great, thank you so much. We have a comment from Naveen in the chat. She's saying that some countries understand that their role is just giving the chance for refugees to land on their country, forgetting the dreams and hopes refugees to continue their education. Do you have I know you were speaking more about sustainability and engagement, pathways to education. If you want to elaborate a little bit on this, please.
Yes, I can say the following. When receiving refugees, namely some countries like Turkey let them get in, but they ended up in a very weakened peripheral context. So they become like a kind of economic burden to a weakened population. And this is a part of a sad policy. While in other countries, their reception has been facilitated throughout a mechanism of integration. So when they were facilitated to move towards, spaces like, Una district in Germany, where they are more welcoming, in terms of public discourse, so they ended up, better. So I think this is a great question of how we can revisit opening the door and how we show the way in terms of resettlement, where geographically we need to resettle them, and are we equitable and giving them, equitable, space and resources. Yes, this is a great question. Thank you. And comment. Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. And the last question, there are some questions coming in, but we will take one last question just for the time. There is a question from Isra. She's saying, oftentimes when we look at refugees, we think of reaching out to parents and adults. How can we reach the teenagers who are also trying to get reintegrated into a new society, especially in high school students who are unsure of what type of jobs are in the country and don't know what type of education to proceed within the new country? And I think this is a great question for you because of your expertise within K-12 and higher education. So please feel free to answer.
Since arriving to the US, me and my family, I have been with another friend and colleague to understand how we can, how we can leverage the ecosystem in terms of community and looking into people into move and transition in a holistic understanding. When I say holistic understanding, families need to be part of this holistic understanding and welcome and integration. And when I speak about holistic understanding, so it involves the whole system. It involves the whole capacity where different agencies, both public and of course NGOs, need to be part of this mechanism. So by then we challenge, alienation, we challenge exclusion, and we rebuild, our collective discourse. So, we are trying now to move from analyzing these challenges toward, promoting ecological economic, ecological community space, which welcome people in transition and newcomers, as I also prefer to call them. So they start with a refugee status, and then from the day that we behave with them with a welcoming reception as a newcomers to our space, I think this is where the shift starts.
Wonderful. Well, I do have other questions and folks that want to contribute. I do appreciate the level of engagement and participation and your interest. Unfortunately, because we have a panel right at 10, we will have to end this. But Dr. Arar, I do encourage you to stay around. Maybe if you want to engage in the chat and answer some of the questions. But I do want to thank everyone, and special thanks to Dr. Arar for joining us and for sharing his research and work on refugees and higher education. Of course, great insights on pathways and challenges to access to higher education, as well as implications for policy, leadership, and practice. It was also great to learn not only about access to higher education for this segment, but also sustainability and how institution needs to do more support and more effort for these students to engage and make sure that they are succeeding. I think we are off to a great start with the whole idea of revisiting and reimagining higher education for refugees.
Just a few words, I'm seeing, these are great efforts, with a great community. I see, like, I've seen in the comments chat, people like Lingua and Gu, we have been doing, some research, and Mikhail Gu, and they are doing great jobs. So, yeah, so, so I want to be, part of this space of support, and thank you. And thank you, Miguel Guajardo, for your comment where we try to revisit our community understanding model in order to explore, different spaces and pathways to integrate refugees. Thank you very much, and wish you a successful day. Please stay tuned up to the end. Yeah, as I will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Much appreciated. A great, insightful, and informative presentation. Thank you very much. And yes, I hope you can stick around till the end and engage with other folks. I see there is a lot of interest to learn more about your research. For now, we will take a 2-minute, very short break before we move into the first panel of the day on internationalization of higher education and the global refugee crisis. So please feel free to grab a glass of water or go for a stretch a little bit. I know it could be hard staying on Zoom. 2 minutes and we'll be back.
It's great to see you, Khalid. It's a great presentation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing?
We're doing excellent. Michael is here too.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Good, good. So yeah, this is really your
good.
natural space.
We need to talk after this.
Yes, yes, we should.
Yeah, that would be great.
How are you, Mikhail?
I'm good. Very busy, but very good. I enjoyed your talk.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here, and thank you. Yeah, you have been doing great job. Yeah, and there is a lot, we need to do together. And also, now I'm within domestic space from you. I can say it is domestic. I can say.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. I thought about you last week. I've been in Ohio. So I thought, oh, if like I drive towards Canada, but we will make it. We'll make it. We will make it. And of course, we need to speak about like future research, and even to revisit the model that we tried to submit a year or 2 years ago.
Yes, that would be good.
Yeah, we're much closer now.
Yeah,
so,
actually, we're a lot closer than we were before.
Yeah. And these are like good spaces of like exploring, comparing, etc. So both Mikhail and I are set in the US while Lingwan is it in the Canada, higher ed. So yeah, it is. I think it's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Definitely.
We are back. I love this spirit of collaboration already and engagement between different researchers and scholars in this space. This is also one of the things that we're trying to create in organizing such summit, really bring people from different backgrounds to discuss really important issues. So love this kind of engagement and collaboration happening. And I do want to say special thanks to Dr. Lenyuan, because she is the one who recommended your name, Dr. Arar, and she's the one who connected us. So we are very grateful for that. All right, so we are off to a great start with the idea of reimagining the whole space of higher education and pathways to higher education for refugees. Our first panel of the day is Internationalization of Higher Education and the Global Refugee Crisis. And this panel will discuss how higher education internationalization policies can prioritize, address, and respond to the global refugee crisis. And joining us in this session, Dr. Lenyuan Brennan, an Associate Professor of International and Global Education at the University of Prince Edward Island. Joining us also Dr. Hakan Ergin from Istanbul University in Turkey. Also joining us, Dr. Melody Vexco, who is an Associate Professor at Western University. And last but not least, joining us, Dr. Elizabeth Buckner, who is an Assistant Professor of Higher Education at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto. And we will start with the first presentation with Dr. Lenyuan. Dr. Lenyuan, the floor is yours, please, to deliver your presentation.
Thank you, Sarah, for the opportunity. And let me share my screen here. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
One slide. Okay, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. And Sarah, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I come today with a very humbling feeling and attitude to talk about this issue. The topic of my presentation today is advancing the equity and inclusion in internationalization. So I'm going to share a little bit of the global context because my background is different from Dr. Arara. I'm from an international student background, or part of the global student mobility. And I'm going to briefly talk about the rationales in internationalization in higher education, and also share some ethical concerns and social justice issues in terms of internationalization. And I will also introduce some initiatives and action I have taken to reimagining internationalization in higher education.
Sorry, I just wanted to hop in. We are seeing your presenter view. So we're seeing two slides at once. There we go. Now we see just the one slide. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, globally, the student enrollment in global higher education actually has dramatically increased because of the emerging economies, and particularly in Asia and Africa. So starting from 1970 to 2020, we are seeing a dramatic increase of global enrollment in higher education. Right now, we're having like 250 million students. That equals 40% global student enrollment rate in higher education. That's a situation globally. And we're also seeing 5.3 million students on the move, which means they're engaged in international education and they're studying outside their countries. And the top sending countries here on the table, it gives you the 10 countries here. You can say most of the countries here are the emerging economies. And these students are mostly considered international students, and which is different from the refugees. And the top receiving countries include the US, Australia, Canada, China, the UK, France, Russia, and Germany, Japan, and Spain. So Canada probably this year, it can be considered the number 2 globally as a top receiving country. So Dr. Aurora has mentioned that there's also 82.4 million people are displaced. So 50% of this population are actually under the age of 18 years old. So what does this number mean? Which means they are children. And if we're looking at this issue from the children's rights issue or human rights issue, which means they need to be protected for shelters, and they need to be provided for compulsory education, and they need to be taken care of as a global issue. But only 3% of the refugee students are enrolled in higher education globally. So which is a huge gap between the global enrollment, 40%, and the refugee student enrollment in higher education. And this is a map from the UNESCO's website, and it, the red indicates Canada as a destination country. I'm focusing on Canada because this is organized by the Newcomer Students Association in Canada. And the blue color or green color indicate where are the students coming from in Canadian education. Especially these students include immigrants, international, and refugee students. They're from all over the world. And this table shows the top countries or region of immigrants, international, but probably exclude refugees because the number here doesn't match up the huge number of the international, the student diversity in higher education. So I want to draw your attention to the arrows on the right. If you look at the student mobility, either outbound mobility, which means Canadian students studying abroad, which is under 3% in general. If you look at the green arrow, it shows the total number of mobilities. And the last arrow, the red one, indicate the incoming international student in Canadian higher education, and it's above 16%. So this number does not include refugee or even immigrant students. If you counted refugee and immigrant students, this number will be much higher. What does this number mean? It means that the student population in Canadian higher education, including universities and colleges, is very diverse. The diversity is shown in student cultures, languages, nationalities, races, ethnicities, religions, genders, abilities, ages, socioeconomic status, immigration status, sexual orientation, worldviews, learning needs, and life experiences. So this diversity requires equity and inclusion to be considered in the higher education policy, leadership, and educational process, as well as in services. So equity, when we say equity, we mean equity can only be achieved when all learners have opportunities to be prepared for success in life and the workplaces. Inclusion is a process of addressing and responding to the diverse needs of all learners. So inclusion ensures that all individuals are valued and respected for their contributions and are equally supported. Many institutions take internationalization as an institutional strategy to address the equity and inclusion in higher education. So what do we mean by internationalization? So this is a well-recognized definition of internationalization in higher education. So it is an intentional process of integrating an international, intercultural, and global dimension into the mission, purpose, functions, and delivery of higher education in order to enhance the quality of education for all students and to empower them to make a meaningful contribution to society. This definition means three things. First of all, it's an ongoing process. The second is that it's related to cross-cultural relationships in an institution, in communities, in societies, and in the globally interconnected world. And also internationalization affects the institutional goals, programs, services, curricula, and the process of teaching and learning. Usually universities and colleges adopt internationalization based on 4 rationales. Some were focusing on one, but most institutions will adopt more than one. So the first rationale is economic, which is neoliberal market-driven approach. So under this economic rationale, so internationalization is more presented or features as increase of international student recruitment and the joint academic programs and student mobility programs and things like that, or even sometimes contracted teaching. The political rationale is very different. It varies from one nation to another. For example, in Canada, the political rationale behind the internationalization is driven by the national immigration policy, where internationalization is used as a strategy to increase the skilled labor force and also to increase the population growth for economic development. But in the US, on the contrary, this is focusing on developing student cultural intelligence. So that's why you'll see a lot of programs in the US are focusing on developing students' cultural competencies. The social cultural rationale, it's more closely dealing with the social cultural issues relevant to the peoples, including students and faculty, engaged in internationalization. So these issues could be social justice issues, cultural competencies, and social inclusion, and welcoming communities. The academic rationale is more based on how do we provide more inclusive, culturally relevant programs and learning and teaching processes. So the current situation in global higher education, including the Canadian higher education, is typically more driven by the economic and political rationales. Although social, cultural, and academic issues we're talking about here are actually touching upon these two, but they're not universal, has not become in the mainstream practice in higher education context, including the Canadian higher education context. Because of this reason, and the internationalization are experiencing or are having some serious ethical concerns, especially for scholars, practitioners, students, and organizations. Like myself, well, like all of us, So the ethical concerns are demonstrated through several issues. The first one is the national justification versus global responsibility. So what it means is that in Canada, the university colleges are funded by public dollars or tax. So typically under the provincial jurisdiction, institutions are more responsive to the local and regional requirement. But at the same time, internationalization increases the interaction between the institution and the global legal, educational systems or political systems. So we need to take care of or respond to the global challenges as well. So the global refugee crisis is one of the global challenges. So how do we handle or balance this national or regional justification versus global responsibility? That's becoming an increasing issue in the field of internationalization. So the second issue is the educational equity and access issue on the global scale. So within the national context in Canada, so ensure education to all citizens and all people. Basically, it's imperative, and it protected by Canadian Charter and human rights. But on the globally, as we mentioned, to some degree, the access to education, particularly in higher education, it's very, very uneven. So what is the higher education's role in promoting the educational equity and access, not only at the national context or local context, but also on a global scale. This is also an emerging issue in the context of higher education. And the third ethical concern is the exclusion in global learning and engagement. I'm showing the numbers earlier on the slide. It shows only 3% of Canadian students studying abroad, but at the same time, we have probably close to 20% of newcomer students, including immigrant, refugee, international students, but they combined together, they're no more than 25% probably. And internationalization, especially study abroad programs, has been used as a main mechanism to provide global learning engagement. But in the 21st century, all students need global learning and engagement for the interconnected world. So the majority of students do not have the opportunity to engage in global learning and engagement meaningfully. So there's an exclusion in this area. So another ethical concern is the dominance of a Eurocentric perspective and practices in curriculum, program, or even instruction. So with about, let's say, 30% of student population with very diverse linguistic, cultural, or ways of knowing, and how do we make sure they are meaningfully included, feel meaningfully included into the curriculum? Their perspectives are respected and integrated in the educational process. So that is an emerging issue in higher education as well. At the same time, newcomer students quite often face several common social justice issues like racism, discrimination, and irrelevant and insufficient of academic support and services. And also the underappreciate the complexity in their identities. And the other area is the lack of culturally responsive curriculum, leadership, policy, as well as curriculum or teaching practices. So, Canada is doing several things simultaneously, and luckily I'm part of several initiatives. I'm going to briefly introduce what in the Canadian context we have been doing to take some action to empower the newcomer students as globally competent citizens and leaders. And the first initiative actually is just started this year in early spring. And right now we have 15 organizations and Canadian universities are working together to form a Canadian consortium for refugee higher education. So the purpose, the goal of this consortium is to promote the refugees' access to higher education, to try to explore ways to deal with several of the issues Dr. Arara has just mentioned. How do you make sure students, basically what we're trying to do is that to figure out ways to develop the bridging programs to refugee students, whether in Canada or internationally. So their high school can be recognized and the bridging program can prepare them in terms of language, academic services, scholarships, and guidances. So, and at the same time, in the Canadian context, higher education universities will work together to provide that kind of resources, scholarships, or spaces to receive them into the higher education. So I'm the member of a steering committee of the consortium. Right now it's being led by the University of British Columbia. And we're trying to figure out ways what our mandate for this consortium, but at least it's in the Canadian context, you're seeing this is a starting point to address this issue. So if any of you are whether you're a researcher, scholar, or you can represent your university or organization, I would more than welcome you to contact me, or I can give you the UBC lead. Actually, the vice president international from UBC is leading this consortium right now. So I can get in touch with you and to include you as a partner or part of this consortium. But I would rather to see this not only a Canadian consortium, because it's initiated from Princeton University. We were approached by the people from Princeton University in the US. Actually, they see the expertise in the Canadian higher education and what we're doing. But I would like to see this actually, it will be more powerful as a North American consortium or even international. And this consortium specifically address two issues. The number one is the higher education's global responsibility for refugees' access to higher education. The second one is to promote education access on the global scale. And the another initiative I was engaged is called Building Welcoming Inclusive Schools and Communities for Newcomers in Canada. So this was a 3-year research program. I was involved, actually, another Dr. Gorbrannan, my husband, was also part of this research. We were working with 3 other universities, including University of Calgary, from the West, University of Manitoba, Winnipeg, UPEI, and the Memorial University in Newfoundland. So what we've been doing is that we completed the 3-year study trying to figure out what are the promising practices to build welcoming schools and welcoming and inclusive schools and communities for newcomer students and their families in Canada. So we do have published several articles on this topic, and you're more than welcome to search them, Google. They are mostly published through the open access. And another strategy I have been involved is to educate for global citizenship. So as a faculty and a scholar in international education, I think my position allowed me to really to educate not only students, but also teachers as global citizens and global leaders. And the global citizenship education is actually informed by several different theoretical perspectives and pedagogy in different educational fields, including the critical literacy, global education, citizenship education, education for sustainable development, social justice education, human rights education, international and comparative education. So my location is situated in teacher education context. So I have been working during the past decade, I've been working with at least over 1,000 pre-service and in-service teachers to deliver these courses. And as a way to, for them, empower teachers to help all students in Canadian schools, not only just international refugee immigrant students, but all learners to develop their knowledge, understanding, and critical thinking about global, regional, national, and local issues. And also to help them develop the social emotional dimensions, particularly to have a sense of belonging to a common humanity and the shared values and responsibilities and the empathy, solidarity, respect for differences and diversity. So this is really, really important for creating an inclusive and welcoming environment in schools and in the classroom, not only for refugee students. As Dr. Rara just mentioned, it's not only about refugee students, but refugee students are part of the very diverse student perspective or group. So unless as citizens or as individuals, we have the solidarity, empathy, or the kind of respect for differences, it's very hard to say we can create a welcoming, inclusive environment. But the behavioral dimension focusing on response effectively and responsibly at the local, national, global levels for a more peaceful and sustainable world. This is what I mean to empower all individuals to take sustainable actions to promote peace, promote sustainability, and also to promote the inclusion and equity for all. And these are the issues we typically talk about through the courses. And these topics what's important about this topic is that they allow all students, including immigrants, international, and refugee students in the classroom, to share their life experiences, to share their perspectives, to share their views. And many of the issues relevant to all, not only specific to a certain context or region or even culture. So as the role of a teacher or professor or instructor, my role is really focusing on creating that environment to make sure it's more open, it's safe, it's welcoming, inclusive. So this is a skill to be able to promote the global citizenship education, to ensure all students to be able to share their perspective, life experiences, and also expand their horizons on the global issues. So what I'm doing through this teaching and curriculum development, as well as learning process, is to address the social justice issues, including the racism and discrimination, and also to enhance the reciprocal cross-cultural learning for all learners, and also to directly address the complex identities of all learners in today, especially with the digital interconnection. Learners have very complex identities, and also to promote the culturally responsive curriculum and instruction. So the goals is to increase access to quality global learning and engagement, and also to integrate and respect different ways of knowing, and to address the social justice issues in the process of teaching and learning in the classrooms. I'm doing that in the higher education classroom, but by working with teachers in schools, and they can be empowered to do this, address these issues in the school K-12 context. So I'm going to end this presentation by 2 learning reflections. I'm going to ask you to read them. I'm not going to read it. This is by an international student who just finished the courses last year. This is from a school principal from Canada. Thank you so much. And you're more than welcome to ask any questions.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Lin Yuan. What a very insightful presentation. And we are so glad to hear that some initiatives are already, some conversations and initiatives happening. And I do agree with you that this would be more powerful if it was more of a North American kind of collective to address all these issues. A very powerful presentation. I really appreciated also the reflection pieces at the end. We will be taking Q&A at the end of all the presentation, but for now I would like to hand it over to Dr. Hakan Ergin, who's joining us from Istanbul University in Turkey, to present some insights about the situation for access to education refugees in Turkey. Dr. Hakan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for organizing this excellent event. Good evening from Istanbul. It is almost 7 p.m. here. And thank you, Dr. Brennan and Dr. Khalid Arar, whose work I follow really with interest, and I am always inspired. Well, I think you see my slides right now. In my presentation, as I spoke to Sarah while organizing this event, I am gonna contribute to this event with providing some overview of refugees in Turkish higher education, and also about some social tension against Syrian refugee students and scholars in the society here. And I am gonna conclude with if Syrian refugee students and scholars' presence is a burden or opportunity here to us. Turkey is important in these discussions because, as you know, Turkey is now host to the largest refugee population in the world, and also largest refugee student population in the world as well. Let me just give you a couple of brief piece of information. As you know, the war in Syria started 10 years ago, and unfortunately, it still continues. And the United Nations defines and describes the migration caused by the war in Syria as the biggest migration wave in the recent history. Well, these are very unfortunately usual images taken by journalists across the Syrian border between Turkey and Syria. Even on winter days, unfortunately, you can see lots of groups of Syrians who wants to take refuge in Turkey, because every day some parts of the country is bombed and groups of people are trying to escape from Syria. Well, of course, as we witnessed in history in some other forced displacement cases, neighboring countries are the ones who are mostly and negatively affected by the wars in their neighboring country. So as we see here, the numbers show us that the wave of huge forced migration impacted the neighboring countries. As we see, over 70% of Syrian refugees who left Syria, which is equal to over and almost maybe 4 million, took refuge in Turkey. And this number made Turkey host to the largest refugee population in the world. As we see, other neighboring countries also have been affected by these huge human movement caused by the conflict in Syria. So, as Dr. Halit Arar mentioned in his excellent presentation, governments responded to these crisis in Syria and the recent refugee crisis in quite different ways. And the Turkish case was open door policy. So the Turkish government and Turkey, of course, opened its door to Syrian refugees, and the policy was called open door policy. And the policy included 3 principles. One is that all Syrians will be welcomed. And the second one is no one of them will be forced to return to Syria or any other third countries. And the final one is each Syrian refugee will be provided with humanitarian assistance, including health, education, and food, and of course, some accommodation. So these are some usual photos taken at the border between Syria and Turkey that we see on Turkish newspapers and Turkish TV programs. And of course, very quickly, the Turkish government built these refugee camps in the south of Turkey, neighboring Syria. But unfortunately, these refugee camps are not enough to accommodate all the Syrians, because imagine suddenly 4 million Syrian refugees comes to a country. So it is impossible to host them in a refugee camp. So just a couple of hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees right now live in refugee camps, and over 3.5 million live out of these camps. They live at their homes out of these camps. So in these 10 cities, education, of course, is provided, especially preschool education. And this is a photo of a kindergarten in a 10th city, and a Syrian teacher was also hired to teach Syrian refugee kids. And this is a typical health check of Syrian kids at school, at a primary school in the south of Turkey. So, of course, this sacrifice is a controversial issue these days in Turkish society, because there is a little bit an increasing nationalism and also economic crisis. So under these circumstances, refugees are the ones who are targeted, and any humanitarian assistance towards them are also targeted. So the government was forced to explain how much money was spent for Syrian refugees. A couple of years ago, the government explained it as 40 billion United States dollars. And recently the number was 65 billion United States dollars. Experts estimate that around 10 billion, maybe around 15% of this number, this amount of money, it was sponsored by international organizations, but a vast majority, a huge amount, was sponsored by the Turkish government. So one of the principles of the open door policy for Syrian refugees in Turkey was providing them with access to universities in Turkey. Of course, it is not suddenly possible to provide all of them with higher education in Turkey. There were some reforms made for Syrian refugees. Well, in my articles, I categorized these reforms under two umbrella titles: academic reforms and financial reforms. Well, if we have a look at the near history, we see that right after the crisis started, groups of Syrians came to Turkey and they demanded for higher education. For 1 year, it was maybe a time of surprise and shock for the Turkish government. So they did not process any reforms. But in 2012, the government and the Council of Higher Education, which coordinates all the universities in Turkey, announced that Syrian refugee students can study as a special student, which means non-degree seeking students at universities. And also they can transfer from a university in Syria to Turkey if they can provide some credentials and prove that they were a student in Syria at 7 universities in the south of Turkey, which are close to Syria. Well, in the next year, in 2013, we see that the government announced another reform stating that Syrian refugees can be a full-time degree-seeking student at any universities in Turkey. There are over 200 universities in Turkey, but there was a quota restriction for Syrian refugees, which means their number cannot be over 10% of the local students' number. Of course, these were not enough because most of the Syrian refugee students did not speak Turkish or English. And so in 2015, some Arabic taught programs were also opened at some universities. And 2 years ago, in 2019, the quota restriction about the number of Syrian refugee students was removed. And academic reforms are not enough for refugee students because they are not traditional international students who previously prepared their sponsor funding, their maybe family support or accommodation or other bureaucratic issues. They suddenly moved to another country and they asked for education, higher education there. So financial support was also needed. In 2014, they were exempted from paying a tuition fee because international students are expected to pay a tuition fee here, and refugee students are also counted as international students. So with this regulation, they no more pay a tuition fee. And then in 2016, of course, just exemption from tuition fee is not enough because they don't have money and they don't have a sponsor, and rich families mostly. So they also need some direct scholarships, direct monetary help. So beginning from 2016, the government and some international organizations and also NGOs are providing refugee students with some direct monetary support as well. But of course, there is no reliable statistics about it, but as I see from a resource, recently just 1 in every 4 refugee students is provided with direct financial support. So most of them have to rely on their families, or most of them have to work part-time while studying. So if we have a look at to see if these reforms worked, we can see that just before the crisis in Syria began, the number of Syrian students, because they were not a refugee before 2011, their number was standing at 600 only in Turkish higher education system. But as we see in the last decade, their number reached almost 50,000, according to the official statistics of the Council of Turkish Higher Education. As I said before, they are considered and officially counted as international student. So this means that 1 in every 4 international students in Turkey is a Syrian refugee, considering that the total number of international students in Turkey is 200,000. So this is a photo taken from a university, and in this class, Syrian refugee students are taught Turkish. Also, another one, they are taking a Turkish proficiency test. So let me briefly talk about Syrian academics as well. Well, with the beginning of the crisis, also lots of Syrian academics took refuge in Turkey. They left Syria and they sought for a more, a better and safer place to live, as you know. Well, we see that in the first a couple of years of the crisis, the Turkish government and authorities were a little bit slow to respond to provide academics with a work permit and hire them at Turkish universities. But we see that 5 years ago in 2016, an online database for international academics was published. And all international academics, including refugee academics, were asked to submit their CVs, and the Council of Higher Education started to hire them at some suitable positions at Turkish universities. But right now we see that the number of Syrian refugee academics at Turkish universities is standing at 318. And half of them hold a PhD, and the other half do not hold a PhD, and they mostly teach Arabic at schools of languages at universities, and most of the others holding a PhD teach at the schools of divinity or theology. So we see that as a couple of resources refer and report that the number of academics who left Syria are quite higher. So which means that most of Syrian academics who left Syria are now living in a third country, not Turkey. Well, as I said in the very beginning, of course, there are no protests against Syrian refugees. But when you speak to people, local students, or when you check maybe some social media agendas, we see that there is a hidden social tension against the presence of Syrian refugees in Turkey, and also refugee students at Turkish higher education system. Well, this is mainly because in Turkey, getting into higher education for local people is quite competitive. Every year, almost 3 million Turkish teenagers take a university entrance test, which is given once every year, and just maybe 1 in every 4 can get into a university. And also educated unemployment is becoming higher and higher these days. Let me give you another statistics. These days, 1 in every 3 graduate is unemployed, which is a really dramatic view, I think. And also speaking of the academic positions, they are also very few for the local academics as well already. So this is why when you speak to people and when you check some trend topics on social media, we can see that there is a hidden societal tension against refugees in higher education as well. And also some nationalist political parties, as the elections are coming soon, they already started to promise that they will send Syrian refugees back to Syria. So this is why this is a hot topic in Turkey these days. As Dr. Arar also said that in Turkey, Syrian refugees, Syrian individuals maybe, are not officially provided with a refugee status. Officially, they are under temporary protection, guests under temporary protection. So in some nationalist newspapers and also other news channels, we see this question every day, almost every day. How long will these guests stay here? So this is really a hot topic, and which may affect maybe the future of Syrian students in higher education as well. Well, I always, of course, invite local society in my articles and in my international presentations and local ones as well to take this crisis into an opportunity. Well, we are the neighbor of Syria, and one day I hope this crisis will come to an end in Syria. And Syrian society and as a country, Syria will be rebuilt. So they will need intellectuals. And if we can use this as a soft power, and if we can help Syrian refugees access to higher education in Turkey, maybe in the future, this will be also helpful for Turkey to foster good diplomatic relations between the two countries. So I am just trying to convince the local society. And also, the thing is, when I speak for some qualitative research studies, when I speak to some Syrian refugee academics, I learned that they complain about being considered as a teacher of Arabic or instructor of Arabic at universities. They think that they should also be given opportunity to work in diverse academic departments as well. So we should also do this. I know we have very few maybe opportunities as a maybe country which is not one of the maybe most developed ones, but I think we should maybe allow some special capacities for refugee scholars in our higher education system as well. And also, as I said before, there is lots of misinformation on social media and sometimes among local students in higher education, as I witness. So I think there should be a quicker and more efficient official information system. For example, there are some misleading pieces of news spreading, which says that refugee students are paid more scholarship than local students. So this leads to lots of discussion and controversy among the local society. but actually they are not. So these types of pieces of information should be, I think, correctly provided by public departments in a correct way in order to minimize any societal tension, I think. So while coming to an end to, I think I am already done with my time, let me show you a photo from my university. In the 1930s, as you know, during the Nazi Germany, lots of Jewish scholars left Germany and they sought for a new destination. And Turkey was one of the countries which opened its doors to Jewish scholars. And the university I am teaching now, Istanbul University, was one of them in the 1930s. Half of the number of academics teaching at my university was Jewish German scholars, and they contributed a lot. Now there are even some professors who were taught by these Jewish scholars. So the university benefited a lot from their experiences, their scholarship, their international contribution. So we did it in the past. So I think we can do it again. We should give this opportunity to Syrian refugees and scholars again. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you for this excellent opportunity.
Thank you very much, Hakan. This is really interesting to see the comparative analysis from Turkish higher education and what has been done globally to give us some insights in the Canadian context. So thank you so much. We will have the opportunity to do a Q&A session right after the two presenters, Dr. Melody and Dr. Elizabeth, are done with their presentation. But for now, I'll turn it over to Dr. Melody to do her presentation. Over to you, Dr. Melody.
There we go. Can you see my screen, Sarah? Is it showing? Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you. And thanks to the presenters who went before, and also to the people who are here today. I just want to take a minute to acknowledge that I'm working at Western University, which is situated on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Lenape and Attawandaron peoples who have a long-standing relationship to Southwestern Ontario lands and in Ontario. So my presentation today, I'm going to go through a few things that sort of contextualize some things happening in Canada. So it's an interesting segue to come to this presentation after Hakan's presentation. Okay, so what's the role? A big question for me is what's the role of post-secondary institutions in leading for refugee education? And on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see I've put some bullet points of research that I've been working on. So one big one was a policy analysis of different university policy responses to the Syrian refugee crisis in Canada. Another one, I've supervised a student's research who looked at the experiences of Syrian refugee women students at Canadian institutions. I also did some work looking at the hashtag Welcome Refugees to understand how the sort of issue of refugee education and the federal government's, in the Canadian federal government's program, which was called Welcome Refugees, how it sort of was taken up on social media sites. So we did some Twitter analysis to look at, who was engaging on that issue, where do we see universities engaging in that capacity, and how political has that issue become in higher education. So the last study is a network analysis that I'm involved in right now, which is looking at how are the issues and actors that are involved in advocacy for refugee education in Canada, France, and England situated differently across these three contexts. So a big question then is how do we think about post-secondary institutions and their role in refugee ed? So a really big question that we've used in framing our research to understand that work is to say what kinds of injustices then do university programs address? And of course, to answer that, we have to think through what do we mean by injustice? So we've used this lens of the scales of justice that Nancy Fraser wrote about, quite some time ago now. But she talks about 3 different sorts of scales that have to happen in order for justice to be achieved when we see problems in society. So her first concept relates to redistribution, and this is about redistributing economic resources. So this is about wealth, income, opportunities, job opportunities. It addresses class hierarchies, which includes people's access to higher education. So if there's an economic injustice, we need to have redistribution. And this addresses issues of exploitation, economic marginalization, and then people being deprived of what's considered to be adequate material resources in order to live. The second scale she talks about is recognition, and this is what happens when we see cultural injustice. So this is about recognizing minority groups and their demands to be able to participate in society. It looks again at class hierarchies of status, race, gender, nationality. So when we have cultural injustice, there's a politics of recognition that's needed. And this is to address cultural domination, people being rendered invisible in society, and of course, things like disrespect. So including stereotypical representations of culture. The last lens, she says, is one that's increasingly important, but not very often addressed, and that's of representation. So that addresses political injustice. And this relates to questions of asking whose voices count, who's included, who's not participating as an equal in the political spaces. So we look at who counts as members of political society and whose rights are being denied to participate in the decisions that affect them. So when we have political injustice, we need a politics of representation. To address the denial of people's right to participate in decision-making, and where misframing happens, that some get deemed to be outside of a legitimate political community. So using that sort of lens, what we've looked at is said, well, what sort of responses are we seeing from universities in Canada around the Syrian refugee crisis at the time we were looking at that specific sort of context. And so we gathered together, we used Ontario as a sort of case study. We gathered all of the media, the policy documents, website data we could gather about what are university institutions doing. And so we tried to find themes across them to say, well, what do these responses look like? So then we could go back and answer the question about what kinds of injustices do they speak to? And so I'm going to give you an example of some kinds of programs we saw. So these are just three responses, but they show you some variability in the ways in which universities responded. So Lifeline Syria was a huge project in Toronto. It's been held up as a very, very successful model of how to have university engagement in refugee resettlement. It didn't only look at higher education, it was a much broader response that really looked at resettling Syrian refugees and their families, and also having students at higher ed participate in research opportunities related to this. So it was a really comprehensive program. They had fairly modest goals, but together they brought together over 90 teams, and they've raised more than $5 million to resettle hundreds of refugees across the country. But not every program was that big. So the university where I work, Western, had a few different streams of responses, but one that we saw in many institutions was refugee student awards. So 10 scholarships were allocated for refugee students. They were available to come as undergraduate or graduate. They worked with WUSC to be able to do that, to bring students here to Canada. And they also worked to provide opportunities for students to access student loans and things like this, where the scholarships themselves didn't cover the appropriate costs of living. So this was a really common one. We saw this a lot, leveraging of scholarships to support students. Third sort of different way of looking at this was support for people who were sponsoring families to come. And so the Faculty of Law at Ottawa University, the University of Ottawa, brought together a cohort of lawyers who would help with legal issues. So they provided free service to over 700 refugee sponsorship groups. So they were working with those groups that wanted to bring to sponsor people, and they provided a service for that. So when we looked at all these programs, again, we returned to this main question of what kinds of injustices do university programs address? And we found that, not surprisingly, most responses address economic injustice. It's much easier to sort of put money to an issue than it is to look at more long-term and comprehensive plans. Some responses address cultural injustice, places where we saw making sure that there was a place for these Syrian refugee students to feel like they fit into the culture of the university community. We saw, programs that had festivals or cultural recognition events. But the thing that was held the least common was the idea of political representation. And this is where we need to see more moves by universities to include refugee students in the decisions affecting them. Do we see them on in senates on campuses? Do we see that they have a representation beyond being an international student? In Canada, the refugee students are deemed as permanent residents, which is different than other countries do. So they sort of sit in this gap between international student, domestic student. And so there really is a need to make sure that their voices are heard in as we say, programs that affect them. I'm going to just skip over here because I want to make sure we hear from Elizabeth today. So we have to, one thing I want to say is we really have to have the courage to ask bigger questions. So what are we doing when we internationalize? This is a really important question to ask. In what ways do refugee programming for students fit into our models of internationalization? Is it just about mobility, or are we concerned with justice-oriented efforts at internationalization? And what would that look like if universities and their internationalization strategies took a justice-oriented approach? Arguably, we would see a different sort of engagement at the policy level, at least. So I'm just going to quickly speak to a second piece of research that we were working on. So I'm collaborating with a colleague in France, and we've said, well, we know that universities don't do this work on their own, right? No university is internationalizing on their own. They're always involved with different community levels. In fact, the whole idea of internationalization is about engagement with others. So we looked at the different advocacy organizations that are working around the issues of refugee access to higher ed. And we looked across 3 different countries. So we looked at what's happening in Canada, what's happening in France, and what's happening in England. For this research, we used a sort of analysis around policy networks. So we understand that there's no individual actor making decisions on policy. It's a diffused sort of responsibility. But that diffusal, as soon as we start working outside of our own institutional boundaries, this really serves to change what politics and policymaking are about. So that's kind of a key point I want to return to. So we did 2 steps of research. We first established lists of people we know, known actors working in each country. And then we used a digital tool to look at the hyperlinks between those actors. Who do they connect to on their websites? Who do they say are really important actors they work with? Who do they send you to go and look at from their pages? And that's to understand who were the actors present. And the second thing to do then was to look at the issues that they address. And so we're sort of working on that stage of the research right now in terms of understanding the different kinds of issues that take place in each of these geopolitical contexts, which we assume will be different. So in phase 1, the things we noticed were in the France context, the actors engaged on refugee access to higher education were very much government-driven institutions. So we saw social well-being was a broad sort of issue that they related to, social services, housing, immigration. All of these government agencies that worked with these issues were closely connected to higher education for refugees. Of course, those are really different boundaries and conditions in which refugee education happens than in Canada. In England, the NGOs, for those who work and study in England, it's no surprise to you that NGOs and civil society sector is very strong in England. And so we saw that present in our data. There was such a broad push from NGOs and civil society actors And they were the ones who drove a lot of connection to financial organizations that can support international students, including refugees in England. And then in Canada, we had such a diffused network, which, and when we've looked at other sorts of data around why that would be, we really understand that in Canada, so much of this is locally driven. When the Syrian refugee crisis happened, we had students in their institutions saying to their profs and as to their student organizations, we have to do something, we have to respond to this. And so it was, a lot of it was locally driven, which then pushed for policy change. Not exclusively, there were some national organizations as well that drove that. So I'm just going to show quick pictures here. So this was the France network. If you look, because we don't have a lot of time, the quick thing to look at is the shape of the node. So we're seeing lots of like .France, which means government agencies, Gouvernement France, which means French agencies from the government. And so you can see that a lot of the actors present here were connected to government. The English context has a lot of, as we said, a lot of civil society organizations and a lot of financial organizations that support student access to university systems. So that was a little bit different. We saw a lot of universities pushing out connections to financial institutions, not banks, but organizations that support student access. So this is the Canadian network. As you see, it's quite diffuse. And so it's hard to capture at that level of analysis. We did the sort of ground level and grassroots organizing, and that's what we're aiming to do now. So we're moving to the stage of interviewing different organizations that work in advocacy to better understand what's happening in the Canadian context. So I want to say again, returning to this question, we have to ask these bigger questions. What are we doing when we internationalize? What would it look like if university internationalization took a justice-oriented approach? And who do we need to work with to ensure our approach emerges from a concern of redistribution, recognition, and representation? That's my presentation today. I'm gonna stop sharing now, and I welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melody. It is fascinating to see, although we had 3 different presenters, and I look forward to Dr. Elizabeth. I love the connection of this social justice oriented approach, and even Dr. Arar in his keynote has also talked about this is a moral obligation for all of us to address the needs of this segment to access higher education and integrate. And I love that all of you have touched not only on the piece of access, but also integration and success and engagement of this segment. It's really interesting. Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. And last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Elizabeth Buckner to deliver her presentation for this session. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sarah. And hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. And I'd like to thank Sarah and the NSA team for inviting me. So my name is Elizabeth Buckner, and I don't have slides today. I'm just going to speak and give some reflections. So I'm an assistant professor of higher education at OISE at the University of Toronto. And I'm joining you today from downtown Toronto, which is situated on the traditional lands of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit River, and governed by the Dish with One Spoon Treaty. And as a settler and an immigrant to Canada, I am very grateful to have the opportunity to live, work, and learn on this land. And in my research, I study how globalization affects the policies and practices of colleges and universities here in Ontario, as well as around the world. And so over the past few years, I've been conducting research on internationalization specifically, and this idea of what counts as internationalization of higher education and how it's incorporated into the mandate and operations of higher education. And in the past, I've also explored a number of questions related to refugee rights to education, particularly among self-settled refugees in host countries, specifically Syrian refugees in Lebanon. But today, I really want to focus on my research on internationalization and pick up on some of these ideas that Melody actually just addressed around how can universities rethink internationalization in ways that include refugees, because right now I would say the dominant approach to internationalization does not view refugees among sort of their populations. And so as we've heard today, and as many of us know, refugees and other forcibly displaced populations are much less likely to attend higher education. Only 3% of refugees around the world are in post-secondary compared to the global average of 37%. And as we've heard today, we know what many of these barriers are. There are issues with documentation needed to enroll. There are language barriers if the language of instruction is different from the secondary curriculum. And then there's obviously costs and high costs of higher education. And so today we're really thinking through what universities can do as these powerful actors to address this global refugee crisis. And in this panel, really we're thinking about what universities' internationalization projects and initiatives have to do with this response. And so obviously, those of us who ground our understanding of refugee rights as human rights understand that individuals cannot do this alone. Our institutions have to change. And that's what I want to address today, the university as an institution and why it's so hard to get universities to change and what it takes for them to do so. So as someone who studies higher education, I really think about the role of the university in society. What is a university after all? And for the past 200 years, most universities have really viewed themselves as serving their local communities and their national communities. They're nation-serving institutions, particularly if they're publicly funded, right? And so their primary mandate for a long time has been to focus on preparing young people for the labor market or for sort of national political citizenship. And so this move to internationalization in some ways is quite a new mandate for universities. And increasingly, we find universities seeking to have a global presence, whether it's in ranking or just address global sort of understanding. And this is what we sort of call internationalization, at least here in the North American context. So in my research, one of the questions I've asked is what counts as internationalization? And I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this definition that was shared earlier. It's a very well-known definition of internationalization along the lines of internationalization is this intentional process of integrating international and intercultural dimensions into our all aspects of higher education, whether it's teaching or research. And this is the common definition that we use in North America, particularly, but globally as well. The most cited definition is Jane Knight's sort of 2004 definition, where we really think that, okay, colleges and universities are being asked to transform from local nation-serving institutions to focus on educating their young people for global awareness and global understanding. And those are currently the most common understandings, is we really focus on learning, right? We try and make sure our students understand global interconnectedness, right? And a lot of the work is actually in operations. And so it's a highly rationalized strategic activity. We have strategic plans, we have working groups, we have indicators, and that's really what internationalization has come to mean in North America. And so since about 2018, I have a research project with a really excellent team of graduate students where we've collected over 100 internationalization strategies from around the world, including 23 here in Canada from universities and 11 colleges. And we read them really closely. We coded them to understand what activities are priorities and what values and justifications are undergirding these activities. And so specifically with reference to Canada, what we found is that there's a very clear model. The same activities are mentioned over and over as internationalization. And these include recruiting international students and supporting outbound mobility, as well as promoting international research and curricular reform. And the main definition really is this idea that internationalization is focused on global understanding and awareness. But as I'm sure you guys can imagine, refugee students were never mentioned in these strategy documents. They're essentially not being included in internationalization plans. And that's because international students is often viewed quite narrowly. It's we talk about visa status. It's sort of defined based on visa status. So both refugees and newcomers and immigrants are not always included in our definitions of internationalization. And that is only starting to change, right? Only beginning to change now. And in a second study related to this, I've explored what internationalization actually looks like on campuses and what sort of infrastructures are in place to support internationalization. So with the collaborators throughout Canada, I've been conducting a study on how international students are racialized on and off campuses. And we've conducted environmental scans at 5 different universities to explore the organizational structures in place to support international students. And in that research, we really find that in Canada, internationalization is one project with its own centers and its own staff, and that all of the work related to equity, diversity, and inclusion is often being mapped onto really different bureaucracies and bureaucratic structures with different personnel, and that these are often very siloed from one another. And only now are we starting to sort of think through the links between internationalization and inclusion and equity. And so I think that when you understand the sort of extent to which universities are bureaucracies with their own sort of organizational silos, then you realize it's been quite hard for universities to take a sort of whole organizational change approach to addressing refugees' sort of needs and the broader global refugee crisis. And so what I want to talk now about is what can universities do to begin to orient themselves to addressing the global refugee crisis, and also what can we do to push our institutions to do that better. So on one hand, universities can directly enroll and educate more refugees, and they can provide better services once they are enrolled in order to recognize their sort of cultural and other educational needs. And so there are, as Melody mentioned, a number of important movements going on in higher education related to this, including increasing scholarship programs for refugees, and that these have been mentioned. And so on one hand, there is sort of direct education, but the scale of the problem is much broader than simply, I think, directly enrolling, especially when we think about the demand in countries such as Turkey. And so I think that we need if we want to sort of push our institutions to think more broadly, we can also think about universities as cultural institutions. They have really important roles to play in advocacy as well as research. And I know that some of the other presentations later today are going to talk about what we can do in sort of laying the groundwork for broader access, including supporting the digitalization of credentials, the sort of virtual delivery of educational programs, as well as sort of pushing our own governments to in terms of advocacy regarding resettlement and rights and legal status. And so I think we can think more broadly about universities' role. But in order to do that, we really need our universities, including administrators and faculty, to come to understand refugees as being included with their broader commitments to equity, diversity, inclusion, and internationalization, which I would say from my research is not currently the norm. And it's also not necessarily easy because these bureaucracies are hard to change. And so I'm just going to leave you with a few ideas on how we can do this. So one avenue for doing this is to sort of remind our universities around their commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals, because universities around the world are increasingly mapping their work onto the SDGs, which are the sort of global commitments to development. And this includes equitable access for all, including a specific target on university education and for reducing inequalities, university education. And so we can sort of remind our universities that meeting the SDGs means equalizing access for refugees, who are currently sort of the population that is most far from the SDG around university access. And then I also think there's work that any of us who work in internationalization, whether it's on sort of in student services or administrative or councils for internationalization on our campuses, we can help our institutions redefine internationalization. I think that's fundamental. And I love the idea of including the idea of justice in our definitions of internationalization, because that is currently not being done. But also another idea I'd like to add is that we need to reframe internationalization away from just being awareness and knowledge around sort of cultural and international. We also sort of issues, that's currently the definition. We need to reframe internationalization as being sort of focused on action, which it currently isn't. And so essentially saying that the university's role is not just to educate students about sort of global interconnectedness, but also acting on global problems. And so if we really can reframe and make the case for internationalization, not as global understanding, but as action, as a commitment to solving and contributing to global problems and issues, then we can really begin to make internationalization a site and for sort of commitments to global refugee education. But I think it really is going to need that redefinition of currently what counts as internationalization. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to your comments and questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I love the idea of a social justice oriented approach to internationalization and the need to redefine and rethink internationalization with an urgency to act more than just have policies that we are not acting on. Terrific presentations from all of you. We really appreciate all the different perspectives. I'll open the floor now for any questions. It is a dense topic with so many things. But are there any questions to any of the panelists or for all of them? I know Melody has another commitment, but if there are, we're sorry, you feel free to go, Melody. I know we are a little bit behind, but we have a little bit of time to take any questions. So if there are any questions, feel free to put them on the chat, or you can raise your hand if you have any comments as well. I don't see any questions in the chat. If there are no questions, I'm happy to kind of put forward a question that is of my own interest. I am wondering the level of responsiveness of universities to the global refugee crisis, whether through creating pathways to education for refugees or more responsive and inclusive internationalization strategies. In your opinion, how does this impact institutional reputation and ranking and eventually also student choices, because we know student would go and prefer to enroll in institutions that have a reputation of equity, diversity, and inclusion, etc. If we can connect these dots and talk about the return to university, why is welcoming refugees would be in the best interest of university? Whereas how can we look at this equation? What is the return to universities? And any of you can jump in and maybe give some insights into that.
I mean, I could jump in really quickly. I think that it's hard. We have to talk two languages. One is the strategic language. Universities are strategic organizations, and they do care about their strategic positioning. They do care about rankings because, you know, they're sort of resource constrained in many cases. And so we, on one hand, have to live in that world where, yeah, there are people who care, and there are rankings. Actually, the Times Higher Education has a new ranking on universities' commitments to sustainable development goals, and those goals currently include some indicators on like proportion of students who are first generation, which speaks to sort of what they think of as inclusion, but it doesn't have anything on refugee education. So I do think that if you want to go that route of rankings, then, you know, creating rankings rankings that include refugee focus might be one way. But the other thing we have to push back on our university is like it's also, especially, you know, sort of the university's role in many ways is also to be sort of a critic of society. And I think that we can, especially if those of us in our own universities can push back on the practices that are very instrumental and say, no, supporting global refugee education is important on its own for the values that we care about and want to support in society. And it doesn't have to be instrumental. It's the right thing to do. And so I think that I'm of two minds, because I think we need to sort of talk both languages.
True. Yeah, I like the two different perspectives into answering this question. Linya and Hakan, is there anything else that you want to add into how universities their response might impact them and their accreditation, ranking, global reputation, or even students and donors' choices?
Yeah, Linya, please go first.
Thank you, Haki. Yeah, I'll just quickly drop. Personally, I do not think most universities are link the refugee higher education with global ranking. If you are in terms of the global ranking, in terms of the academic publication, research collaboration, absolutely. So that's how it contributes to diversity of research discourses. But I'm thinking, you know, if a university or college is have a little bit of deeper understanding of the internationalization, it is also about global responsibility. So refugee education or global geopolitical issues is part of the global issues we're dealing with. So that's a responsibility. But you know, in reality, as an institution, university, especially in Canada, situated in the provincial system. So that's kind of the struggle there. But I'm thinking in the Canadian context, as far as I know, we're taking some actions toward this, but there are lots of education need to be done in order how to do it properly. And it's more about humanitarian education instead of global ranking system.
Well, let me briefly share my answer with you. An excellent question. Thank you so much, Sarah. Well, as we know, internationalization is a living phenomenon, which means that the rationale for internationalization might change depending on the spirit of time and other factors. Let me give some specific examples. Well, in the medieval times, the dominant rationale for internationalization was social cultural. Elite families sent their children to learn history, geography, and other social sciences in other countries in Europe, like Bologna or other universities, the first examples of medieval universities. Right after the Second World War, the dominant rationale for internationalization was political. In order to prevent any other conflicts between countries, internationalization of higher education was fostered. So soft power was important and mutual understanding was important in international higher education. The rise of Erasmus program in the European Union is an example. And right now, the dominant rationale for internationalization is economic, which means most countries and institutions would like to earn more and more money, especially from tuitions of international students. As refugees cannot pay this, speaking of undergraduate refugee students, well, in the short run, I don't think that most universities will be willing to accept more and more refugee students, unfortunately. But in terms of rankings, as I said, in the Turkish case, refugee students are also counted as international students. And this is an advantage for Turkish universities, for example, because in the rankings, one of the criteria is the number of international students, which means that if your university has more international students, you are awarded with more points in the rankings. So it might be an advantage. And the final one is, these days, there is emerging another ranking. it is not popular ranking universities by their service to public and community, which is also, you know, the third mission of universities. Refugees and service to refugees also counted as a part of third mission. Maybe if these ranking becomes more popular, then hiring and maybe enrolling more refugees to universities can be more popular as well in the future.
Interesting how rankings are different from the Canadian context and the Turkish context, but thank you so much for this. We do have some quick questions if the speakers don't mind to stick around for maybe another couple of minutes. We do have a question specific to Elizabeth from Naveen. Why do you think some universities step back and act poorly when it comes to refugee education? Elizabeth, if you want to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to, just to be realistic, like they don't necessarily see refugees as the students that they aim to serve. Like that's not who they view their mandate is, or they think they're getting pressure from their local or governments to, the pressures on university, they have pressures from all sides, and there might be protests around other issues, or they might be told that they need to increase their sort of employability numbers in order to maintain their funding. Like there's a lot of other pressures that they are balancing, and so they don't necessarily see themselves as like needing to take on or serve refugee populations. They just don't see that. And so I think that's partly like our role as advocates within our own institutions, is to make them see that.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thanks, Naveen, for your question. There are two questions coming in specific for Hakan, and they are in the chat. Hakan, if you want to address both of them in one answer, kind of, so we can wrap up. I know people wanted a short break for lunch, but the questions are related to any specific Istanbul University responses when it comes to resources allocated to students, including technology, student spaces, mental health support. And the other one is around the Turkish higher education ministry, if they are led any initiative to help Syrian refugee students. So I'll hand it over to you to answer these both two questions.
Sure. Let me answer them quickly, Sarah. Thank you. Well, speaking of the first one, frankly speaking, universities here are not rich. So their financial resources are already limited for academic and for other maybe facilities, to be honest. So during the pandemic, especially recently, of course, universities, including mine, organized some support mechanisms like guidance and psychological support services were provided for refugees. And also Alumni Association also provided the refugees with free internet because they studied remotely during the pandemic, but actually they were not provided any additional resources, to my knowledge. And speaking of the second one, yes, actually, beginning from the crisis in the recent 10 years, the Council of Higher Education, it is not a ministry, but another government body which coordinates higher education in Turkey. They encouraged and also organized and also collaborated with other government bodies to provide refugees with some scholarship programs, and also enhance their access to universities and others. They also arrange and organize some social events. But as I mentioned, unfortunately, if we have a look at the distribution of the number of refugees all around the world, there is an imbalance. 85% of refugees are in developing countries, which is a really big burden on the shoulders of these developing countries. And the opportunities and resources are already quite limited here. So as I said, the universities and the resources for local people here are already quite limited. This is why I think international awareness and international collaboration is needed to accommodate refugees' needs. The problem is, I think, with the international collaboration. So some developed countries should decide either they should allow more refugees to enter into their own countries and land, or they should support refugees wherever they are in the world. So they should decide. They do not do either of them. This is why refugees in developing world unfortunately suffer from lots of challenges.
Thank you very much, Hakan, and huge thank you to all the panelists and presenters for this special conversation and discussion. I do hope that the conversation of redefining and rethinking internationalization would continue beyond this summit. Thank you to everyone and participants for their questions. We will have a short lunch break. Please stick around, feel free to turn off your camera, but keep the meeting on. We will be back at 12 p.m. for the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for those who are sticking around and those who just joined us for this for the next panel. We will move into the next panel focused on access to education for refugees and undocumented students. Joining us on this panel is Dr. Rebecca Murray from the University of Sheffield in the UK, Alison Williams from Justice for Youth and Children, Elizabeth Pereira from S4 Collective, and Dr. Tanya Aberman from York University. Tanya, I'll hand it over to you to lead this discussion for us today.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, and thank you for organizing this panel and giving us this opportunity. We've decided to have a bit more of a conversation for this round to try and share ideas and experiences and hopefully generate a good conversation. So we look forward to questions from the audience as we go as well, but we have prepared a few questions to get us going. So we thought we would start with just some brief introductions so that you would have a sense of who we are and the work that we've been doing. To start, as Sarah said, my name is Tanya Aberman, and I am the coordinator for the program for students with precarious status at York University. So York is currently the only university in Canada offering this specific kind of access pathway for students with various forms of precarious immigration status. And I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like as well. So the program itself is a culmination of years of activism and awareness raising and community work around the issue of access to education. And it officially started in 2017 as a community partnership and has been admitting students with precarious status every semester since. So to do this, the program eliminates two of the main barriers affecting students with precarious status. one of which is the fees, so allowing students to study at domestic fee rates instead of international fees, and not requiring a study permit for those students who are not eligible to receive one. So for example, undocumented or non-status students who would not be able to get study permits. Other modifications have also been made throughout the university to try and ensure safety, accessibility, and a welcoming environment for students. And so the two different streams for this program involve a process for direct entry. So students who are academically prepared and eligible to go directly into degree studies at York can do so using the same application processes as any other student would. Many of these students completed high school in Ontario or completed high school or some university before coming to Canada. The other option for students who may not have all the academic requirements or who may not feel prepared to jump directly into a degree program is a bridging course. The course itself is a one-semester non-credit sociology course that is free to participating students, that helps prepare students for the expectations of undergraduate degrees at York, particularly in liberal arts, and get students used to navigating York, knowing what services and supports are accessible to them, and just used to being at York as a university. So we're learning as we go, and as we continue to work to make York a safe space for students with precarious immigration status, different challenges continue to come up specific to the situations of the students, and which we work to continuously mitigate and resolve. So despite the challenges, we have been quite successful at presenting an opportunity to students that doesn't exist in other places, and that we're hoping will, through these conversations, will inspire other institutions to provide access in similar or different ways. So I will pass it over to Rebecca to potentially give us a little information on the British context.
Hi, hello. Thank you so much, Tanya. And thank you so much for inviting me to be here today with bringing to this session my experience of addressing and approaching these issues of access to higher education from the UK perspective. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I'm looking forward to understanding more about the Canadian context and the parallels and the similarities and differences between Canada and the UK. I'm gonna, if you want me, do you want to speak for like 5 minutes on how I work in this area? Is that right, Tanya? Okay, I'm actually going to time myself because I'm going to try and compress quite a long period of time. So back in the early 2000s, I worked for Save the Children, and I worked on their protection theme. This context is really important to understanding why I work in this area. I worked on the protection theme, and the idea was that thematic program was focused very much on meeting the protection needs of young migrants, mainly young people who'd sought asylum in the UK. I specialised in young people who'd sought asylum and didn't have a parent or guardian with them to support them. We thought we were really good at Save the Children. We thought we were really effective advocates, lobbyists, good at identifying issues that these children encountered and challenging them, from legal status to accommodation, all kinds of problems. We had big youth groups we used to work with. However, what we didn't do at that point was actually say to these young people, what do you want? What do you need? Which makes me think it's ridiculous now. You know, it's nearly 20 years ago we were having these conversations, but we're kind of like, well, what do they want? What do young people actually need or want? We think we can act in their best interest, but we don't ask them. So we decided to remedy this and established a project called Brighter Futures. The idea of Brighter Futures was that young people would come together, and it did include young people who were with their parents as well. They would come together and we would work with those young people to develop their advocacy skills. And the idea is that they would test out these advocacy skills through leading, designing and implementing a campaign on an issue that they cared about. So I run the group in Manchester, which is in the north of England. And my group, the only thing they wanted to work on was access to higher education, which at the time brought me out in a cold sweat, because I was thinking, well, they're categorized in the main as international students because of their unresolved immigration status. They've got, you know, tuition fees had recently been introduced. At that point, they were quite low. They were much lower than they are now. About a third, I think, of the cost they are now. So it's going to be impossible. How on earth are we going to run this campaign? Anyhow, it's a long story short. We embarked on the campaign with the young people. They wanted to do it, so we embarked on the campaign. They were hugely successful. And the short story is that the work and the campaigning of those young people and their ongoing desires, ambitions, and aspirations in higher education, they've been the main driving force between most things that I have done ever since. They've had a huge influence on what I've done. I set up an organisation called Article 26 when it became unsustainable to continue the work in Save the Children. And the idea of that was to kind of put into action, to translate these kind of like, at that point, quite hypothetical opportunities from universities to support these students into something very tangible and to support students to go to university. This became the focus of my doctoral study and has basically, the short story is, because I've only got 5 minutes, is that this has basically shaped all of my work and practice to date. I'm currently a lecturer in sociology at the University of Sheffield. I teach on asylum, migration, social work practice with young people, I have a very interdisciplinary teaching approach, and I have continued. My doctoral study was a big piece of work looking at access to higher education, comparing practice in the UK with Sweden, and then subsequent study I've looked into much greater detail at practices in the UK, including doing some bigger kind of mapping exercises to understand what UK universities have actually achieved over the course of the past 10 years and what they still need to achieve. It's far from a perfect system. So that is a very brief introduction to the work I've been involved in. I've probably missed many things out, but just to say that I'm here to looking forward to contributing to this discussion. And also I'm very happy to answer any questions now or at another stage. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rebecca. And through our subsequent questions, hopefully we'll get to unpack a bit of that. Elizabeth, I'll invite you to go next.
Hi, folks. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you for having me in this virtual space. As Tanya just introduced me, my name is Elizabeth. And I've been with S4 since its inception in 2018. I've been part of the group since we basically made it official. I am currently the board secretary and the social media coordinator. So if you follow us on Instagram, you'll probably be talking to me. So I just wanted to do a little bit of a brief introduction about the work that S4 does. We are a youth-led initiative that advocates for accessible pathways to post-secondary education for students with precarious status or who have faced precarious status in the past. So this term encompasses anyone that has less than permanent status in Canada or citizenship, which kind of goes along people who have filed refugee claims and are awaiting a decision, or who have been refused a refugee claim, anyone who is caught in limbo between immigration changes and changes in immigration policy, as well as people who are undocumented within the Canadian immigration system. And we want to provide opportunities for establishing solidarity and capacity building through a variety of projects. We have weekly meetings where we allow folks to come, and we host workshops that the youth lead. When COVID started, we had the opportunity to get a little bit of funding. Tanya, I love your cat. Oh my goodness. We had the opportunity to get a little bit of funding, and the youth decided, or we had a theme that we wanted to create workshops in order how to navigate COVID and the different things that affected us. So a lot of youth did workshops on dating during COVID or healthy eating during COVID, as well as mindfulness and how to take care of yourself during the pandemic. I was lucky enough that I got to host a workshop with a colleague of mine on Indigenous medicines. So So we provide the opportunity for a lot of youth to basically decide what they want to work on and what they want to present. And also the weekly meetings provide a space for us to come together and talk about how our daily lives are doing and going, which is always nice to provide a sense of solidarity through that as well. We also do workshops on allowing youth to know their rights, which we call Know Your Rights workshops, talking about potential things with police, or know your rights when you're renting a place, how to deal with pesky landlords, because we all have those in Toronto. We also currently are working on a podcast. If you want to check that out, is on our website, where we talk about the various intersectionalities between migrant-led movements and Indigenous-led movements, and also unpacking the history of colonization and basically how settlers have come to Canada and instigated very, very racist immigration policies, and also very racist policies against the Indigenous people. So if you want to check that out, it's on the S4 website. I'll post the link. And yeah, we also host access to education workshops with other migrant-led groups, which is great, because through that we also build a sense of solidarity with other grassroots organizations, which is always great to see in Toronto. And with that, we create the space that acknowledges the various intersectionalities that a lot of people will face when navigating their immigration pathways and access to education. So not only are we acknowledging immigration status by itself, but also race, class, and how these come together and might bar people from accessing higher education. And yeah, we welcome anyone who is currently facing or who has faced previous barriers to accessing post-secondary. And we just build solidarity based on experiences, which is always really fun. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth. Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Williams. I'm a staff lawyer at the legal clinic, Justice for Children and Youth. I'm here standing in for my colleague, Sarah Pohl, who is the program director for the Childhood Arrival Support and Advocacy Program, or the CASA program is what it's called for short. So I'm actually one of Sarah's workhorses in this program. The program sort of encompasses a few different parts. It provides summary advice, referrals, and legal representation to young people who are without status or have precarious immigration status. The goal being to help them resolve some of those status issues so that they can access post-secondary education, as well as all sorts of other services. And Sarah also does a lot of systems navigation, right? Because there's unfortunately, there's usually a long period of time between when someone is taking steps to try and resolve immigration status issues and actually getting status. So there's often a role for us to play as well in some of these intersecting legal issues that young people without status run into. And so I'm one of the legal workhorses in the program that might assist young people trying to access, social services, benefits, assistance from child welfare organizations. So we kind of have a pretty broad mandate to provide different types of legal services, as well as focusing on trying to resolve the big legal issue, which is status. So in addition to sort of this individualized services that we provide young people that may find themselves in Canada without status, the program is also interested in some of these bigger law reform initiatives, public legal education, public education pieces as well. We've also been involved in some of this institutional advocacy, trying to encourage other institutions to follow York's lead with their pilot program to expand some of the awesome programs that are available. And Sarah, I'll put a link in the chat to where our program is highlighted on the Justice for Children and Youth website, because there's been a lot of really excellent media coverage about the program and exactly how it tries to sort of be of assistance to youth, and the mandate is to serve children who arrived in Canada, but up to the age of 25. So if you arrived in Canada as a child, but up to the age of 25, recognizing that you don't turn 18 and you shouldn't sort of no longer have the benefit of these types of supports.
Okay, thanks to everyone for the introductions. So we've been throwing around some language already, and so we do think it's important to understand the nuances in the language that is being used and the ways that access to education is being conceptualized. So from your perspective, could you explain the terminology you're using in terms of immigration status or migration experience, and how you're using that in regards to students? So I don't know if there's somebody who wants to go first, or maybe Allison from a legal perspective, if you want to go first.
Sure, actually that was just what I was going to say is, yes, language is so important. Language is an advocacy tool, right? So how we refer to people is and situations is sort of the act of framing, right? So language is so very important. But at the same time, a lot of the terminology that we use in the legal context, we're speaking the language of those that are sort of enforcing a certain system, right? So a lot of the language that I find myself using is, it's language that comes out of the immigration, the legal realm. So when I'm talking about people who have overstayed, right, that's terminology that immigration officers use when they're describing people. Although, I definitely, I was very interested and curious to hear what my co-panelists have to say, because, I want to also be learning and being respectful of how people who find themselves in these situations prefer to them, how they would prefer to be referred to themselves.
Would somebody like to go next?
I guess I can kind of comment on the type of language that S4 uses. We try to use an umbrella term, which is folks with precarious status, just because we don't want to leave out anybody from the various intersections that someone might face when navigating their process in the immigration system. And also because if we focus on somebody, or we say, okay, access to refugees or access to undocumented folks, there is a lot of gray areas in between. And we want to acknowledge that a lot of people can fall within these gray areas in the blink of an eye because of how racist the immigration system is in Canada. That's my own perspective, whatever. And also because we want to go against the discourse of worthiness, with the US and the Dreamers discourse coming into mainstream media and kind of catering to that idea of worthiness. Who is worthy of staying in Canada? And a lot of the times I feel like a lot of new terminology will add that to whatever label they're imposing upon newcomers and undocumented folks, is like, who deems worthiness? Who is worthy of staying in Canada? Is it because you're getting good grades? Is it because you are involved in community? And also taking the time to acknowledge that some of the folks who are within our program might not have the time to allot to community because they're taking care of their siblings, or they're taking care of their parents, or maybe they're the sole person who's working and maintaining rent and paying to have shelter and food. So it's kind of like, well, who is deemed worthy in a Canadian context? And also, as we explore that, is like, if you are deemed worthy, is because you cater towards the white settler notion of what an immigrant is. And the faster you can assimilate to mainstream Canadian society, well, the faster you can gain status, right? And we kind of want to go against that. Also, the fact that everybody should have access, regardless if you are deemed worthy or not in Canadian society, regardless if you have immigration status or not, regardless if you are working class, acknowledging that all these intersectionalities exist, and regardless if they exist, you should have access to education. You shouldn't have to be held up on a pedestal just because you're getting good grades, or you're doing really well in school, or you are involved in community. You need access to education regardless of. So yeah, just the term of sanctuary student, or people who are facing precarious status, we want to be as inclusive as we can, and acknowledge that there's a lot of gray areas. So yeah, that's basically it.
I might just build on Liz's explanation, if that's all right, Rebecca, and then come back to you, because there's a lot of similarities with the way we conceptualize status at York, within the York program for students with precarious status. And so we've sort of left it as broad as possible within that umbrella term, within that understanding of precarious status, in order to, as Liz was saying, in order to account for the complexities in the laws and in people's experiences that are not easily categorized or even defined sometimes. And so we operate with a fair amount of flexibility to remain as inclusive as possible and to give as many students the opportunity to access post-secondary education as possible. The other advantage for us of using such an umbrella term is it also provides some anonymity for students. And so I, as the program coordinator, am technically the only person in the university who needs to know what individual statuses students have. Otherwise, they just go under the umbrella term of precarious status, and nobody else needs to know which students have which status and how they're moving through the immigration system, which provides some protection and some support in terms of confidentiality. So, Rebecca, interested to hear from you as well.
Okay. First of all, just to say that I think the fact that you have that arrangement at York University is incredible. We face huge challenges in the UK with our border force and the way that our border regime, the British Home Office, essentially has very cleverly and in very sophisticated ways has extended its control into all areas of civil society and recruiting everyone across civil society in terms of managing migration, including universities. So the idea of being able to support students for whom no one needs to know their status other than, for example, in this case, you, Tanya, it would just be unheard of in the UK. No university would take that risk, because if they, for example, if they would already consider themselves to be taking considerable risks if students have I use the word unresolved applications for asylum, if they've been refused asylum. I would always argue there is an active claim, they are actively engaged in the immigration process. If they are undocumented, that could be an asylum or a non-asylum route. However, if they're undocumented and have not made any moves to apply for asylum or regularize their stay, a university wouldn't consider it, because the ramifications of a university being reporting to the Home Office in terms of its international student contingent, of which everyone with precarious immigration status would fall under, the punitive kind of the disciplinary action the Home Office would take in terms of fines, in terms of suspending their license to educate international students. I mean, even universities that have had this suspended for a very short period of time have reported losing millions of pounds. Huge financial, in terms of it's seen to be disastrous. And I talk about it a lot in my thesis and my work, that there's like a 10% kind of buffer in terms of mistakes that are made in terms of approving visas for international students. Most universities try and reduce that buffer to 5 to try and add an extra layer of protection from that surveillance from the Home Office. So there is that huge problem. I'll talk about that for a lot longer, but I won't. But that's why language understanding status takes on a different significance in the UK context. I come at this from two perspectives, as a practitioner and as an academic. And as an academic, I've always sought to develop terminology like you're all describing, which transcends those negative pejorative stereotypes that are attached to different immigration statuses, where you're more deserving if you're a refugee, less deserving if, and that can also extend to nationalities, deservingness of certain nationalities over others. So these hierarchies that have been created across people with immigration status or precarious immigration status, or who've received some form of immigration status. However, we need categories to understand the world, and in the UK higher education sector, it is essential that people fall within categories. But one thing that I've been able to do over the years, in the very beginning of the Article 26 project, we had a very tight eligibility criteria. It was very, very, very tightly defined, because no university would take a risk beyond a couple of precarious statuses. However, now we have a much broader and are still encouraging universities to adopt, to stretch, push at the boundaries of who they will accept and who will fall under that umbrella. So that's an ongoing piece of work. And finally, to say that in terms of my own work, I mean, I ask people how they'd like to be described, and as I kind of progress, I kind of really don't want people to be defined by their immigration status. They're young people, you know, but they're young people with experience a bit of marginalization as a result of immigration status. So it's trying to find the language that is appropriate and to try, and that's a constant journey, I would say, and something constantly to reflect on and refine.
Sort of building on a lot that came up in that conversation, could you speak to the ways in which students have been excluded because of their immigration status, and so how ideas of deservingness may impact those exclusions, and also how that's being contested? So I don't know if anybody would like to tackle that one first.
Sorry, I'll jump in. I feel like the main one that a lot of the students and members of S4 have mentioned is the lack of access to economic health. Going into the Europe program, there's barely any pathways for them to receive any financial support. A lot of our members don't have access to OSAP or scholarships because it's based on immigration status. So when you're going through that list of being like, okay, what can I apply with? It's like no options. And a lot of folks have to finance their own education themselves. They either have to work 2 jobs or like work during the whole summer and then save up money. And that provides a lot of instability for a lot of our members, because you're kind of worrying like, am I going to pay tuition or am I going to eat for the next 4 months? So that's a very, very big barrier. Another aspect of it is the grades. Not all of our members and not all of us are able to achieve superstar grades, as Tanya was saying. And this kind of prevents us from attending post-secondary education if you studied high school here, or if your transcripts are not up to par. Obviously, there is the bridging program that Tanya has offered, which is it's like, well, why are we being categorized of deservingness based on what a Western academic institution is saying? You know, a lot of our members need to know that they are worth more than their transcripts and that they are a whole person that faces various factors and that might affect their academic record. And we need to take that into consideration as well. And even before high school, a lot of BIPOC kids, and I'm talking Black, Indigenous, people of color, will be sent to the college, or what's it called? What's the other applied stream in the high school level, preventing them from attending a post-secondary institution. And they have to catch up and do all of those classes at a higher level after they graduate high school. And this is more like at a post-secondary level, but it's still an issue within our members. And just basically, how's it be? Oh, where did Rebecca go? Oh. Sorry. Yeah, just to kind of go against that and how is it being contested is basically fighting the idea of the American dream. And it's like, well, why are we being described, and why is our worthiness being put on? Are you being academically successful? Are you getting good grades? Are you making enough money? Which is already a neoliberal and very capitalistic way of looking at things, because it's like, pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you should be able to achieve anything. And that's not really acknowledging the systemic factors that are impacting a lot of our members, you know, immigration system, ability to find work, healthcare, education. There is a wide variety. It's a web of factors that affect all of our members. And we need to address that, because if we just think of them as like, oh yeah, they can do it themselves, if they have the tools to do it, we're not going to be able to, because we're not criticizing how the Canadian system has put all of these barriers to prevent people from accessing education. And I think that's a whole other panel, but it's there. The discussion should be there to address that.
I'm happy to jump in. You know, I echo a lot of Elizabeth's points around how, you know, problematic it is, how economics really drive our immigration system, and how, you know, the categories, you know, are basically, you have to, if you're not someone's family and you're not a refugee, then there needs to be some economic benefit that you are going to bring to Canada, or that you will, you know, come work, or you'll be a student, and even the postgraduate worker pathway, you know, there's this, you need to demonstrate some positive economic impact. Again, probably could be another panel, but, you know, echoing a lot of Elizabeth's points about, you know, how deservingness is tied up in, you know, classism, racism, etc. You know, I, you know, endorse that view 100%. But to highlight a bit of a different point that this question brought to my mind around deservingness is how there's this really stark transition point as to how, you know, we look at children under the age of 18 and youth, people who have become adults, right? So in Ontario, the Education Act specifically sets out that, you know, children whose parents do not have status or who are without status are entitled to attend school. However, you know, once you are a youth and looking to attend post-secondary, because you're not a child anymore, you're not sort of viewed as deserving in the same way as small children are, right? And I think it's just very inconsistent with, you know, how our understanding of youth and the transition from childhood to adulthood, the evolving capacities of children. So that was sort of something that twigged with me, this question of deservingness. Why are children, you know, under the age of 18 deserving of access to education with limited, or, you know, without barriers? Why are we interested in reducing barriers for children? But it's like you turn 18 or you're looking to access post-secondary, and it's just like the barriers are incredible, and it's at every turn. So, you know, that's a question that really interests me, this idea of why this such stark, you know, change when someone is done elementary school or is, you know, no longer a child legally.
Rebecca, do you want to jump in next?
Sorry, I think my Wi-Fi is getting tired after a long week. It just threw me out. So I think I caught up. I think there are so many parallels between, and I thought this since I was doing my doctoral research as well. There are, I think sometimes individual countries, legislation, or specific policies sometimes disguise the commonality or the shared characteristics in terms of how states choose to exclude different groups. And I think within higher education, there are many parallels. They might manifest themselves differently, but their objective, whether intentional, I think they are intentional. You know, their intention do meet the same objective. And I think the idea that, you know, that the idea of, like, you know, bordering practices around higher education, and like Alison was just saying before, the idea about the under and over 18. And I think that the idea that, you know, higher education becomes much harder once you hit 18. Say, for example, or try to access higher education in particular, it can be problematic, that 16 to 18 gap. Well, it's I won't go into the complexity of it, but it becomes, the further you go on in the educational system, the harder it becomes. But essentially, there's more to gain, because we know there's extensive research on the transformative impact and the potential on improvement of life chances around access to higher education in particular. And I think that the way that the borders or the challenges present themselves, some are explicit, like in the UK, there are economic constraints in place, and some are explicit. You've no access to student funding. You can't, you know, you're categorized as an international student, but then more implicit kind of barriers. Well, you've not got the right to work, or you might work informally, and there's like, it's multi-layered, the barriers. Immigration status clearly is a barrier, but then like Elizabeth, like you mentioned about prior knowledge and experience, how that is treated, how that's viewed through the UK lens or the Canadian lens. You know, what is acceptable, how are qualifications perceived and recognized, and how is potential recognized. I've worked with many young people who've never had any educational opportunity in their life, but they've come into the UK and within 5 years they've been ready to go to university, which is phenomenal. You know, without speaking English, that's the rate of progression that is possible when you give people the opportunity. So the idea of point systems, allowing people into the country who can demonstrate will definitely have an economic value. Well, it's a really small-minded, closed way of looking at it. So yeah, I think there are really strong similarities across both countries, which will be really interesting to explore in more detail at some point. Thank you.
I don't have a lot to add because I think everybody explained it so eloquently and so clearly. I guess the only thing I would add in terms of seeing advocacy that has happened over the last decade, if not longer, at the post-secondary level, sort of building off what both Alison and Elizabeth said in terms of you're deserving until you're 18, and then when you're over 18, you have to be extra deserving. And so there are cases where exceptions were made for quote unquote exceptional students who absolutely had to go to post-secondary education because their marks were so high or their community involvement was so impressive that universities here and there made exceptions. And so trying to resist that narrative as well, and trying to say that, yes, not all students with precarious status are going to be amazing students. As Elizabeth pointed out, some are going to be average students, and that's okay. And everybody still should have access to post-secondary education if that is what they want, regardless of their sort of exceptionality. So yeah, so again, sort of building off of that. So how do we then build trust and solidarity within the spaces? So how do we do that within the university, within our community spaces, within our advocacy spaces, with precarious status students, with the larger community? Any thoughts or reflections on that? Anybody like to go? Elizabeth, yeah.
I can talk about the work that S4 does. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning that we provide the space for youth to come together and talk about their experiences, but I feel like it's more than that. As Rebecca was saying, it's important to provide youth and people in general the agency to define themselves and say, I want to present myself this way to mainstream society, quote unquote. Because a lot of the times when we work or where outsiders have come and they try to portray undocumented or people with precarious status in a certain lens, it's always that deservingness narrative, like, oh my God, they're working so hard, et cetera, et cetera. But here the agency goes straight to the youth, and we want them to know that their voice is important, and whatever message they want to deliver to the public should be delivered regardless of how they portray themselves. So I think that agency is very well present in how S4 works along with our members, and just providing the space where folks can have a little bit of stability during their journey to post-secondary, or even if they're not in school, even if they're working or just want to check in once in a while, and know that we're there for them. Like, we are here for each other. We are a community, and it's community care that we're leading. By providing resources. For example, I'm thinking that a lot of our members who go into the York program will talk to the incoming students, and they're like, hey, if you need, like, if you don't know where to go to campus for studying, or if you want to know the best restaurants, like, text me, I'll let you know. I'll walk you to campus and show you where everything is. So that aspect of community care has always been present ever since I joined. Like, I've experienced it, and I'm thankful that there are so many members who show me love and that I matter to the community, and that love is spread throughout the group. And also in sense of solidarity, I mean, I know that I have mentioned that we work with other grassroots organizations, but one of the things that have impacted me the most is the solidarity that we show with incoming high school students who want to pursue post-secondary education. It might not be the York program specifically, it might be like something that's more community based, but just to show like kids who are in high school and who might think that they don't have any opportunity to pursue post-secondary education, they come in and they're like, oh my gosh, is this for real? Like, can I actually attend university? And we're like, yeah. And to see yourself reflected and know that you have gone through the exact same thing, and maybe it was not available then, but it's available now, and to just see how happy these kids were, it's like, so I don't know. I think that's gonna stay with me for a very long time. And just the fact that all of our activities and all of the programs and the future things that we want to work on are led by the youth. It's never an individual who is making the decisions. We always come back and we're like, hey, we're thinking of potentially working with this person. Do you want to like talk about it? Should we work with this person? Is there a consensus? And that's always very important because we want to make the youth and we want to make our members feel like their opinion matters. And we always take into consideration their time and their efforts, and just know that they're being listened to. So that's what S4 is all about, just providing agency, providing space, and providing community care and love. Yeah.
I can jump in again. So this actually probably would be a good time for me to again plug my organization, Justice for Children and Youth, and the Childhood Arrival Support and Advocacy Program, because as lawyers, we have to keep everything private and secret. So when people are very nervous about perhaps disclosing, a lack of status or precarious immigration status for the first time, it can be a great place to start, right? Because like our ethical duties as lawyers prevent us from ever disclosing what it is that you choose to share with us, subject to a few exceptions that are not applicable here. So, if people that are really scared and aren't comfortable yet going to like a Tanya or to S4 or whatever, but they want to talk to someone about what's going on with them, Justice for Children and Youth or the Childhood Arrival Support and Advocacy Program is a really great place to start to build that trust. The other thing that I will say that I think's been really effective, and I just think that that I really want to say that I think it's been amazing the last couple of years. Some very inspiring young people who've been very brave and who've gone on to tell their story. I think again, our program has gotten a lot of interest from the public because of hearing these stories from these individual young people who have shared what their experiences have been like. And so I think there's a critical mass, there's interest in the mainstream about how these issues are impacting young people. And I think that as there's a broader understanding in the public about what these issues actually look like, spaces become safer because they're filled with more allies. And so I think that it's a testament to some of the young people that are part of S4 and other organizations for being being a bit vulnerable and sharing themselves.
I can maybe follow up and to speak just from the York perspective. For those of you who know York, it's a commuter school, and building community and solidarity on campus is often a challenge. But what I would like to highlight in that respect is the bridging course. And so the course is an academic upgrading course. But in a lot of ways, it's so much more than that. And it has been such a tremendous experience for me, and I think for the students as well, from the feedback I've received. In terms of the content of the course also relating to people's lived experiences, and the content being critical migration studies allows us to unpack all of the policies and the pathways and the bordering that have excluded students for so long, and to be able to make connections between that and their own experiences collectively in a way that hasn't necessarily happened in other spaces, where students can say, this is my experience as a student with precarious status, and this is how this theme, this policy, this experience has affected me. And so the connections that are built through that course often do continue past the course, but really allows us to create sort of what I have referred to in other spaces as a counter space, a space where we're rejecting the idea that students are excluded, where we're rejecting the idea that the university has the right to exclude precarious status students and sort of showing students that they have the right to be there and their experiences aren't individualized. They are a systemic issue that we can begin to address collectively. I'll hand it over to you, Rebecca.
It is, yeah, so many, well, everything you're saying resonates so strongly with my feelings about how we build trust and solidarity. I mean, I think at the very fundamental, what Alison was saying about how we are careful with the information people share with us, or when we recognize that it's not our right to know. From a non-legal perspective, we don't need to know why people seek asylum. We don't need to know the reasons. It's, you know, there are people I've known for 15 years. I was saying this to a young woman who I've known since she was 14, and we're delivering some training, some teaching together. She's coming in as a coach, you know, as an expert practitioner. And we were talking, and I said, well, I don't know why you sought asylum. I've never asked you, and I never need to know, and never expect you to tell me. And it's the idea of accepting that people can have lives that are beyond your frame of reference and experiences beyond your frame of reference. Just accept that. We don't have to understand everything or who everyone is or how they feel or why they identify as they do. You know, it's not, I'm not saying we shouldn't try to be empathetic and try to understand, but it's not we don't need to, you know, it doesn't have to make sense to us. That's not our right. So I think how we treat people's information, how we are delicate and we're careful and protect them, because people are very vulnerable. The stage is precarious, and that can have there are many negative repercussions of that. I think just mention something quickly in relation to deservingness, which was a lot of people have the idea that scholarships that exist in the UK are based upon academic excellence. I hate the term academic excellence. You don't have to be academically excellent. There's no point. It's ridiculous. I don't see any need for it. You know, the point is, the idea of a scholarship in the UK is you've met the criteria that university set for access. You meet that criteria, you're offered a place, you can then go for a scholarship. And the way that the process has been designed that I implemented, that I'm not saying every university does this because it's their choice. It's not about academic excellence. It's about who's been waiting the longest, who's sometimes qualifications gains that will grant access to higher education can expire. Some access programs that they have, I don't know, they have a shelf life which can expire. So, for example, that's coming up, you would take priority. Do you know what I mean? How long have people been waiting? That was just a quick aside in terms of thinking about just looking at different ways of assessing access to scholarships. And then I think, you know, what Elizabeth said about safe space, and you, Tanya, about safe spaces, about creating safe spaces which might seem counterintuitive, in spaces that aren't very safe. And it's not just for people who have precarious immigration status. In the UK, we have a very bad reputation for the way we treat students who come from, you know, who experience socioeconomic disadvantage, if they, you know, depend on race and ethnicity, sexuality. You know, the university space is very it's not as diverse as it could be, and a lot of work needs to be done around that. And in my experience of interviewing and kind of doing research, many people, their immigration status dominates every other aspect of their identity when they're trying to access higher education, or when they're trying to get status or resolve or have some kind of resolution or some kind of, you know, peace of mind that that's no longer a problem. Then they start to kind of encounter or talk more about race, gender, sexuality, and these other systemic challenges. That's my experience anyhow. So there are, so I think safe spaces, and I think connecting people that have access to opportunities, or to S4 Collective or created through Article 26, keeping those connections. And also, as you said, when more new generations come through, that they're receiving advice from people who've actually been through that experience themselves, I think is really important. So yeah, it was really just to kind of expound on what you all said, which was all brilliant.
Thank you all. So as a last question and last reflection before we open it up to audience questions potentially. So from your perspective, what else needs to happen institutionally to ensure equitable access for students facing precarious status? Rebecca, maybe I'll shoot it to you to start this time.
Can I have anything? Well, if I were to, I mean, in all honesty, I think if equitable access. I think we should get rid of tuition fees in the UK. I think if we could get rid of tuition fees, we would remove a huge barrier for everybody. Do you know what I mean? It's not, obviously we're talking explicitly here about people with precarious immigration status, but I think there could be a push to make bigger changes in higher education. Appreciate that's unlikely to happen in the UK, but whilst that is, I think it is constantly having in mind the idea that you're moving towards this goal of equity. And I think that's the challenge, because you can think, oh, well, you know, it's okay, they can have people can have a partial experience of higher education. They can get some fee remittance, or they can access this program, but not that program. It's having in sight, is constantly moving towards a system or an experience of higher education that's commensurate with the wider student population. That I say that, I know it sounds very kind of airy-fairy, but that's what has kept me going, or that's what I've had in sight. When there's been very little funding to provide additional support, people have chosen to go to university in spite of it not being commensurate with, you know, student loans or student finance. They've made that decision, but it doesn't mean that that's an acceptable situation. It's kind of continually striving and pushing for equity to really happen, and that can look very different. Well, not quite similar, but also different in different contexts in terms of the practicalities. But that's something that that's a personal kind of goal of mine, something I have in my mind.
Sorry. I was gonna say I can talk about S4 all day. I don't. If I could, I would. But no. In terms of what we could do to make campus or the institution more equitable in a way, I'm going to echo what Rebecca said: more access to economic supports. I feel like if folks who are facing precarious status had the opportunity to feel safe, and the fact that they're going to pay the next amount of tuition that's going to come their way, they would have a lot more stability. Access to scholarships, access to grants, et cetera, is also a priority that should be within the institution goals and terms and whatever not. But I also think that more colleges and universities in Ontario or Canada should take the initiative that York did, and to like grant the opportunity for folks with precarious status to access a post-secondary education. You know, it's like, if York can do it, well, why can't other universities do it? If they have shown that the program is working and that you are granting access to a high context culture that otherwise might not have the opportunity, well, why can't you? Like, it's already being done. It's not like we're building a new wheel. So that's another thing. In terms of things that can happen within campus specifically, I think that there is no reason for immigration or CBSA to be present in campus. Whatever immigration status the person has should only be known by the program coordinator, which is the storykeeper of the students. And a lot of folks in S4 have stated that this makes them feel like they're just another student. Like, you know, you can be screaming at your professor about a mark, or you could get coffee at 8 in the morning running to lecture, and you feel like the other student because your immigration status is not secret, but it's being kept, and is being kept safe. No one needs to know what stage of the immigration system you are in. And then just another quick thing, just basically letting staff know that a lot of people might not have access to certain documents when they're going to go get transcripts, or when they're interacting with staff members. I know at York, you are required to have a government issued ID if you want to get your U card. And a lot of the times our members will not have access to any government issued ID. And then we have to go through the process of like, okay, well, here's the student. We can't like provide the documentation that you're asking for. Is there a way around that? And if the student were to go by themselves to the office, they probably will face some barriers to accessing that, and just telling staff like, hey, there are other ways to provide these documentations to students, make it more available and more accessible to them. But that's just some of my main ideas that I can't think of right now.
Yeah, I guess just to build, you know, maybe to tie some of the points made together, right? Rebecca was speaking about how universities are institutions that can be a little bit, you know, the term ivory tower comes to mind, right? A little bit removed. You know, pretty entrenched in how they do things. And, I think that, looking at how we can encourage institutions to be more flexible, more nimble. And, I think building on Elizabeth's point, having York having taken such a bold step in sort of experimenting with their pilot program, it gives us something to point to, when we're talking to other institutions. If York can do it, you can do it. CASA, they have retained and received a legal opinion from a law firm that we've now been sharing with other institutions to sort of say, like, York is doing it. There is probably a way to do it if you want to do it. And so, there are, what York is doing has given us an advocacy tool. And so I think that, encouraging people within institutions to be asking, how can we do something? Is there a way around or over or through, how we've always done things to make things easier for people in this situation? And also, again, I want to sort of say CAS has been really lucky that we've had a lot of people approach our organization, and in no small part due to, people telling their stories, that are asking, what's my standpoint? What can I as an individual do within these large institutions that can sort of seem really rigid and unchanging? And again, I think it is about sort of finding your allies and working together to try and, build a critical mass within these institutions.
I just wanted to add, just from I feel like I gave a very blue sky kind of thinking response, but just to say on a more practical level, in terms of the Article 26 project, which I established, I subsequently recorded activity amongst 72 universities across the UK to provide scholarships and support to broadly speaking, forced migrant students. So Article 26 was incorporated into the University Sanctuary, which is part of a bigger program in the UK called the City of Sanctuary, about creating welcome and hospitality. I don't like the word hospitality. Welcome to refugees and asylum seekers, and the idea that sanctuaries will become places of welcome. Now, I come at this. I sit on the board of the University Sanctuary, and I come at this from a very kind of, we need to have tangible opportunities. There have to be tangible academic opportunities as part of the sanctuary movement. You can have it's not welcoming if people aren't getting access to the same advantages and that everyone else is. That doesn't make any sense to me. But through the sanctuary initiative, my own university, the University of Sheffield, I'm speaking here very much from my own perspective, I'm not representing any organisation. I'm just representing myself with my views here. I should have made that clearer earlier, perhaps. But I am working at the University of Sheffield, wants to get the University of Sanctuary status. They self-declared, but then there's a bit of a process. I can say we're not in the UK context now. They self-declared, which is interesting. But now they're going through the process of getting access to this. They want to apply for this status. It is a process that you go through, an appraisal process, and then you have for my university, they were sending out a form saying, everyone add something onto this form, we'll send it off and we'll get this status. And I was like, no, it doesn't work like that. It's a commitment. It's a long-term commitment. You need to establish what happens in the university already, and then establish objectives that you will work towards to continually improve and assess how effective you evaluate your success in meeting objectives that make this campus welcoming. And for me, that's been about having this kind of university-wide group that we're in the process of establishing. It's about linking that to other things. So it's part of a network. There's the Rate Equality Mark in the UK about universities gaining the Rate Equality Mark. Athena Swan is about gender equality across higher education, but opening that up more broadly to include sexuality and other kind of gender identities, not just a simple male-female binary. So for me, it's about, I sit on our Equality, Diversity, Inclusion Committee and trying to link that to this, to link equality, diversity and inclusion to Sanctuary and to Welcome. So trying to find ways strategically of embedding this work within the institutional framework, because unfortunately it's not the humanitarian or the kind of the whatever argument, it's about whether there is an institutional duty and responsibility to do something. So that's my more pragmatic response.
I really appreciate that you added that, because I think my thoughts are going to build on that as well. And I would just start by saying, I think, Allison, I think your point about universities needing to be nimble and flexible is almost as pie in the sky thinking as Rebecca's idea of scrapping tuition fees altogether. Universities are not known for being nimble and flexible. But that said, I think that from an institutional perspective, obviously from my perspective, all other universities need to start doing this in Canada. I think we've shown we can, we've shown it's possible, and we've started to create something that people can emulate. When we started, we had nothing to emulate. And so I've always appreciated sort of learning from Rebecca and the experiences in the UK and some colleagues in the United States and how they sort of approached it, but we sort of had to figure it out sort of in the Canadian context. And I think we're still figuring it out. And there's still sort of within the institution a constellation of needs for precarious status students that are very unique to them and that are always changing. Every new policy the university implements that may seem on its surface very benign or even beneficial to most students can be very restricting and create new barriers for students with precarious status. And just as a quick example, when the COVID pandemic started and the university said, we're going to give money to students who've been particularly affected by COVID, it'll be bursaries, it'll be easy, it'll be great. Make sure that precarious status students apply because we want to make sure that they get money too. But you had to prove that you lost your job. And when you're working a cash job and you have no record that you were ever working, let alone that you lost your job, how do you provide proof to the university that you then need that money? So for every step, there's a reaction that we have to react to and adapt and process. And it is possible. I mean, it's a long-term goal and it's something that we keep working on. But institutionally, I think, as you were saying, Rebecca, it is a process, and institutions need to be ready to commit to that process and to that learning, and we'll get better at it and we resolve problems quicker now, but we still have to keep going. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has any other thoughts, and if not, maybe we can take questions from the chat, or if people want to turn on their microphones. If people...
I think there was an earlier question in the chat. Someone was asking if you can elaborate more on the York program and the other program that Rebecca has mentioned. I'm trying to locate that question or comment.
Yeah, Rebecca, maybe I'll let you elaborate a little bit more on the different programs that exist in the UK for people who don't necessarily have
the advocacy programs in Manchester. I think, Rebecca, you have mentioned something in your introduction around this.
Yeah, so the advocacy program led to Article 26, which back at that time were the only organisation trying to advocate and lobby. It feels very similar to what you've been trying to do with, we've been succeeding doing at York University, Tanya, and you, Elizabeth, in terms of the X4 Collective, you know, in terms of making those early strides and those early kind of pathways into universities. So in the UK, for the first, I would say, I'd say between 2008, I supported the first student to go to university, and I would say up until 2014, Article 26 kind of had an oversight of all the scholarships, and different universities offering scholarships offered this kind of administration process and support process to universities. That continued, but there was a move to embed or try and encourage universities to mainstream provision within their institution. That coincided with the migrant crisis, 2015-16, and there was an explosion. There was a huge response from universities wanting to do something, wanting to respond in some way, a lot of which was very positive, some of which was perhaps a bit more about their public profile than actually providing scholarships. There's mixed reactions, but there was but also led to huge diversity in terms of provision. And it means that we have a really broad range of scholarships in the UK. The absolute primary, absolute baseline is a full tuition fee waiver. because tuition fees are really expensive in this country. But building on that can be any amount of student finance leading up to the equivalent that a UK kind of a home student would receive. But there are real challenges in terms of the different levels of support that are provided. Does it jeopardize other support that they receive if they're still seeking asylum? There is so much complexity, and the UK asylum process is so complex and so punitive that trying to navigate that alongside scholarships, the way the two intersect, is really complicated. But safe to say, but provision hasn't just expanded in terms of the amount of support on offer. It's expanded in terms of the geographical range within which universities offer support, and also the type of degree program. It used to be just undergraduate. Now it's foundation, English language, postgraduate taught, postgraduate research, PhD. So it's been a roller coaster, which I've tried to kind of document in some of the work that I've done. But there's still so many challenges and barriers. They don't ever end. Do you know what I mean? And given the context in the UK, which becomes increasingly xenophobic, literally on a day-by-day basis with what's happening in this country. So we're constantly fighting against that, powerful media and parliamentary discourses of, wanting to exclude and prevent people from settling in this country, or making life as horrible as possible for them while they're living here, in my opinion.
I think I did sort of elaborate quite a bit through the questions on the York program. So hopefully if anybody has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them. What I might just add is like really logistical information in terms of students can study at York, but right now it's only at the undergraduate level. So that's a limitation. And within that, there are certain fields that are either off limits or very difficult. And so to be transparent about that, nursing is the main obstacle for us. And not because of York University itself, but because the nursing degree and profession are so controlled by the nursing body that they have put rules on universities that you must be a permanent resident to study nursing. So nursing is an ongoing challenge because a lot of students are actually interested in nursing and would like to go into that field. So that's one that comes up a lot. The other challenges that we sometimes face are requirements for specific programs. So if programs have a work placement component where you need a work authorization, or they have a internship component where you need to do a vulnerable sector check and show that you do not have a police record, which is impossible for some students to do. So there are certain programs that pose challenges, but that said, there are currently students in almost every faculty at York. And we learn as we go along. As I was saying, we've just had our first graduates this year, so we will see sort of as time goes by also what that means long term to have created this access pathway. So as we continue to learn, I'm happy to continue to share. So I do see we now have a question in the chat. The York Sanctuary Scholar Program is a very small digital footprint. With that in mind, how does York outreach to prospective students, and how can people find more information about the program? So thank you for that question. And I actually would be really happy to hear feedback on the answer I'm about to give, and if people have alternative ideas. So the program at York also sort of reached a moment of interest also because of the global refugee crisis, as it was called in 2015, 2016. But as we were getting ready to launch it, as we were getting prepared to sort of make our big announcement that we were ready to go, Donald Trump got elected. And in the North American context, that changed a lot of discourse, and it criminalized migrants in new ways, even in Canada. And so we were then very hesitant to say, look at us, we're doing this. We wanted to ensure student safety above all else. And so in order to do that, we have kept quiet. We have shared information about the program through trusted networks, through settlement organizations, through migrant serving networks, through school boards. We're increasingly trying to talk to the school boards to sort of have them aware that students graduating high school now have this option. And by word of mouth, as Allison said, there have been a couple of news stories that have highlighted student experiences, and that also got the word out in a different way. But we have been very cautious in terms of how we have promoted the program. And so with that in mind, and with student safety in mind, if people have other suggestions of ways for us to move forward with promotion and awareness raising, I am open to hearing that as well. Any other questions or comments or ideas? Potentially from the panelists as well, if you have reflections on how you promote programming in safe ways for the students that you potentially speak to.
I guess maybe Tanya, a small question just to follow up on, and maybe Elizabeth and Tanya, you can jump in and answer for this question. Can you tell us a little bit more about the advocacy you do through reaching out to other universities and trying to sell to them the idea of pathways to education and access programs, why they are not following the steps of York universities? How has this been going? What is the response from your universities? I know ASFOR does a lot of advocacy, but maybe York also does a little bit of behind the scene work to mobilize other universities to join this collective idea of creating pathways to education. So maybe a little bit about that and whether you had any success. Right now, we only know that York is the only program in Canada. Will we be hearing soon that other universities or colleges will be joining? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, so I can start. It's actually been quite interesting to observe. Each university kind of has its own institutional culture. And so their approach to even this question has looked really different, university to university and college to college, and having spoken to different individuals within those institutions. And so, for example, I don't think any of this is confidential. So the University of Toronto for the last number of years has a working group of academics and staff and students who have been trying to push the upper levels of administration to start a program at the University of Toronto. And so a lot of awareness raising, creating materials to try and influence the administration on that. And for those who, I don't fully understand University of Toronto either, so if I'm making mistakes, I apologize, but the University of Toronto is a college system, so it's very decentralized. And so the advocacy sort of has to hit at a lot of different levels, whereas at York, everything is centralized. And so finding the right people in some ways is a little bit easier because everything comes together. We've also had conversations with schools, different, usually faculty, but with different individuals within schools across the country. The sticking point is the fees in Canada. I don't know if that's true everywhere, but basically there's no point in starting a program without reasonable fees. And so advocating for domestic fees, at the very least, that precarious status students should be paying what Canadian students are paying, because international fees make it completely unreasonable. I would say, and I hope that saying this instigates a little bit more advocacy. So but it was said publicly. So Ryerson did say publicly in the Toronto Star that they were going to start a program. We haven't seen that program yet. So hopefully by reminding the higher ups at Ryerson that they had committed to that will allow us to see that in the near future. I do see there's another question in the chat. And so how do we overcome barriers caused by national policies such as medical exams for students to get their visas that hinders the internationalization of students? So, yeah. Rebecca, maybe do you want to take that one?
Just to be clear on the question. So barriers caused by national policies such as medical exams. So is this going through like physical health checks to be able to get a visa? I don't fully understand the question, Tanya. I just want to be.
No, I can elaborate on that.
Thank you.
Yes, for example, if you are an international student, you have to go for the visa process. You have to go through various medicals, etc., to be able to get your visa. So you get these push and pull factors from the universities, but then you also get them nationally. And I'm just wondering, how do you overcome that barrier? Because there's a clear communication barrier between the universities and, for example, immigration. And so, for example, my daughter was born with a disability. And when we had to apply for our visas, she had to undergo a medical as well. And there's a certain regulation if you are, I know within the United Kingdom and in Canada, if your medical expenses are over a certain amount per year, you will be refused your visa. So we then actually had to motivate her disability and that it does not exceed the government funds within the public health system. And I'm just thinking that if the doctor or even the immigration officer happened to see her disability, it's a very, very rare disability, but if they happened to see it as something that will be very costly, then I would have been refused my visa, or I had to do the whole journey on my own without my family. So that's just something that was a barrier for us. And I've just been wondering about that question. No one could answer me about that, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sorry you've had such a challenging time. That's just to acknowledge, it's incredibly difficult. I would have to say that it's outside my area of expertise on a practical front, because the majority of people that I work with or have communication with are already in the UK. They're not getting visas to come into the UK to study on complementary pathways. That's a whole other subject in the UK and how that does or doesn't work. It works kind of on informal levels, but not formally. So I can't answer from a practical perspective, and I don't want to take up time if someone else has a more practical response to that. But it's symptomatic, what you're saying, of these extra levels of checks and pressures that are put on people unnecessarily, and sometimes it's finding ways to overcome them and to, I think you're just demonstrating the extent of the barriers and the challenges, and I think they need to be removed in so many ways. There's so many different ways in which they need to be removed. So I will pass over to someone who can offer you something more specific to that situation.
Yeah, I don't know if I can offer something more specific, but what I can just sort of say is that it's sort of another area, like medical inadmissibility is another area where there's a lot of advocacy and a lot of groups that are very interested in it. One of the other community legal clinics that's located in this, that we share office space with, is CALCO, the HIV/AIDS legal clinic. So, medical inadmissibility is a whole other, like we could have a panel on it as well, but it's definitely interesting to think of it in the context of also being a barrier to accessing education. So, I think that to your question, how do we overcome barriers? A lot of the answers are sort of similar in that, what does law reform require? How do you mobilize groups of people? And I think, I'm not sure that S4 in particular or would be engaged with that issue, but I'm certain that there are, that there would be other groups for sure that are engaged in this issue, and maybe it's an opportunity to collaborate at some point as a barrier to education.
Thank you so much. I'm researching about inclusive policies within Sub-Saharan Africa, and I've just noticed that there is for students with disabilities, there are some gaps, and yes, I will be happy to collaborate. And yeah, thank you so much for answering my questions.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for your questions, and I especially want to thank our panelists. So thank you, Allison, Elizabeth, and Rebecca for this really energizing and rich discussion. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for wonderfully moderating and leading the discussion. Great insights from everyone. Thank you so much. Rebecca, thank you for sharing the best practice and some insights from the UK, and of course, Elizabeth and Alison as well. Thank you. We will take a quick 5-minute short break. Please stay online before we jump into the next panel. Feel free to turn off your camera, but just a 5-minute health break before we jump into the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tanya. It was really nice to meet you, Elizabeth.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yes. And Shiraz, I will hopefully catch up with you again soon. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Thanks, Rebecca. Take care.
All right. Take care. Bye, Sarah. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Hi, Rania.
Hey, John. Always good to see you.
Likewise, how have you been?
You've been keeping busy, I can see.
Yeah, I landed a pretty good postdoc, so they keep us engaged for sure.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Busy, but yeah, doing good. It's I guess it's that time of the year where everyone is really busy before everyone just completely goes silent by mid-December.
Yes, of course.
Hi, Rania.
Hi, Rasha.
Hi,
Good to see
John.
you.
Hi,
Good to see you
Rasha.
too. Sorry to barge in like that. I just want to say thank you so much, Rania, for inviting me to this, for organizing. Amazing, really. I'm learning so much.
I'm glad. I think you should meet the team at NSA. I think there's a lot you can do together.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And actually also interested in reaching out to the panelists because there's so much that I can learn from them.
Yeah.
And I'm already thinking about, they spoke about youth advocacy and giving youth agency to frame their issues in their own, ways, and also about the course that York University is doing. That could also be very relevant to our clients at ACCT. So if it's possible to reach out to them, how do I do that? Do I get in touch with you?
I think connect with the NSA team, with Sarah and team.
Okay.
And they would be able to very much help you with that. You also now have a board member that's in New York.
Oh, okay. Which one?
Dalia.
Dalia. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I still haven't met them. We met, I mean, briefly at the AGM, but
yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, there you go. Sarah just texted, says
Thanks.
she's happy to make the introductions. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll reach out to you by email then. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Terrific. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you all had a great short break. In the next panel, we will be exploring different higher education approaches to refugee resettlement, integration, and education. And I will be turning over, I will turn it over to Rania Yunus, founder and director of Welcome Home Toronto, who will be leading and moderating this panel. Over to you, Rania.
Thank you, Sara, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I hope you've been engaging and enjoying the summit so far. As Sara said, this panel segment will focus on how higher education institutes can play a critical and active role in refugee and precarious status student resettlement, integration, and access to education. The speakers we have today have already very much inspired me in particular, and made a huge impact in this area today. And they're joining us today to bring their collective knowledge around the global and local best practices in this space. We have with us Dr. John Carlo. He is a postdoctoral research fellow under the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Migration and Integration Program at X University, formerly known as Ryerson. I'm not sure how the transition in name is happening. Serena Baiwala, I hope I said that correctly, is the program officer for the World University Services of Canada, known as WUSC. Flagship refugee program. Dr. Genevieve Ricci is a lecturer at U of T in the Critical Studies in Equity and Solidarity program. And Dr. Wendy Sukier is a professor of entrepreneurship and strategy and founder of X University's Diversity Institute. And last but not least, we have with us Lina Zeybak, co-founder and director of Jusur International. Folks, thank you so much for making the time to be with us today. And I would like us to start by just go around and hear from each of you on the work that you do in this space and how you have been involved in facilitating the role that higher education institutes can play in this space. I'm wondering if Wendy, maybe we can start with you. Good to see you.
See you too. So my name's Wendy Sukier and I'm a professor at Ryerson, and the Diversity Institute has been around for about 20 years. We have 100 full-time staff who are working on different aspects of diversity and inclusion with a particular focus on the workplace. My interest in refugees, I guess, began many years ago. I'm the child of the refugees, so I have a particular orientation towards the experiences of refugees and in particular in terms of securing employment and the impact that has on mental and physical health and so on. In 1979, I was involved with Operation Lifeline, which resettled, I think, 70,000 Indo-Chinese refugees, and I led a sponsorship group while I was a graduate student that resettled a family. And that family brought its family and so on. And, however many years later, it's kind of a remarkable success story. And then in 2015, I worked with Senator Amadvar to set up a couple of initiatives, including the Ryerson University Lifeline Syria Challenge, which John worked with, and we mobilized students and faculty and community partners to raise $5 million and privately sponsor several hundred Syrian refugees who now in turn have brought their family members as well. And more recently, we launched Lifeline Afghanistan, which is building on some of those lessons learned. So we do the research. We're really focused on employment training and so on. And then we've also been involved in a number of community-based initiatives. So pleasure to be here.
Awesome, thank you. John, how about, since you were involved in a similar space, how about you go?
Sure. I guess in terms of background, my first engagement with refugee sponsorship and resettlement was actually on my local WUSC committee at Wilfrid Laurier University, where I got involved actually after they'd had a failed referendum to increase their support for refugee students. And that kind of sparked me to get involved and help kind of resuscitate that committee, which a couple years after I left, they actually won a National Committee of the Year award. So WUSC has been quite formative for me. And then I just kind of stayed engaged in refugee and migration issues, volunteering particularly at FCJ Refugee Center here in the city of Toronto, which really helped connect me with the Canadian Council for Refugees, which has proven quite helpful over time. And then I was given a really excellent opportunity once as Wendy and collaborators started the Lifeline Syria Challenge. They actually reached out to the other universities in the city, York, U of T, and OCAD University. And so I got hired to help lead the York University efforts, where we ended up sponsoring 43 refugees, mostly Syrian. And we also worked closely with our WUSC committee because at that time, York also increased their funding from 1 or 2 students per year to 5. So we also helped that committee with recruitment and launched locally kind of a Refugees Welcome Here campaign. So those are anyway some of the stuff I've been engaged with.
Well, Serena, let's turn it over to us.
Sure, thanks. So my involvement started with refugee resettlement when I was also on a local committee at Carleton University, who was actually the first local committee ever in 1978 to sponsor through the WUSC Student Refugee Program. So it was pretty great to be on such a historical campus. And I guess I'm not sure how familiar folks are with the SRP, but I'm happy to give a little bit of an introduction since we've mentioned it so much. And we are, WUSC is a sponsorship agreement holder with IRCC, which allows us to run the student refugee program. So it is unique globally in that it combines higher education with private sponsorship of refugees. So critical to our program success is the involvement of folks like John and Wendy on campuses that mobilize students, faculty, and staff that we call WUSC local committees. And they provide academic and social support to students on their campuses, while also leveraging financial support both from institutions and from students on their campus. So our role as the SAW is to support these local committees through the sponsorship continuum. So I both work with new institutions to help them to establish their sponsorship programs, train them on sponsorship best practices, how you sponsor in a post-secondary environment. And then we also support these local committees to raise awareness on their campus. So a key part of this integration is raising awareness and challenging narratives around refugees and creating, I think, a positive, welcoming space. So a lot of our work is also involved in public engagement. And then, of course, as a SAW, we do offer training for local committees. We do the recruitment of SRP students abroad, the selection, we prepare them for their arrival to Canada, and then coordinate the immigration process, the matching of students to institutions, and also evaluating integration experiences. I've also had experience personally on the BVOR program. So we ran a sponsorship program as part of the BVOR Fund in 2019. For local committee members who were no longer on a local committee but still wanted to sponsor. So we did a little bit of a collaboration with SRP alumni and local committee alumni at that time, which was very exciting. And I will talk about that later in this panel, but a really interesting case study of how students can go from being on local committees to eventually sponsoring outside of the local committee in post-secondary perspectives. That is an intro to WUSC.
Awesome, thank you. And I got to learn about you through my engagement with Jasur. So Dean, let's hear more about Jasur.
Sure, well, thank you so much for inviting me to the panel, and it's great to be speaking alongside my colleagues. As you mentioned, Rania, I'm one of the founders and current board directors of Jasur, which means bridges in Arabic. And we founded it about 10 years ago. This is our 10th year. And it was created by a group of Syrian expatriates around the world that really felt the need for continued education when the war broke out. And it's not something we only felt as expatriates, but the voice of Syrians within Syria really were yelling out to us that no one was paying attention about this education crisis. And in the humanitarian world, the focus was on immediate and education was seen as a luxury for a post-conflict time. And we knew that we could not wait that long. We had no idea how long the war was going to be in. I'm relieved that we didn't wait, because it's now been a decade and a lost generation has been created. So Jasur was started to provide scholarships and mentorship to Syrian students to pursue higher education, mostly at Western universities. It was 100% volunteer and virtual till a few years ago. And we also have 3 learning centers and 1 accredited school in Lebanon for Syrian refugee children. So that was, Jasur, and to date we've been fortunate enough to provide 608 scholarships, and we have about 4,800 Syrian refugee children enrolled in our schools in Lebanon, which also employs 40 Syrian staff and teachers. So really trying to create that model of sustainability and income for refugees, as well as the education. I was also fortunate enough to be on the founding committee and currently serve as a board director for Lifeline Syria. Wendy has spoken a bit about Lifeline Syria, and for those who don't know, it took the inspiration from Operation Lifeline with a goal of sponsoring and settling 1,000 Syrian refugees in the GTA. And to date, we've hit that goal. And it was very, very humbling and profound experience to see that a model that had started, in the late 1970s, the private sponsorship program, the first time it was used was actually with the Southeast Asian crisis, the Vietnamese boat people, as they were called. And often it came first full circle in that Vietnamese Canadians were then sponsoring Syrians to come and become, Canadian, and now Syrians are sponsoring Afghanis. So it's a very unique program in the world. And for those that don't know it, the private sponsorship program, you sign up as a group and you become a sponsorship group, and you're responsible financially for that refugee individual or family for a year. It often goes beyond that, but you're legally responsible for a year. And it's more really than a financial commitment. It's really creating a wraparound support network for that refugee and that family. And they often become part of your family. So it's a program that I think all Canadians should be so proud of, and that really has put us on the map in terms of Canada as an international player in the refugee crisis. So yeah, I think that's a bit about how I'm involved in this space.
Thank you, Lean and Genevieve. I've been following your work and admiring it. Would love to hear more.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you to Sarah and to everyone at the Students Association for inviting me to be here. I've had many interactions over the years with the Newcomers Association, and they've always been really excited and pleasant ones. So I'm happy to continue this relationship. Oh, and I should also say thank you to all of the behind the scenes people who make all of these things function. It's always so much work. And to my co-panelists. I have to say that I'm I feel a little bit upset that I missed the panel before me. I had other commitments, but Tanya and the young people at S4 are always incredible to hear from. So to introduce myself, I am Genevieve Ritchie. I'm a lecturer at the University of Toronto in the Critical Studies in Equity and Solidarity program. And the reason I'm kind of mentioning this again is that it informs how I come to these conversations, right? My broader pedagogical and research work is to think about these questions of displacement, of dispossession, through this frame of equity and solidarity, and how that might shift our engagement with learning spaces, with learners, and the types of things that we think of as content in higher education. And so I'm going to just maybe make a couple of reflections as a way to kind of give you a sense of my approach, which will come out more broadly when I talk about the project that I was involved with. So as I said, I teach equity and solidarity. I'm joining you from my home today, which is in Hamilton, Ontario. And it is located on the lands of the Huron-Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississaugas. And this land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum, which is an agreement to share and protect the land and its ways of life. And so every time I have to talk about my work with young adult refugees or my educational work with them, I think about the Dish with One Spoon Wampum and the responsibilities that are embedded in this agreement, right? And I think about what newcomers might learn by engaging with the Dish with One Spoon, and how some of those ideas might resonate with them, right? And I also think about whether educational institutions are doing enough to create spaces of anti-colonial learning and solidarity. And so these are some of the things that have have framed my approach to working specifically with refugee youth in an English language instruction program. They also inform my approach to higher education in general. So maybe I'll leave my other reflections for when we talk more specifically about the course that I helped co-create. Actually, though, I do need to say one thing before we move forward, which is I'm going to talk about an English language class today. And I was one of many collaborators. It was a big project. It had many facets, and we all had different skills. So if there is a part of the project that is particularly interesting to someone, and maybe it was not exactly my area, I'm happy to put you in touch with the person who did work on that aspect of the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve, and thank you all for sharing. We saw major themes here of sponsorship and community care coming together. Wendy, I'd like to take it back to you and get your perspective, though, on that from your work and from your current work lens. What do you think is the critical, or what are the critical and unique roles higher educational institutes in Canada can play, especially when we're talking about refugee and precarious status and like undocumented migrants?
Yeah, it's, it's really, it depends on what you think post-secondary institutions are there to do. So of course, post-secondary institutions can provide education for refugees. And when you do that, you need to make sure that you have appropriate wraparound services, trauma-informed approaches, and so on and so forth. We also, and I think John was maybe a graduate of one of these programs, but we also produce programs that train people in how to provide support services for newcomers and refugees and so on. In my view, though, the role of post-secondary institutions goes far beyond that. And I think of them as huge players in economic development, city building, and so on. And so, in my experience, we've been able to play a role in influencing policy, and certainly with the Afghan refugees, that's something that I and other colleagues like Naomi Albin are working on, trying to get the government to adopt the policies that it used with Syrians for Afghans, because there are a lot of things they haven't done. I mean, in 100 days, they brought 25,000 Syrians to Canada. It's been 100 days almost since Canada withdrew from Afghanistan, and maybe there are 3,700 here. So there's, in my mind, I think universities are sites of privilege, and faculty members with tenure can, and students and others can really influence public policy. And I think in this space, that's important on multiple levels, and I can talk more about that. I think as well, in our experience, student volunteers were massively important. And, you know, one of the things that, one of the reasons why I think private sponsorship is a really good complement to other services that are in place is because it provides social capital very quickly. And we know in Canada, many things require you know, knowledge of the unspoken rules and how to navigate things and so on. And students, as well as faculty and others, are a really good resource in terms of providing those kinds of supports. And so with private sponsorship, that was massive. We had student translators, but we also had students who were, you know, providing financial literacy and helping people navigate bank accounts and schools and healthcare and you name it, the students were there like that. You know, lots of other people provided money, but the students did a lot of the heavy lifting, the pro bono student lawyers at York and so on. So I think there's that. And then there's just the role of universities in community engagement and bringing people to the table. So we're focusing a lot right now, for instance, on reaching out to donors, both individual donors as well as big ones, to get toys and shoes to the airport, to put money aside for private sponsorship, to provide jobs, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really the final thing, is the whole space around training and employment for me is hugely important. And wearing my future skills and entrepreneurship hats, we're really preoccupied with looking at economic pathways for refugees, even though economic pathways are usually separate, as well as transitions to employment when they arrive. But not all universities would see their role in quite the same way.
That's very true. Thank you. Genevieve, would love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Sure. So I'm going to just kind of back up a little bit and say a little bit more about the ELL project, because it'll provide some context here. So back in 2015, we were doing interviews and focus groups with young adult newcomers. And we heard all about the frustration, the maze of trying to get into higher education as a newcomer, of credential recognition, etc. We heard about the time that was being wasted, and all of the kind of prior skills and learning basically erased with the transition in migration. Everyone's nodding because we've all heard these stories so many times. But we were thinking a little bit more broadly than skills and functional literacy. Because we also heard, I mean, these young people were just passionate and beautiful and amazing. And we heard about how they had been building democracy in their homelands, about how they were passionate about women's rights and political prisoners and anti-racism, and were firmly committed to anti-war and anti-militarization movements. And these are really exciting realities for these young people. Conversely, we also heard a lot of confusion about the realities of life in Canada. We heard confusion and a lack of clarity about Indigenous peoples and the histories of colonization in Canada. And we noted that a lot of newcomers were getting mixed information and unclear about what was happening in the past, what had happened in the past, and what was happening in the present around settler colonialism, specifically in Canada, but also globally. And so we set out to create an English language learning class at the university level that would assist newcomers as they transitioned into higher education in a formal sense. But we wanted to make the content based on the realities of the world today. And so we used the kind of the TRC, or the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, as our launching off point. And then we made connections to realities of displacement and colonialism globally. And this was kind of the learning that informed the content of our class. And so why is it important to think specifically about the content that is providing instruction to newcomers? And so I want to contrast that a little bit with the focus on like quick skills There's been a lot of kind of very narrow functional literacy approaches, a lot of the kind of short contest style learning is something that's emerging now as well, where you kind of enter into this contest environment and you have kind of a short burst of learning, and then maybe at the end you'll get access to something down the road, maybe you won't. And we really wanted to take a completely different approach, like a pedagogy focused approach, or a critical pedagogy approach. And why I think this is important is that refugees who are being resettled, who are in these processes of transit and transition, are entering into complex social conditions, right? They're arriving in Canada to a nation that it still has fault lines, that still has issues of contestation. And so the role of education in resettlement is not just about the experiences of refugees, but also the vision that society has for itself. Right? Education, or the content of education, is partially saying where we think society should go. And we wanted to take that vision really seriously. And so what this means is that education for newcomers really needs a broad approach, and it needs to understand who the learner is. And that learner is not just the refugee or refugees, right? That learner is also society. It is the so-called national community. Rania, do I have a little bit of time to give a couple of examples? I don't want to.
Sure, let's do one more minute.
Yeah, of course, of course. So I'll just give a couple of examples from participants. I'm happy to circle back to this if folks are interested. So part of the course involved written reflections, and at the end of the session, one newcomer said, "Canada is a dreamland, as many people like to call it by this name, which makes it hard to believe that there is a hideous truth about the history of Canada not visible to the world." And so in unpacking some of these realities, right, they were given a space to make sense of the conditions of their own displacement, but also to be active participants in how we imagine this rebuilding, or this where society thinks it's going. So I'll leave it there at that point.
Thank you. Lean Jasur is connected to this space on an international level. So how do you see the role of Canadian higher educational institutes, or what role they can play, and how does it compare to others you've worked with maybe, and how can we do better?
Yeah, sorry, ignore the dog in the background there. You know, I really see the refugee crisis as a task for all of society, and universities must and most do their part. It depends, like Wendy said, how the university sees its responsibility. But you know, as a country and as universities, we can't say that our doors are open to refugees and not ensure that the appropriate systems are in place for success in higher education. You know, I think most people know that refugees are fleeing their home, often with just the clothes on their backs, no papers, no money, really the pure basics. And so to arrive to a country where a university is saying we need to see transcripts, often from, you know, government universities that are not too keen that their people have fled and pursuing higher education. We need to see, you know, this document, this document, this document. It really does put a barrier and forces them, and many have started from the beginning, often when, you know, they're just a few months away from getting their, you know, pharmacy degree or political science degree, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, with Jasur and the partnerships we have with universities, even in Canada, we really ask for, you know, thinking outside of the box. Okay, you know, it's a requirement for domestic and international students, your IELTS test, your TOEFL test, that's just simply not accessible to, you know, a refugee in Lebanon or Jordan or Turkey. So how can we go beyond that? How can we do the testing in a more accessible way without the financial burden on the refugee? And, you know, we've had success with certain universities in Canada that they get it, you know, and you can't put a refugee and a domestic or international student on the same level. And so it's that awareness that, you know, we've had to build up and education really to the universities. So I think that's, you know, a huge part of it. I'm so happy to see Serena here as well, because, you know, WUSC has created such a strong program that, you know, has been around for, I think, more than 20 years, 25 years. But, you know, I really believe that students are the perfect, you know, model for a Canadian citizen. And I think we often as a country lose that important resource, you know, after they graduate. It's, you know, then back to the drawing board of how do I stay in this country? And I want to work in the country that I've been educated in and that has become a home for me. So to be able to arrive as a permanent resident under a private sponsorship program, and that WUSC, you know, takes advantage of that, is hugely, hugely valuable. But then, of course, the university, you know, WUSC only goes so far. These programs only go so far. The university really does have to play a pivotal role in the integration of these students, like, you know, the trauma, the counseling, the adjustment. And I think, you know, students do play a pivotal role in that. And often, you know, when students receive these services, they then go back home to their families and help them with that integration. You know, it's often, you know, when I was interacting with a lot of Syrian refugee parents, they didn't care about anything but the happiness and health of their children. You know, their mental health took a huge backseat as long as their kids were happy. So, you know, to be able to come home and have your kids and young adults educate you on what's out there and how you can access it really helps the family. It's a ripple effect for sure.
Very valid points, and really we've heard it already, that the unique thing that has been seen in initiatives like WUSC and the Ryerson Lifeline Challenge and all is that communityship that you've all been talking about, the peer-to-peer support and student involvement and engagement. So why is it important to engage students in such initiatives? And Serena, I'd like to put that question out to you first. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Such great points, and I'm nodding so much because everything that folks are saying is so such a huge part of the SRP and what we see when we work with institutions on campus. So I would say the SRP in our mind has two ultimate objectives. So the first being to help refugee students make meaningful contributions to their community, locally and globally, and to secure better lives for themselves and their families, which we've all touched on. And on the other hand, it's also to build more welcoming communities for newcomers to Canada. And a key component to that is community sponsorship and helping students to understand the barriers that these newcomers face on their campuses, not just even for students coming from refugee contexts, but many international students and non-Canadian citizen students experience a lot of these challenges. So I think the first benefit, I would say, for involving Canadian youth in these programs is the quality of integration, which I know we've touched on, and the ability to understand the experience of a student is so unique. We're very grateful for the student and other faculty and staff that participate in our programming, but it really can't be replaced, I think, by those social bonds that are made between students to other students that can walk them through those really nuanced experiences on campus and to create a sense of community and a sense of welcome. We actually conducted an impact study in 2017 with SRP alumni experience, so students that had gone through the student refugee program and are now either graduated or have continued on in their lives, as well as local committee alumni to understand their experiences. And many SRP students said that a huge reason for their sense of community and their sense of belonging in Canada was because of their connections they made with their local committee on campus. So whether it's having social events with students that have welcomed them at the airport, learning about tips and tricks for studying or community services on campus, that sense of belonging is really key. And the student-to-student support enables them to feel more connected to various resources on campus. We also find that involving local committee members creates more of a community of advocacy on campus. So these students often will advocate with their admissions offices for more inclusive admissions, and I support them through that usually as we place students. As Lane mentioned, a lot of times students don't have documents, They've had disrupted studies. Their language scores may not be reflective of their abilities. So having student voices on campus that have gone through this alongside students with forced displacement experience and being able to support them to advocate for themselves really makes a difference and helps us to create some change and more inclusive learning environments. I also have heard a lot anecdotally from students having gained employment following graduation because of their connections to other students, and it really just creates a large network. And then on the other side, over 80% of our local community members said that their career path was shaped by their involvement with WUSC. So not only does it transform the integration experiences of the newcomer students, but it also transforms, I think, the career path of local community volunteers, myself included. And it's a pretty unique learning experience that shapes both the students that volunteer on local committees and their environment. So just by hosting events and fundraisers and raising awareness, many of them said that they also informed their friends, their family, their greater network. Many of them go on to be advocates in their workplaces for more inclusive opportunities for newcomers. So not just within that post-secondary environment, but it really does have a trickle-down effect as they continue, I think, to navigate the world in this new lens through the barriers that a lot of folks face. We also saw political engagement. Folks used their newfound knowledge to shape the way that they interact with voting in Canada and policies. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of our local community volunteers continue to be sponsors. So it was really cool to see so many of them that were volunteers back in the 80s. They helped set up the local committee on their campus when the SRP was just starting, and then saw this new opportunity to sponsor again through the BVOR Fund. And it was really a unique experience to see these students that were leaders when they were in their 4th year of university and now have returned as professionals with kids that are also sponsoring again, but through a different program. So I really think it's quite life-changing on both sides in terms of folks understanding the barriers and developing and moving folks through that continuum, and also for SRP students that have some really unique integration learnings because of that.
That's amazing. Wendy, what are your thoughts? Because I'm sure that will be a key component of Life Afghanistan as well.
Well, I mean, for us, it's, as I said, multiple layers. I mean, we have a lot of students working at the Diversity Institute at various levels, doing research, running programs, some of whom are themselves Afghan, now refugees. They may have come as international students. We also, of course, have networks with the student groups at universities across the country who are volunteering. Especially right now, we need Pashto and Farsi speakers. So, one of the first things a lot of students get involved in is helping with translation. I'm a big believer in thinking about these as opportunities that actually benefit the students as well, because we have a lot of students in immigration settlement studies, but even the students in early childhood education or nursing or business found that and in fact, the way we framed it was as experiential learning. That's how we justified the university's engagement with some of these activities, was because of the experiential learning opportunities working with refugees presented. And then there's, we have students who are doing research in the space. We have students who are trying to get their families here. And so it's, I think the levels of engagement of students really vary quite considerably. But our big focus right now is pathways for Afghans. So, one of the things we're finding, for instance, is the family of one of my employees, it made it out in August. Their Hazara made it out in August to Pakistan, where they are sitting and waiting for the Canadian government to make decisions on a number of key policy issues. Her sister has been accepted at a Canadian post-secondary institution, but to apply for her student visa, she has to attest that she will return to her home country. You know, which seems, that's a requirement for a student visa, which seems to be a vestige of days gone by. Now Canada is saying, we need newcomers, we want refugees, we want immigrants, we want to transition international students into permanent residence, et cetera, et cetera. But the current student visas are actually designed to send people home. So, you know, small things like that are huge, huge, huge impediments, in my view, to using all of the levers at our disposal, not just for Afghan refugees, but for others. So we also have teams, you know, pro bono students and others who are trying to dig in on some of the thorny legal matters, work on applications and so on. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
yeah,
that's just a
highlights
few
very
examples.
very important elements as well. And John, you know, what has your experience with the York, with the Lifeline York Challenge, and your perspective from your current research in migration as well?
Yeah, I think I'd echo a couple of points that were made, I think by Serena and Wendy, just that the importance of building welcoming communities and the students' role in that, you know, from the literal welcome into the community, meeting people at the airport, but also building a more welcoming environment for students, as well as, you know, promoting the long-term engagement. Like I've had some wonderful emails from students who I used to work with who are doing just tremendous work, either volunteer or employment wise. And so I think it's important that students are engaged both for those reasons. As Wendy said, these are excellent learning opportunities. And I think maybe along the lines of some of what Genevieve was trying to say, sponsorship of refugees is actually an outstanding window into learning about refugee issues and displacement and global inequalities more broadly. So some of the work we did, actually students helped to organize, as we did partner with Amnesty Canada on, we were calling it kind of Refugees 101 and advocacy training, so that our students would learn not only are there refugees who are sponsored, but also refugee claimants, of course, and the different pathways by which refugees may arrive, or to disabuse us of these notions of Canadian generosity when the vast majority of refugees are actually in the global south. So I think there's an ability to gauge students in these ways. In practical terms, I mean, students have tremendous energy and they make really direct, valuable contributions. In our case, you know, fundraising, interpretation and translation, organizing events. Some of our students actually had a transportation loan campaign where they tried to raise awareness of the burden of transportation loans and did pay off the transportation loans of some of our students. They did winter clothing drives for FCJ Refugee Center, which was a need identified in the community that our students were able to do directly. And I think they show a lot of community leadership. You know, it takes time to mentor students, but by our third year with them, you know, they organized the youth conference for the Canadian Council for Refugees, their youth action gathering, and actually WUSC and Amnesty at York were official co-hosts of that event. So there's just so many amazing learning opportunities. Our Osgoode Hall Law students actually with the Refugee Sponsorship Support Program were engaged in helping sponsor groups with the paperwork involved, which facilitated the, you know, them to overcome a lot of these difficult hurdles. So I think just that there's so many concrete things, but also learning opportunities through things like courses that students can do to be involved. And I think there's tremendous opportunities to really be doing much more of this type of work.
That's amazing. I love how this is kind of forming into that they lead and spark community transformation, and that's beautiful. Genevieve, back to you. And again, I really highly admire your commitment to community-centered education that builds on critical consciousness around gender oppression, racism, colonialism and whatnot, but would love to hear what you would have to say to what are some of the key lessons learned, the challenges faced, and the important takeaways you have seen with your program.
Of course, thank you. So since we taught the pilot, we've been down many avenues of trying to secure different formats for kind of building this course and building momentum around the course. It's currently being taught at the University of Rošava as a graduate level English language course. And we've tried it some other institutions as well to actually develop and strengthen the pathway aspect of it. And we've hit lots of dead ends for a number of reasons. And I'm not going to kind of give you gloomy and dull observations about institutional barriers. What I will kind of reflect upon a little bit is that through this process of trying to convince people that English language instruction should be about decolonization, is that I've encountered a kind of short-sighted vantage point, as if this round of mass displacement will be the last one, or as if precarious status students and refugee students will only ever be the minority of students. And I think that this is just a kind of dismissal of what is actually happening around us. And so moving forward, I do think it's important as educators and as people who work in universities that we recognize that newcomers are a vital, vibrant, and constant part of the higher education landscape. And that their experiences are and should always be part of our conversations and planning. And so myself, as an educator in the higher education institution, I have taken this to my own pedagogical practice. And I now assume that in every single class that I teach, I will have refugee students, I will have precarious status students. And I obviously have no way of knowing this, but I put it as the basis of my curriculum development and course design. And I see this as a way of building universal accessibility. It's a very basic kind of feminist principle that if we begin from the concrete realities of oppression or material insecurity and work towards universal accessibility, everyone's experience will improve. And it is the basis of sanctuary cities, which Toronto says it strives to be. So I really think that part of what we can do as educators is make it the basis of our educational practice as well.
Thank you. Serena, what about you? What are the SRP major lessons or challenges?
Yeah, I think we've touched on a lot of them, and I think for the SRP, we are a unique program in that many of the experiences of students we are able to kind of avoid in terms of folks that are undocumented, because through private sponsorship, we're able to have students that have permanent residency and enjoy the privileges of permanent residence to Canada. But despite this, we do see a lot of challenges in terms of their access to student loans, for example, is a really big challenge. Educating, I think I write a lot of letters for students to access OSAP and explaining their history and their experience. So I think there's a lot of barriers that still exist, that just general capacity building of groups that facilitate refugee resettlement, all of the stakeholders involved, that could be done and could improve experiences. So that includes, as I mentioned earlier, admissions offices, helping them to understand the experiences of folks that are forcibly displaced, building the understanding of residences and student support offices. So helping them to understand the experiences of folks going through these particular life pathways and the different types of support they could use. And just developing understanding, I would say, is the main thing. And we work to do that by training our student volunteers and faculty and staff to be able to raise awareness on their campuses and support their university administrators, I think, to understand these barriers. And an example I would say is right now we're also working in this Afghanistan response and working with post-secondary institutions to increase their number of students that they bring in next year as part of the student refugee program. But it's an interesting balance because we have institutions that will commit the finances, but then the next step is, will our students that we recruit be admissible to your institution? Do you have language bridging programs that are available and accessible? Which was often the first program that got cut through COVID, that the language programs, which result in a lot of the programs of study being inaccessible to students that need some of those extra academic bridging programs. So I think working with institutions that are in that middle phase is kind of where I sit, and my role mainly is they have that commitment to support newcomer students and refugee students, but they perhaps need a bit of work to understand how they can be more inclusive in their admissions and more inclusive in those programs that they offer. So roundtables, learning opportunities to develop awareness, and finding ways to do that. And I think the other big part of that is bringing refugee voices to the table. And that's something that we're working to be really intentional about. And I know other organizations are as well, is to ensure that we are learning from those with lived experiences to make sure that we're addressing their needs accordingly and being really intentional about that.
That's great. Yeah, definitely facilitating those disconnects and all. And all great points. And I think, just in the favor of time, I'll move on to the final question that we had here is, are there any global initiatives or best practices or policy from other refugee receiving countries that Canada can take note of? And Lena, I'll start with you on this one.
Sure. One that really stands out to me is Germany, who took in, I think it was half a million refugees. It was more on an economic reason, not humanitarian, I believe. But yeah, they've done really well in terms of higher education. In 2014, I believe they got rid of tuition fees at public universities. But they also, a lot of the private universities went a step further, offering refugees to attend as guest students. Not sure if everyone knows, but in Germany, it does take a bit of time before you get that status that allows you to study or work. So, those universities went out of their way to ensure that those refugees are not sitting in limbo, that they could be attending classes, learning the language, integrating in that wait period. And of course, organizations, grassroots organizations or NGOs are at the forefront of helping governments do their job very well. And there's two that come into mind. One is called DAAD, D-A-A-D. And it's a German academic exchange service. And that gives refugees, they have multiple programs, but one is called HOPES, and it gives Syrian refugees in Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, and Turkey an opportunity to start or continue their education in Germany. And to date, the program finished in 2019, they were able to provide 600 full academic scholarships, as well as 4,000 language scholarships. So, often we're focused on just the academic scholarships, but the language resources are imperative. And often students cannot go forward with their education journey without that. And of course, they, have a huge part of their program is also the integration of refugees by, you guessed it, German students. And the second organization that we've really been impressed with at JSUR is called Curon. And that offers free online learning opportunities to refugees. And it works with students in Lebanon and Jordan via a blended learning model, education opportunity for both offline and online education. So they work with universities to see more non-formal credit recognition, which is really important. And I think something that we could learn from here in Canada. So yeah, I would say, Germany is a really interesting case to look at, not to say that they're perfect. Every country is, has areas to improve on. And of course, the system in Germany is very different from the university system in Canada, but definitely a lot of learnings to take from that. And, if we're dreaming big dreams or big vision, it would be great to see that at every university, they publish their numbers, of how many refugee students they have, enabled to attend their university. Like, there is a huge moral responsibility and role that universities play. So we should hold them accountable, and that would be a great thing to see.
Thank you, Lean. Wendy, what has been on your radar?
Some of the same, we did a review of initiatives around the world. So some of the same things that Lean mentioned, I think as well, there's some innovative approaches, again, focused on employment, like Work Year in Germany. And I think even though we have Talent Without Borders here, I think it started in Sweden. I'm also a big fan of Scholars at Risk, which focuses on sort of advanced students, but also faculty, because, we know that often the intelligentsia are the ones who are most at risk in other jurisdictions. And the only thing I wanted to add that I don't think that was sort of obliquely mentioned, but we've actually done research that substantiates this, is that 3 million Canadians were involved in some way or another with Syrian refugees. And if you do the analysis of the media, the discussions about private sponsorship of refugees and Canadians literally ambushing the minister and the parliamentary secretary and screaming at them to get more Syrians to Canada occurred at exactly the same time that Quebec was engaged in a discussion of barbaric practices and banning the niqab. And my argument has been that in addition to the humanitarian issues that we've talked about and the economic links with refugees, beyond just community building, I think that our experience with Syria was a very strong antidote to Islamophobia, because especially in smaller communities that would not otherwise have had any exposure. So it's not specifically tied to education and students, although, at the time that Toronto said we want to bring 1,000 privately sponsored refugees to the GTA, Cape Breton University said they wanted to bring 1,000 refugees to Cape Breton. So, smaller communities, we focus a lot on what goes on in big cities, but there are huge opportunities in smaller communities as well to really make a difference.
Yeah, that's a great point. John, anything on your radar?
Well, maybe, I know we're near the end, maybe one pathway I'm not sure we've touched on as much would be the international student pathway for refugees. I know that at Wilfrid Laurier, International Students Overcoming War, I see Serena typed that in, has done some work around that in partnership with JUSUR, of course. And so that's a pathway that maybe avoids some of the hurdles. I mean, it has its own hurdles, but it may avoid some that refugees face. I think a key thing is that the policy environment that the government sets is crucial for being able to do this type of work. Are there being subject to a UN status certificate? Are the processing times months or years long? Usually it is years. So this is very important. And then another effort I think that universities are engaged in, I would maybe point people to, is also the Borderless Higher Education for Refugees project that York is very involved in with universities in Kenya. And this, I think a UN stat I read on BEAR's website is only 3% of refugees displaced will have access to higher education at the current moment. So they actually brought educational opportunities into camps in Kenya, particularly in Dadaab. So there are just so many things that universities can do. And I think if there's anything we see from the examples people have talked about, is that they could really be scaled up. And they're actually, if people thought creatively, there's so much more we could be doing.
Thank you, John. And I'm waiting to hear of any questions from the audience, but you guys have given such a rich feedback and sharing of knowledge today. Serena and Genevieve, do you have any global initiatives in mind? Serena, thank you so much for adding all those different resources in there, but if you have any thoughts would be great. Or reflections until we hear back from audience. Yeah,
absolutely. I wanted to add to what John had said about the opportunity to scale up, and I think that is definitely what WSC is working on more globally. So we are considered a leader, I would say, in this space worldwide. So Canada does have a unique mix of policies and programs that allows the SRP to function, namely the private sponsorship of refugees program. So it is tough to replicate with countries that don't have the similar unique mix, but WSC is a co-chair of the Global Task Force on Education Pathways for Refugee Protection. So we are actively working with UNHCR and UNESCO and a number of other international partners, some of them that we listed here, to share our model with them and work to find ways to implement the SRP in other countries and develop other community sponsorship pathways. So something we're actively working on globally. And I think we hope to see more institutions around the world also implementing this program as part of our higher education targets. So the 15 by 30 campaign and working to provide a supportive environment for refugee youth can pursue their academic goals. So that is a major priority for WSC as well in the global community.
Awesome. Genevieve, any last reflections?
Oh, thank you. I guess my last reflection will just be to encourage people to think more broadly and to really challenge what universities do or think of as their response. It has always struck me that in the university environment, undergraduate clubs, courses, or initiatives that are explicitly anti-war don't get enough space, right? If we really want to support people's right to self-determination, we have to be firmly anti-war. And I think that it is one aspect of the university experience that could be more strongly advocated for, particularly around student engagement with anti-war projects. So that is my wider thought.
Thank you so much. I don't know if any of you had the chance to be here with us with for the panel that was just before this one, but it was a lovely continuation of discussion from what Rebecca, Allison, Elizabeth, and Tanya had shared. I wish we were all in a bigger room and having discussions around this. Thank you all so much. And unless someone has any kind of final thoughts or comments, please do chime in. Lean, did I see you unmute or just?
I did, just to thank you for this panel and for moderating it, and to the Newcomers organization as well.
Thank you all so much. And we're heading out to a health break and back for the last panel at 3 p.m. Thank you, John, Serena, Wendy, Lean, and Genevieve for your time and for giving us a chance to celebrate your efforts and everything you're bringing to the space and transforming it. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been a great day full of insightful conversations and informative sessions, and I'm especially excited about the next discussion, investing in inclusion, building sanctuary and welcoming campuses for refugees and students with precarious immigration status. I would like to welcome the panelists of this panel, Dr. Adele Attack, an associate professor and interim chair of the Department of Criminology at Ryerson University, Dr. Graham Hudson, Associate Professor and Associate Dean Academic at the Lincoln Alexander School of Law, Dr. Susan McGrath, Professor Emerite and Senior Scholar at the School of Social Work, York University, where she served as Director of the Center for Refugee Studies from 2004 to 2012, and Munir Nasri, Co-Chapter Lead for Tech Refugees Toronto. I also would like to thank Rania Younes for agreeing to moderate this session in a very short notice as I have to attend to my little one. But I guess this is the new normal and reality of many working moms now. Hard to really control things or anticipate what would come up. So on that note, Rania, over to you, and thank you for taking this on.
Thank you, Sarah. And I'm having a bit of a technical issue here with my camera, but welcome all, and happy to see you. Munir, always happy to see you again. And let me just get this going. So, you know, I guess as we begin our conversation today, we would like it if each of you or each of our panelists here open their own doorway into this dialogue and briefly introduce yourselves and some of the work that you have done or currently been involved with to address refugees and students with precarious status and higher education access and integration. Graham, how about we start at your corner?
Oh, sure, thanks so much. And it's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm glad to see everyone on the panel. And I know a lot of you, so thanks for having me here. I guess I'll just start with a little bit of family history, because although it's taken about 43 years or so for me to come to this realization, I think most of what I do is related to that. And you know, with respect to the topic of today, you know, a lot of the reason I'm interested in what I'm interested in and do what I do is because growing up, my dad's side of the family, which has roots in Antigua and in Jamaica, I didn't really know any of my family on that side, and a big part of that was that they were migrants to Toronto, and they were Black. And for a variety of reasons, wanted to cut ties with their history, to blend in, and maybe to identify more as being Canadian as opposed to being immigrants. While I was born and raised in Ottawa, never set foot in the Caribbean, as I got older, I started to realize what a loss that was, not having a connection to that side of the family, and actually not really having any conversations about that. Also important for me was how my father had dealt with the racism of the 1960s, and going to high school, being the only Black person there, and succeeding. He was actually voted president of his high school, which was extremely uncommon in the 60s for obvious reasons. And he got into medicine, and he actually ended up teaching at a university, and he loved teaching, he loved learning. And so that inspired me. I can't stand the sight of blood, so I couldn't get into medicine, but I wasn't interested in law because of issues of justice. And the classroom is where I feel the most comfortable. It's an area where people should feel free, they should feel comfortable and safe, and they should feel like they can blur the boundary between private and public, personal and professional. And so I think while the issues we're dealing with today and in the recent years are not quite the same as in the 60s, the issues are more or less the same. And we would never tolerate these days denying access to education on the basis of the color of somebody's skin or their religion. And I see no reason why anyone should tolerate denying access on the basis of immigration status. It's not just a breach of human rights, but I think it's an abdication of the very ethos of education. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing and trying to help as much as I can.
Thank you, Graham. Susan, how about you?
Proverbial unmute. Thank you very much, and thank you for including me. Yes, well, my involvement in refugee and particular student issues came when I became director of the Center for Refugee Studies at York in 2004. And I think what it's made me just reflecting on today, the importance of a place where academics and students who are concerned about forced migrations can come together and work together. Sean Rahag is the current director. Michelle Millard is the well-known coordinator there. So the value of having space that is supported by staff for faculty and for students. I think also I've learned a lot from students, and I think the importance of students engaging and being part of the university has been crucial. We hosted the World University Service of Canada with students that was presented earlier. Again, the students in the local committee and the students who had been with students felt that York could do more. They were only bringing 1 to 2 students a year. So we initiated a study, a York student did a study to develop some research. We put a policy change forward to the then Vice President students, Janet Morrison, and she agreed. And now York supports 5 students a year, providing faculty support and guidance to it. I also remember a student who came forward and who had been educated in Canada largely, or she'd gone to high school, applied to York, was admitted, but was going to be charged international fees because she did not have status. Very complicated legal history in her family. And she was eloquent, articulate, and one of the faculty members worked with her. And so it created awareness at the university. They were able to get support for her so that she was not charged fees, but it led to the Sanctuary Scholars Program that Tanya spoke about earlier today so well. So, but these initiatives and awareness came from the student says, this isn't unfair. I can't come, I can't afford to come to your university, even though I qualified to be here. Certainly students got involved around the Syrian Refugee Lifeline Program. John Carlos spoke about that earlier. He coordinated that initiative, but it was students who also brought pressure to say, you know, we need to do something about this, and joined with faculty, and the faculty response at X University has also initiated. Now, so faculty members who were concerned about students who can't get a university degree, who are living in refugee camps, and Winona Giles and Don Dippo at York led what became the Borderless Higher Education for Refugees, known as BEAR for short. And they're concerned about providing post-secondary education to students of the Dadaab refugee camp in Kenya. And so these students, this program was established, funding was secured from the Canadian government. And so York teachers teaching largely online, but some went to the camp and were teaching courses. The students were registered as York students, but have not been charged fees. And they've been graduating now with bachelor's degrees. And we've had this past year, a student developed a master's degree in education. In fact, I was on a webinar this morning with Marco Kello Oyet, who is one of those master graduates, and he's a founder and director of the Dadaab Response Association. And it's a network of researchers who are working in the Dadaab camp area. So there's also, and I'll come back to you a bit later, but Howard Edelman was the founder of the York Center for Refugee Studies, and he led the original Operation Lifeline. This was back in the late 70s when the effort was to bring Indo-Chinese students or refugees to Canada. And that led to the documentation center being established at York and the creation of the Center for Refugee Studies. And Howard is now leading a new initiative, a Canadian Consortium for Refugee Higher Education. And we've got 9 Canadian universities who are interested, including Howard's son, Jeremy, who teaches at Princeton. And they also have a program that is providing some bridging program, reaching out online to students in refugee camps. So I think this has brought me, in terms of being able to be at the Center for Refugee Studies, the importance of having space where people can come together and where students have the knowledge and experience to say this can be done better and we can do this differently, and participating in that process.
Thank you, Susan. Adele, and am I saying this right?
Yes, you are. Thank you, Rania, and thank you, Sarah, for the invitation. It's great to share this panel with Susan, Munir, and Graham. Why am I interested in the topic? Like Graham, my personal background plays an important role. I am a serial immigrant. I was born and raised in Turkey. In Turkey itself, I moved from one city to another before For work reasons, I found myself in France, in Strasbourg for 10 years. I lived there. And then for family reasons, I moved to Canada, first in Montreal. And now I'm in Toronto. It's been 8 years. I think this really influences my research interests as well. I'm interested in the human rights of migrants, asylum seekers, undocumented migrants. I'm particularly interested in the irregularization process. We know that it is socially, legally constructed, and I find it really interesting. Also criminalization, which is related to the regularization, criminalization of migrants, which is also a process that enables and legitimizes the denial of human rights of migrants, such as access to education. And since 2015, I've been involved with GRAM in a research project on the so-called sanctuary city policies in Canada. And it was really very informative. I learned a lot from this empirical research. We did interviews in Toronto. We started in Toronto. We explored Toronto's access to policy, and more recently we turned our attention to Montreal in terms of access to services and rights, including to education, access to education. Were among the topics we were trying to analyze. And I'm also very fortunate to collaborate with a number of wonderful scholars and practitioners in Canada and globally. I see Tanya Iberman, who is part of the participants, and she was also a discussant, I think, in one of the previous panels. So I was fortunate to work with her. I've worked with some other scholars, as I said, and since 2019, I'm part of an international project led by the University of Bergen in Norway, which explores the impacts of the global compacts on international protection and the rights of migrants, not only of refugees, but also other migrants who are in precarious situations, including undocumented migrants. Right to education, access to education is something that comes up very often in these research projects, and which explains, I think, my presence today in this panel.
Thank you for that. Munir, how about yourself?
Hey, hello everyone. Rania, it's great to see you again. Pleasure to share the panel with you all as well, Susan and Idil. Yeah, a bit myself. I think there's also definitely a personal connection to this work. You know, I'm a Syrian, Canadian, Armenian that was born and raised in Saudi Arabia, and there I went to an American and Italian school just before, you know, my parents decided to move back to Syria back when I was, I think, grade 6. And that's basically where I stayed up until the war. In Syria, I basically arrived to Canada about 5 years ago under the private sponsorship program for refugees. And I've been, you know, kind of my education initially started in computer science, but then I, you know, studied global development and then did innovation management. And just like, you know, to see how things change, like with life was just, you know, ironic. But yeah, I arrived about 5 years ago, and I've been working in the newcomer inclusion and settlement space. I've worked with the federally funded settlement organization in Toronto, where I led a number of projects around entrepreneurship, employment, skills building, and mentorship. And one of the projects was basically, you know, supporting refugees and covering the basically the admission fees, you know, like for universities, TOEFL exams, basically trying to eliminate the barriers that would stop refugees from applying to universities. And we've engaged over 500, you know, individuals over 3 years. And it was just really, you know, interesting to see like what's really stopping people from, you know, going to universities or going back to school through that. I now work with Toronto's local immigration partnership, where we basically support the settlement sector and, you know, member organizations in like training, capacity building, and research. And yeah, like a recent piece that I've been kind of worked on and published was on like the impact of Canada's welcoming culture and media coverage on the settlement outcomes for Syrian refugees specifically. And that was kind of published last year. And it was just focusing really on that relationship between media, community building, and refugee resettlement policies. So yeah, it's like just basically a combination of personal, experience and stuff that I do, that I'm interested in, involved in for work. Yeah, that's a bit about me.
Awesome. And you know what? We'll stay on that experience that you just shared for a bit. And I'd love to hear from you, Munir, as a refugee student who completed his graduate degree at the Canadian Higher Education Institute. What is your perception around the university's ability to create and foster a safe and welcoming environment for refugee students and other precarious status students as well?
Totally. Yeah. So just to give some background on that. So when I I started my education in computer science between Syria and Lebanon, but when I also was here, wanted to further continue my studies, but I was also working. So it was just really a matter of what program do I need to be a part of, what am I going to basically start doing, and that kind of question started about like 2.5 years, like just being in Canada. Like 2.5 years later, I started questioning, well, what am I going to study, what am I going to do next. But just like thinking of all the barriers that I initially was seeing, it was just in terms of like, well, I'm working now, how am I going to find the balance between work and school? How am I going to get my credentials transferred from back from Syria and Lebanon? And I knew that was really a big barrier for Canadian universities too. But yeah, basically I ended up just applying, and I ended up doing a fully kind of virtual program at Queen's, it's global development, where, and I was I'll go into this later, but I was fortunate to get a bunch of my credits transferred. Basically, that helped me kind of finish my degree in about 1.5 years initially. And because I was able to do that, kind of transfer my credits from back home, and I did that full time with my full-time role. And after that, I went and I did completed my master's, which was also full time, and that was kind of between Kingston and Toronto. But back to more to your question, I think the education sector in Canada in general and universities, I mean, they're definitely able to foster more kind of welcoming environment for refugee students. I think it's just a matter of the willingness to just taking real action to do it, to do like build more programs and build more initiatives, and having that as a priority. Applying to university, going to school, like these are big life decisions that often like any student would face that. So just imagine like a refugee student that's kind of trying to navigate a very complex kind of system, and I'm especially thinking of like young refugees that are coming on their own without family or support, and that becomes really hard to work and study, and like just a very complicated challenge there. And I reflect a lot on reflecting on my personal experience. I think I remember how intimidating that whole process was, when I first started applying, and like I literally, like I thought that everything I did before was gonna go to waste, and that was like big frustration. But I just like basically had to fight for it, like just have a lot of like just call with like gatekeepers, and trying to get as much as possible like credits transferred basically from what I've done before. And sometimes like you don't have all the documents, which is also challenging. But I mean, really like completing this and thinking about it more, I think like a lot of these kind of barriers and challenges were avoidable. And that that's kind of what really pushes me every day now to do more, because I think there's a lot of potential in university, and there's a lot of goodwill, just a matter of building on that and doing more. Yeah.
Sounds good. And yes, much of those barriers do need to come down, and with the work of people like yourselves, I'm sure it will. Susan, your research is focused on developing global refugee research network. Why is building such a global network important, and how can it help in addressing and responding to some of the challenges that face refugees in higher education? And Munir just gave us a little bit of a window into that.
Yes, it was great commentary. Munir, you very well outlined so many of the challenges that students are facing. I think the network is a refugee research network. It actually ran from about 2007 to 2015. And It was in 13 refugee research centers globally, North and South America, Asia, Africa, Europe, Middle East, were participants in it. Actually, Julie Young and I edited a book that included commentaries from all our members about the challenge. And the book is called Mobilizing Global Knowledge, and how difficult that is and how difficult building partnerships can be. So that book is free. It's at University of Calgary. I know I'm plugging myself, but it was written by our partners, and it's open access. It can be downloaded, the whole book. I can download just a chapter you want. So I think I encourage them to opportunity to read about what the difficulties and challenges of generating knowledge, but also getting to form networks and sort of equitable research networks. One of the networks that was formed was Emerging Scholars and Practitioners on Migration Issues. And again, I come back to young people, students. These were early scholars, a lot of graduate students who formed this network, and it's global. They're from around the world. They used to meet with us annually. They now usually meet at the ISFM, speak about that. And so again, it comes back to the importance of creating space and place for people to get together. The small funding that's left, we're looking at the Refugee Research Digest, and this is a bi-weekly summary of books and articles relevant to forced migrations. But it's important, I guess, that knowledge that's generated, that you get it to the people who could use it, and that policy actors and settlement workers, and also people who are experiencing displacement. That has been taken up. So it's interest in keeping people connected by Jim Smelner at Carleton. So they have created the Local Engagement Refugee Research Network, LEARN, and they're focusing on Middle East and North Africa, and trying to again look at the local, how do you organize locally? The feedback we got from our members about our network was that we needed fewer roots and more branches. And the book is covered with a colorful tree with lots and lots of branches developed, painted by one of our participants, actually. So I think this has led to this presence of associations, and networking is crucial, because a big interest of these networks has been to support and mentor students, and it's been part of the process. I think we also see it in the national associations. The Canadian Association of Refugee and Forced Migration Studies, Adil and Graham have provided leadership to that association. And we have the International Association for Studies in Forced Migration, so which meets, well, it will be meeting virtually again this year, and supposed to be in Brazil. But I think this importance of creating spaces where knowledge is shared, and that students are able to participate and can make their contributions. And this is one of the things that we've learned from COVID, that it's really enhanced our online communications and the ability to connect with each other. And we may resent yet another Zoom meeting, but it's meant that we've been able to connect with folks. Like this morning, I was on a call. We had presenters from the UK, Jordan, Kenya, and Canada, all talking about these people who had experience around refugee displacement, and were able to talk about that experience and talk about the research that they were doing. So I think education, mentorship has been a big part of these networks, and it is continued. I should also note, LEARN is just about to pilot a 12-course program on refugee research and knowledge mobilization. So that will be available in the new year. So I think this networking, again, creating virtual associational spaces that students can access and can connect and have influence, and that we're meet up with academics who share their concerns. And these are concerns that are globally, our colleagues this morning talking about what's going on in Jordan, going on in Kenya, working hard to get access to education and hopefully to leave the Dadaab camp. So these stories are important for us to share, and I think for academics to take up this responsibility, because we're teaching our students and mentoring our students, but how also can we advance the needs of students here who are just been displaced and who are lacking status.
Thank you, Susan. And kind of catching on to this global sharing, knowledge sharing and mobilization. Graham, throughout the day today, we have heard the concept of sanctuary cities and sanctuary campuses in particular. It emerged as part of many discussions today. But before we dive into this, can you refresh our memory and kind of define to us a bit, walk us through the concept of what sanctuary is and what is sanctuary city and sanctuary, or what is a sanctuary city, and how can this definition be applied to a university campus and space?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I actually don't have a clear answer. It's a term that we use a lot, and it's not clear what it means. It means different things to different people. The way I like to think about it, I like to break it down maybe into 4 different segments, and it doesn't really matter what term you use. It could be sanctuary. Typically in Canada, the term is access without fear or something like that. You hear solidarity city, welcoming city, and it varies, but I think 4 elements tend to crop up, either alone or together. And I think the first and perhaps the most humble or modest definition of sanctuary city is it just means that anyone who lives in a city has access to the local services. It doesn't matter what their immigration status is. So if you need a shelter, if you need to be enrolled in a primary or secondary school, if you need a vaccine for COVID, if you've got health issues, it shouldn't matter what the federal government's legal categorization of you is. The local government, whether it's municipality or a local public institution like a school or a hospital or a shelter, is obligated to provide you with access to the services that everyone else who lives in that area or works in that area is entitled to by provincial or municipal law. And that's something that is not radical, because actually if you look at the incorporation statutes of any city, or really any public institution, the concept of immigration almost never appears. It's almost never a legal category for criteria at the provincial or municipal level, with some exceptions. So really, in some ways, every city by this standard is a sanctuary city. But I think the real challenge is the question of how does one trust that they can access those services. And the big issue here is the sharing of information. When you access, these days especially, I mean, it's been like this for 100 years or so, but especially these days, if you don't have a digital identity, you don't have access to services. Everything requires identification, documentation, records have got to be kept. And so there's a question about who's collecting that information, how's it being organized, is it being protected, is it being shared with federal agencies? And so a sanctuary city is one that turns its mind to this question and pledges not to collect the information in the first place, or if it does collect it or somehow gets it inadvertently, it will not share with federal law enforcement agencies unless required to do so by law. Lots of questions about when the law requires it and doesn't, but I'll leave that aside. And so this is a bit of a narrow range of cities that actually take this commitment. In Canada, we've got 7 officially at the moment, hopefully more soon. In the United States, considerably more. A third way of thinking about sanctuary is that it reflects a commitment by municipalities in particular, but sometimes local public institutions or associations like professions. Medicine is an example, to advocate for the rights of non-status migrants at the federal level or at the provincial level. So instead of just kind of creating this local space, expanding that space and taking the discourse and taking the fight up a level to the provincial government to expand awareness and political and legal protections, and if possible up to the federal government to get policy change. And this is something we've seen a little bit of with response to health in COVID. Big cities have a really special role here because they have the resources in a way. They have a direct line of communication with provinces and federal governments in many policy areas like shelters and housing, health, education, criminal justice, social assistance, and immigration itself, settlement and integration. And then finally, I think a sanctuary city doesn't just refer to the government or politics or formal law, but it relates to what people think and how they relate to each other, the thoughts that they form of each other, and the identities that they produce when they engage with each other, and the way imagination can change how we understand political community, membership, citizenship, and the rights that go with that. And that's something that doesn't matter whether a city proclaims itself sanctuary city or not. It really speaks to what I think is the nicest part of local politics and democracy, which is that it comes from the bottom. The way communities organize themselves, situate themselves with relation to each other and the government, and make claims for greater access to political capital, financial autonomy. And so I think at the end of the day, it's really important not to let sanctuary be provincialized or separated from much larger histories of city building, of kind of freeing the city from, if I can put it this way, the yoke of the provinces and the federal government, which have always been a little bit jealous of the potential of cities and have tried to keep them away from having true independence. You see city building in the environment, you see it in a desire to be involved in international issues, trade, labor, like I've said before, health, migration, certainly. I would also associate sanctuary with for similar reasons, indigenous struggles for recognition of their sovereignty and jurisdiction within the larger constitutional order, not to be shut out or silenced. Certainly in the larger history of trying to advance equality on the basis of race, try to break down forms of economic suppression, gender discrimination. And I just add one final thing before I shut up, which is that it isn't just cities, it isn't just the urban center, but we see this in suburban centers and areas, and increasingly we have to pay attention to what's going on in agricultural or rural settings, and try our best not to kind of think only of these issues as being urban or big city issues, that they're all across the board, and finding ways of collaborating and cooperating across these geographical divides is something that I think is really important and is starting to happen.
Thank you, Graham, and I really do appreciate kind of the point you started with, is that it's more or less a theme or a definition that we're all still working with and defining. I myself worked with Munir once on trying to design sanctuary cities, if you remember, Munir, when we did that workshop with Deloitte and all. But if I may kind of stay on this, the University of Lancaster in UK defines a sanctuary university or a campus as an institution that offers good practice in welcoming asylum seekers and refugees into the university community and fostering a culture of welcome and inclusion for all. What do you each think of this definition? And Adele, let me start with you, because I'm coming to you again because I'd like to hear more about precarious status in particular. But what do you think of that definition?
Well, I like the definition. I think it's a good effort, and I like its emphasis on the culture of welcome and inclusion. Of course, as Graham mentioned, we're seeing different contexts and different kinds of issues depending on various factors. So, but I think it's a good effort, and but is my impression that the current post-secondary education policies, with some exceptions, of course, are at best indifferent to undocumented migrants and asylum seekers. And they are not immune to this more global climate of criminalization of migration. They're not immune to that, and their policies are also influenced and sometimes informed by the criminalization of certain groups of migrants. And I'm not doing any generalizations here, but there is some exclusionary logic that informs universities' approach to the difficulties faced by certain groups of migrants. We also see the rise of a profit-based approach adopted by post-secondary institutions, like the case of international students. I'm sure in many universities in Canada, there are similar discussions about how can we attract more international students, despite the fact that with the COVID pandemic, and many other factors, we see also precarization of the situation of international migrants. Definitely there's a need for the universities, for the colleges in Canada for a shift to a human rights-based approach. I think our policymakers and implementers need to think that higher education is a fundamental human right. I think they sometimes tend to forget that, and I will stop there.
Susan, how do you feel about this definition?
There we are. Yes, I mean, it's a pretty broad in general. I mean, I agree with me, Adil, that they've got nice words there, but thinking, what's the point? Where's the beef? I mean, what does this mean in practice and policies? Like, are they admitting, students for, low fees or no fees, or if they have precarious status, what support do they provide? What's the housing situation? Are they able to support housing? So it's like, you're welcome, but how did you help them to get here? Or you can help them to stay. So I just like to see what, that may be a nice introduction, but where's the substantive that's going to come with this? And I think I agree that the concerns that are at universities have not been particularly generous. And I think concerning that things like COVID, and in Canada, universities are terribly underfunded. We're one of the worst records in terms of industrialized countries. And in Ontario, we have a government that thinks nothing about slashing and cutting, and has done some terrible things to universities. So it's not a good environment. So one of the challenges we have, we're trying to put pressures on our universities to do more. At the same time, the government has really been eroding their capacity. So there's a lot of tension. So I think we have to be careful about the words, but where are the policies, and are they adhering to those policies, and are they in place? And from what I heard earlier from one of your participants from the UK, there's a lot of difficulties with the universities in the UK. So I think there are a lot of problems there.
And Graham and Munir, I'd like to hear from you, but I'm going to kind of pile on one other thought that came up is, can the concept of sanctuary campuses be applied with the constant presence of campus police and security services? So take that definition and kind of add that component to it. How are we feeling about this? Graham, you can go ahead.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'll just say that I'm quite frustrated with my own university, ex-university, on this very issue, and this builds off of what Susan and Adil have pointed out, that in some ways this is an eminently solvable problem if there's a will, and it can be quite frustrating. I think one of the challenges that I've encountered in speaking to, I'll call them the higher ups at X University, and certainly I know this is somewhat the experience at U of T and elsewhere, that directly relates to this notion of policing and to sanctuary, is how the administration of a system like this might work. And so, one of the things that comes up is the protection of student privacy, and that might be just through the kind of the mundane realities of the administration of the university, or it could be campus security asking for student cards, or it could be police being on campus and asking for identification. And in all cases, the question amounts to, can information about immigration status be collected? And if it is collected, can it be shared, and under what conditions? And the kind of context here that I think is relevant, and for anyone who is in university administration and has this question, I think it's worth talking just a moment about this, that ultimately universities are not at legal risk for providing access to education for precarious status migrants, nor are they, generally speaking, obligated to share information. And finally, nor is the decision not to share information something that can get them into trouble, legally speaking. So normally the way the International Student Program works, there is a requirement for designated learning institutions like universities and colleges to collect data and to share it either with the province or territory in question, or to share it with the IRCC upon request. In fact, the way the IRPA, the Immigration Refugee Protection Act works, and all of the relevant agreements between the federal government and provinces, and by extension with universities and colleges, all of this works by requiring these institutions to maintain a file. And the reason why that's the case is the IRCC wants to prevent what they would consider to be abuse of the system, giving study permits to foreign nationals who don't intend to actually enroll in programs, and to make sure that all of the requisite supports that are provided to international students are deserved. And so what's important about this is that, first of all, because the non-status or precarious status migrant is not an international student under the law, the information that would normally be required to be collected by the university or college and shared with the federal government, it doesn't apply. As long as the information on that student is kept separate, that data is not going to be susceptible to sharing with the federal government. And so that's one piece that's really important and similar to a sanctuary city, which pledges not to share that information. And there's a legal backing for that within the university. And the other is that in the event that there is a request for sharing, student rights are protected under privacy. So the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act, for example, states that personal information includes information that relates to national or ethnic origin. And all of the lawyers that I've spoken to are, agree that this extends to immigration status. Disclosure may be permitted to fulfill some reporting obligations, but as I've mentioned, doesn't apply in the case of non-status migrants because they're not actually, they don't have study permits under federal law. The only way that the federal government can kind of extract this information is through a court order. And that's where the policing piece becomes really important. The CBSA, for example, would have to request specific information in the context of a specific investigation against a specific student. It can't just kind of do a fishing expedition. And so it would have to rely on somebody snitching on a student, somebody calling the CBSA. And that would be, in most situations, campus police or local police. And so the question of whether a university or college can truly be a sanctuary campus requires a larger conversation about the attitudes of security, private security, campus security, the attitudes and processes and policies of local police, the larger position of a university with respect to whether police should be on campus or not. That's a track record that X University, nothing to brag about, unfortunately. Things could improve. And I'll just add one final thing that I think the easiest solution here is for these institutions to have a clear process in place and to actually just not share information unless there's a warrant. And more than this, if the CBSA tries to contact campus security, or if police are on campus and they run into somebody and they find out that that person is non-status, the process should be that those officers should never call CBSA directly, but like in most organizations, whether it's the workplace, whether it's in the municipal government, they contact the in-house lawyer or an in-house central office, and they shift the decision about sharing information to that team. This is a process that the City of Toronto has baked into its disclosure obligations as part of its sanctuary policy, and my understanding is that it works quite well. And actually, it turns out that the police force in Montreal, which is notoriously bad at sharing information, has just adopted this process as well. And perhaps coincidentally, it's halved the number of calls that have been made to the CBSA. And so I'll just stop there, but summarize by saying that there's very little risk for universities to declaring themselves sanctuary campuses legally, but there remains risk for students unless the universities think these problems through and ensure that campus security and police are either not present or adequately trained, and definitely not given discretion to share information.
Munir, how are you feeling about all this, given you have a lived experience and you've worked with many that have lived experience as well? What does that definition mean to you, and everything we've heard, including what Graham just shared?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, also, I think like in principle, the definition, it's definitely good to have, it's pretty, anything that is more welcoming and more that would encourage more folks to, apply and, kind of continue their education. That's great. The question is really who is defining, like good practices in terms of like, and how are really, refugees involved in the whole process and in making these decisions? Are refugees actually involved or not? And what are really universities doing, to hold themselves accountable and to give refugees, who are, already like a lot of them, not everyone, but of course, like in a very vulnerable situation, what are they doing to give them a very transparent process in place, in case of any conflict, in case anything comes up, and I'd be like really curious to hear more from the UK, like, if there are like any kind of practices around that. I think like really it's important also to know like the role of universities in general and the wider community as well. Like if say, everything is working really well, it's like the best, most welcoming, inclusive campus, but if students are still facing like a lot of discrimination and racism, in the workplace or like outside of campus, is that really enough? So we need really to ask ourselves, like, what can universities do to more, kind of shake things up outside of their campus too? What is kind of the responsibilities? What can they do to kind of, amplify more voices of refugees and really share knowledge that would benefit them as well? So that's like really kind of top of mind when I think of this. I think like it's really concerning, definitely like when it's linked to legal status. I do remember being in that position outside of Canada at one point, and it was just, you basically live with anxiety 24/7 because you never know, what situation you'll be in, even if you're a student, you might be outside of the country and like overnight. So, like, I mean, there are already a lot of barriers for, refugees in Canada to kind of participate, even if they have, let's say protected status or permanent residency. But for like, I mean, even for them, it's really difficult. So for folks even without status, there's even an additional, barrier of like just dealing with all the legality of it and the funding that would be just, as Susan was mentioning, like the fees would be like international students fees, which is super expensive. And a lot of folks can't really afford that. So yeah. There's a lot of really layers to it and a lot of pieces, but
it's complex, and so I think I'd really like to zoom in on the experience of students with precarious status. And Adele, what are some of the challenges that might face this segment, and what can Higher Education Institute do to eliminate the barriers for this specific segment? As I think they are always kind of, when we club them with refugees, it's very it's not really it's not really fair. And as Munir said, some refugees do have some sort of a status, but what about others?
Yeah, thank you, Rania, for the question. I agree. So compared with countries in the European Union, for example, refugees are in a better off position in Canada. At least they have access to higher education. But the situation of undocumented migrants came up, and youth came up often in the interviews we conducted with Graham. It was, I think, 2015, 2016. So we interviewed participants from civil society organizations, practitioners, etc. And one of the interesting findings is that they observed an increase in the number of youth without status in Toronto. And similar observations were made during our interviews in Montreal as well. So this is pretty worrisome as a development. And many of the undocumented youth, young people, had a lot of potential, of course, being in Canada for several years, being fluent in English or in French. But it was reported to us that when they finish high school, they don't have any other possibility of accessing higher education, but the only option being work for them. And because of their legal status, they are at a higher risk of being involved in low-paid jobs and precarious work, and they're at risk of exploitation. Of course, this has significant negative impact for as you can imagine, self-esteem, their agency, and also their hope for future. So if I may again go back to the international human rights instruments, and Canada has ratified some of these instruments, including the the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Well, these instruments say education is essential for the full development of the human personality and the sense of its dignity. When we compare the findings of our research, small research, but there are many other empirical research going on in Canada currently. Yeah, so there's a huge gap between what the our international obligations are and the situation the non-status youth find themselves. And these instruments say states should make higher education accessible to all on the basis of capacity, okay, but by every appropriate means. And the question is, do we have appropriate means? I think so, if we have enough collaborations, including with universities and colleges and the provinces, etc. But the second part of your question, what can we do, what the post-secondary institutions can do to eliminate barriers? I think the first step would be for our institutions to acknowledge that there is a problem. And acknowledge the complex nature, multidirectional nature of these problem and the barriers faced by a different group of young immigrants in Canada who are in precarious legal status. And invisibility is a huge problem. And that's why I think the work you do with this panel is very important. There have been very positive changes in the last years, but we are basically talking about a population who is, with some exceptions, who is voiceless, who doesn't want to complain because many are afraid that this would put them and their families in danger. So this invisibility also allows our institutions to ignore the problem and to avoid there are solutions, as even when it comes to policing and the role of our campuses, sanctuary campuses, there are solutions as Graham outlined them. They are not ideal, they are not long-term solutions, but there are solutions, short-term solutions that will allow some of these students, some of these young people being enrolled in our universities and colleges. So I would say the first step would be to acknowledge the fact that there is a problem, and this is something that also clashes with the principles and values in terms of EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion of our universities. I mean, X-University is very big when it comes to discourse about EDI. It's part of everything we do. And the same thing as the concept of city builder. We're in the heart of Toronto, but we also know that Toronto is the capital of precarious work, as Francisco Rico Martinez said in one of the interviews he conducted with us. So acknowledging the issues is the first step in terms of trying to address them, because there are solutions out there. And the best solution being, of course, collaborations with different orders of government and pushing forward for regularizations.
Rania, I think you're muted.
Sorry, yeah. On this point, because I did open up the questions to the audience, someone did here point out that in relation to what you just said, how might we convince campus security and campus police not to collaborate with CBSA? Just go with your thoughts, or
I can just throw out a couple of ideas. I'll start with the stick, which is legal liability. It is possible for institutions to get into trouble if they start sharing information inconsistently with privacy legislation. Now, I don't think that's the best solution, but it's something to always keep on the table. I can tell you in the context of health, it's a conversation that's going on right now. A lot of doctors are skeptical that that they actually are obligated to maintain the confidentiality of a non-status patient's records. And this is something that we can lead with, and it has some weight. And so I would just keep that on the table. Certainly the usual approach of training, I think, is essential. Campus security across Toronto is known for having serious problems with racial profiling, sexism, transphobia, and the like. And so I think another really important strategy is to not treat sanctuary campus or the rights or needs of precarious status migrants as being entirely unique, even though they are highly distinctive. It's more beneficial to relate them to existing and understood EDI policies and languages so that it's more digestible for campus security and police. And I think related to that is that it should be understood, at least especially for police, that it is absolutely self-destructive and incompatible with the principles and purposes of police to drive a wedge between your officers and the communities that you serve. If your objective is to protect victims, to investigate crime, to get witnesses to come forward, and you're also at the same time terrorizing communities, there's clearly a functional issue here. And while it may be obvious to the rest of us, it takes, for some reason, a really long time for many police departments or officers to really understand this. And I think a lot of this, again, has to do with the culture of policing and how it is bundled up in race. However, there are examples where things have changed. And again, I'll point to Montreal. I'm not saying the Montreal police force deserves credit for this. It's the bare minimum, but we should just take note that their public relations disasters over the past 5 or 10 years on this very issue has led to a change internally. Idil and I did interview, surprisingly, agreed to talk to us. Police generally don't, and he did. And he was very frank and forthright that the reason why they did that was because the reputation of the Montreal police force was in tatters, and that he and a few others had recognized that this was destructive to the role of policing. And so if the SPVM can change, I have faith that other policing agencies can change. Maybe not the TPS, maybe not Toronto, but others for sure. And when you look at that and you see some of the examples in the United States, I have faith that we can move forward on this, but it's a question of how do you frame the discourse and the rhetoric, and I think connecting it to race, transphobia, gendered discrimination, on all of the other issues that these police and campus security are under fire for now, that's a very productive route.
Thank you, Graham, for this. And I wish we had more time. I don't know where the 1 hour kind of flew, but it almost tells me, Sarah, that you need some good design work around a hackathon on sanctuary campuses. And you have quite the group here to lead this for you. Thank you all so much for your time and your contributions. And Sarah, I'm going to hand it over to you from here for the final segment. Thank you all so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. What a really insightful conversation. I really enjoyed everything. Munir, from you sharing your own lived experience, and Susan, your work with international network for research and refugees, and of course, Graham and Adele, I'm just a big fan. We've had a couple of conversations and in previous conferences. So I hope we will have the opportunity to continue this conversation. I'm getting really very interested about the idea of sanctuary campuses, looking at what's happening in the UK, and we learned a little bit about some of the best practice in the UK, but it's as Rebecca, the speaker from the UK, has mentioned, it's far from perfect. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I really appreciate you taking the time, and thank you so much once again. And on this note, I am pleased to now introduce Dr. Julia Collier to deliver the closing remarks for the summit. Julia is the Vice President, Research and Policy at HECO, the Higher Education Quality Council of Ontario, where she works with team members to support the development of research-based policies and practices in Ontario's post-secondary education sector. Julia joined HECO with more than 2 decades of experience in higher education policy and research, as a scholar, teacher, and practitioner. And prior to joining HECO, Julia was Director of Policy and Sector Collaboration at the Council of Ontario Universities. Julia, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. What a great day, and thank you for that nice introduction. I've got a few slides, but I'll just start with a couple of opening comments before I share my screen with some slides. First, I just want to reintroduce and say that I'm the Vice President of Research and Policy at the Higher Education Quality Council of Ontario, and our acronym is HECO. You'll hear me say that a lot during these few comments. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you at the end of this great event. What a pleasure it's been to listen and learn today. Since I have the Zoom stage for a moment, I'll just take the opportunity to thank all of the incredible speakers that we've heard from throughout this day. Thank you all for your work and for your insights. And I'll note that I'm keenly aware that I'm standing between you and your well-earned weekend. So I will be brief. I really thank you for hanging on to the end and thank you for your persistence. I'm just going to try to share my screen so that, let's see, there we go. With a couple of slides. I hope this works. It's possible that I'm gonna.
It's good, we can see it.
Oh, it is, okay, excellent. So I want to start with just a few things about HECO. HECO is an arm's length independent agency of the Ontario government with a mandate to pursue research and evaluation projects and provide recommendations to the Ministry of Colleges and Universities about enhancing the accessibility, quality, and system design and sustainability for post-secondary education in Ontario. We have a team of excellent researchers working on a variety of projects, things like work integrated learning, universal design for learning, student skill development, internationalization and international students, social mobility associated with post-secondary education. Some of my colleagues are here today, and I know that they have been inspired by these discussions. HECO also works to establish partnerships with stakeholders and experts from across the sector in order to support and enhance our work. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here today to talk just a little bit about a new partnership and a research project that HECO has launched with NSA, the Newcomer Students Association. I think our project can be an important first step in addressing some of the questions that were raised today and the broad questions that this summit was organized around. What role can the higher education sector play in responding to the global refugee crisis? And how can the higher education community be more responsive? These are big questions, and our conversations today have certainly emphasized the complexity of the issues that need further action. Just a few of the sort of takeaways for me that have been on my mind through the course of the conversation today, and that I'm sort of taking forward as we think about this project. First, the importance of community, both local and global, and community transformation with the goal of or working toward sanctuary communities and campuses. I'm also thinking about the importance of using an asset rather than a deficit lens or approach. And this includes the language that we use. I've been thinking a lot about that deservingness narrative that we heard about earlier today. I appreciated the reminder in conversations today that refugees are not a uniform or a monolithic group. They carry different histories, experiences, contexts, and cultures, and access to opportunities. They have different pushing and pulling factors. But despite these different experiences and backgrounds, they come up against some common exclusionary practices. I also think I'm thinking about the idea that access research should include a focus on pathways because the journeys that newcomers take are diverse and they may involve many different kinds of steps and stages. There's clearly a lot of important work to be done. And at HECO, we're so pleased to be part of this next step, taking a bit of action. And we're so pleased to be working with Sarah and her colleagues. Our project is broadly aimed at understanding refugee students' post-secondary experiences in Ontario with a focus on graduation and labor market outcomes for refugee students, barriers to completing post-secondary education, and maybe most importantly, the factors that contribute to student success, including students' engagement. My HECO colleagues and I are not experts on the topic of refugee students. We understand first and foremost that we have a lot to learn, but we're very eager. This project reflects and extends HECO's work and commitment to access and quality in Ontario's post-secondary education sector. HECO is committed to understanding with more complexity and clarity what access and equity in post-secondary education really means. In general, there are big gaps in our knowledge, in part because of a lack of available data in Ontario. But HECO's past research on access, as well as the work of many scholars in the higher education space, does help us understand what contributes to student success generally. Our previous research tells us that secondary educational experiences matter. Support and advice from mentors and family members matters. All the different forms of capital, academic, social, financial, these all matter. Student engagement in post-secondary settings, both co-curricular and curricular, matters. We also know that post-secondary education can be a pathway to skill development as well as career and professional advancement. We know that post-secondary education matters to students, families, and communities. We also know that not all students have access to the opportunities that post-secondary education provides. The characteristics and constructs associated with student success that I talked a little bit about, education and family background, for example, these different forms of capital, they may be most relevant when we're thinking about students who have historically participated in post-secondary education. Some of these constructs may be relevant to refugee and newcomer students, but I suspect that there's much more to the story. Our project with NSA will help us move forward in understanding both individual student experiences and this broader phenomenon. We also want to know more about access in Ontario, who enrolls in Ontario programs and who does not, but also what steps students take, what shapes their persistence, and how they can be supported towards success. We need to be able to ask questions about student outcomes. Are graduation and labor outcomes equitable? We also need to think about the policy frameworks that are needed to support equitable outcomes for all students in Ontario, including those from refugee and immigrant backgrounds. What I hear in today's discussion is a focus and commitment to this important issue, and we at HECO are excited to bring this focus to our access work. And we're really excited to be taking up these questions with Sarah and her team. So just a few notes about our project. Things are still in process. We're still thinking about things and putting finishing touches on our plans. We have some federal data that we think can be helpful as we think about this project, but we will also conduct interviews with refugee students and recent graduates to learn more about their experiences and successes. We believe this project will provide important insights for institutions and practitioners and will shed light on ongoing disparities in our educational system that need to be examined and addressed. At HECO, we are particularly focused on the policy landscape, and so we will be exploring the layers of policy that shape refugee and student experiences. And I'm hopeful that in a future gathering of this group, we'll be able to talk much more about this research. So stay tuned. Thank you again, Sarah, for the opportunity to participate in today's summit and for the chance to work with you and your team. And I hope everyone stays healthy and safe over the upcoming holidays. I will stop there and stop my screen share. I'm happy for questions. Oh, I can, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Julia. I really appreciated you summarize the key takeaway and key learnings from today's, from the different keynotes and different panels. It was great to be reminded once again of these great learnings and lessons. Yeah, we'll open the floor to any questions for Julia, anything specific on our partnership with them. We are very excited about this partnership, and we will have more to announce within the next couple of weeks about the project. And so please stay tuned and follow HECO and NSA to learn more about our future activities. But as I said, we'll open the floor for any questions for Julia. Any comments, maybe?
Any advice? That's most welcome.
Okay, well, maybe Julia, I do have a question. I know that this partnership and project, as you said, it's the first step, or a welcome step in the right direction to addressing issues of access to education, integration of refugee students, and quality as well. Maybe are there any future plans for HECO to conduct further studies into looking at the refugee student experience, or looking at, as you mentioned, we will be looking in this project and labor market integration, labor outcomes, and the student experience and engagement and success. And I know this is not the first project that HECO looks into the immigrant and refugee experience, but maybe if there are any future plans or anything that you can share with us.
We don't have anything specific mapped out yet. Our partnership and project, as you know, falls into sort of the access priority area for HECO, but it also touches on quality, it touches on sustainability. So I think that there is going to be lots of different opportunities for new projects to evolve and emerge. But we do need to sort of get our feet in the water, I guess, because this is a big space with a lot of complex issues, lots of different, lots of history, lots of politics, lots of policies. So as a first step, we're pleased to be able to start thinking and talking and gathering information. And we do hope that it evolves from there, that there's more that we can learn and more that we can study, again, for the purpose of providing advice to government about how government can act.
Absolutely, that sounds amazing, and definitely HECO is in a powerful position to influence policy and provide recommendations to the government. So we hope that this project will really yield some great recommendations for the government to act. I'm just taking a look at the chat. Okay, perfect. So on that note, we want to thank everyone who took some time to join us today. We are really grateful for the opportunity to engage with some of national and international scholars, experts, students, and practitioners from the field of higher education and migration. I hope you all found this conversation engaging, thought-provoking, and walked away with many takeaways. Finally, I really want to sincerely thank the Summit Organizing Committee, the people behind the scene who have put this together, Erin, Alona, Rania, thank you. And of course, thank you to our partners who supported our efforts in putting this summit together. Thank you, Welcome Home Toronto and S4 Collective. Thanks again to the speakers, the participants who joined us today. Make sure to follow us, stay connected to learn more about our future activities. We will continue to create spaces and platforms to allow us to exchange ideas, learn from best global practices, and shed light on refugee and students with precarious status higher education experiences. Thank you. Hope you all have a great weekend. Take care and stay well.
Thank you.
Thank you all.